Another Saturday showdown, another overcast backdrop as these two teams do battle and look for their historic first ever win on the Saturday showdown. Welcome to the space. We're so glad you could join us. Digon here, hosting the space to kick it off, and joining me, of course, is Chronicler and Huni. How you feeling, Saturday showdown?
I was waiting for a special nickname, Digon.
No, not yet.
I was waining too.
Right?
A little bit this.
Oh, everyone else with a special nickname. What about us?
Practice with the.
Don't worry, it'll come.
Right.
It'll come in time. Nicknames are earned, not given. Right? So we'll earn it later on. Of course, we're here for the matchup today. It's DRX versus Nongshim. These two squads last split finished 8th and 9th respectively, looking to change their fortune for the summer.
As it turns out, all DRX needed to look alive again was just one amphibian away. Frog has joined. Team has looked a whole lot better. And obviously, I think Yehu, who was part of the roster, then was subbed out and then came back in, has been a really big part of why they look so much better.
Speaking of the 9th place, I've been through there, ate the spring split, and I made the words at 2019 with the Clutch Gamings. Anyone can do it.
It can happen to everyone.
It can happen to anyone. Go get it.
Well, the dream starts here on the Saturday showdown for one of these squads. So we take a look at the head-to-head record over the last 2 years, the last 3 splits. It's tied 3-3, but one clean 2-0 for Nongshim last split.
It's very, very remarkable that this has, outside of that one series, basically gone as far as humanly possible, because both these two teams have kind of been in the same place since 2023, right? This was after DRX had won Worlds, and Nongshim had one of the worst years they've ever had. They both completely revamped their roster, and both teams have been kind of bottom of the table since. This is the first time I feel like with DRX that we're kind of getting an idea of maybe they can possibly contest for a playoff spot. With KT in complete shambles at the moment, there might be some space there, so we'll see if they're able to get a victory here today.
Yeah, I mean, expecting a 3-game banger series, but as a history-wise, but for now, DRX has a for sure the favor on it with the 2-0 or the 2-1.
Well, as Chronicler pointed out, this is a squad that has made, or both these squads have made lots of changes. Let's see what they have left for the first half of the schedule of summer.
Oh no!
And it's
oh no!
Not so good here for Nongshim in terms of their record so far, and it doesn't get easier after DRX. They still have to play D+, Home of Life, Sleeping Giant, and KT, and Gen G.
Yeah, for DRX, it's not necessarily much better when it comes to the strength of schedule, but they have already gotten a bunch of wins, right? It makes such a big difference if you're a team expected to be bottom of the table. You've got a couple of crucial wins against some of your direct opponents for those spots. For Nongshim, if they lose here today, there's a very big chance that they're going to be 0-7 when they go up against Breon. And that's so tough, because the deeper you go, the more you start spiraling.
I mean, for sure, you just have to actually... I mean, this is the reason why it's a Saturday show that both teams needed to they have to win today. Like, for Nongshim, they have to break it down today as the losing streak, and also DRX to go to for the aiming the playoff, they have to win today to make sure finish well with the round 1.
That's right, you got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Now, that was a little bit about our squads today. Let's take a look at some of the meta picks that have been evolving, specifically in the jungle. It's the AP jungle meta. We've seen some unique champions pulled on out. Zyra getting pulled out by Canyon earlier. And also Nidalee being played by everyone with lots of tears here, Chronicler.
We're gonna keep bringing it up. We're gonna keep repeating it. AP junglers are very strong, but unless you either have a really good setup for them, look at, for example, Lucid in the first series they played against Homa Life, and then the game Lucid played most recently where he had no setup and it was just a disaster and he didn't do anything. AP junglers are really strong, AD mid laners are really strong, but there's so many. You don't need to go to Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's about the... Like, Nidalee, sure, like, it's so tough to win, like, but the thing is, like, individually, the individual understanding the responsibility for everyone, the difficulties is too tough.
Yeah, it does feel like it.
That for Canyon.
Got to be way more coordinated with it, except for Canyon, who's been able to just matrix spears through different areas and make sure it still lands. We've got a unique matchup in this one. A 2020 recall of the matchup. Guger versus Teddy. It is 6-9. Very nice between these two squads here. As, again, last time they played, Team Dynamics Guger.
That's a long time ago. That's a lot of years. Guger obviously retired, then came back, initially playing as a coach, and now he's playing for Nongshim again, but I don't think he's really hit the mark yet.
It's been pretty old. Like, I wish I come back in LCK and have a segment like that. You know, that's kind of cool.
Rooney's back!
But
not yet. Maybe in the future.
Well, the key matchup for this one will be on the bottom side of the map, including Teddy, but Jiwoo as well. These are the linchpins for both these squads. If they have success, then it's more than likely the team will win.
Gio was the beating heart and soul of this team throughout the entirety of last year. And it kind of saddens me that he just hasn't been able to hit that. I think this is a problem we've seen with players like Keen, with players like Dudu, where if you just keep losing, eventually players will kind of lose the spark. They will try to overforce. They'll try to do too much. I think the meta also isn't necessarily the best for Gio. I think he's looked best. Outside of the Zeri, there aren't a lot of like hyper carries, like the Jinx, the Aphelios that currently are in the meta, which is where it's a lot easier to 1v9. If he doesn't get it together, I don't think Nongshim is winning here today.
Yeah. And on the opposite side, Teddy is starting to find form. He really found it that last game against Home Alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just completely the opposite, right? Like, sure, like, in Geo, like, they used to play in the whole spring split, like, playing through the bottom, playing through the Geo, like, actually put all the resources on the bottom. But right now, it doesn't work. Like, they have to understand, like, it's not working, so they kind of have to try the new thing. But the other hand, like, right now, the Teddy and Plata is, like, they're incredibly showing like strong performances, like putting so much resources and also actually just giving back to the team a huge amount. At the same time, especially I really like the Kai'Sa play. It's not about like actually you have the setup is not actually required. Like sure, the some of the CC from the teammate, sure it's really actually good to get it. But the thing is like, this is the type of the champion that you can actually fly alone. You can actually just launch it and just carry along whole team fight. It's just insane.
Looking at these plays as well, with Kai'Sa specifically, it's so much harder to reliably carry team fights compared to something like a Zeri, like a Jinx, because those kind of play themselves. As long as you have frontline, you'll be fine. With Kai'Sa, you're in the thick of things. We saw there Teddy, two very aggressive plays, able to make it work. He's dancing, he's vibing. I'm really happy to see Happy Teddy back. This guy had a rough couple of years, and seeing him bounce back alongside one of the, I think, most exciting up-and-coming supports in Plata is really, really cool.
Yeah, and both these guys, as I said earlier, being played through as we take a look at some of the stats between them, surprisingly high for both players in terms of ranking across the league. Like, look how many are highlighted here by Teddy, but also Jiwoo.
Yeah, but when you look at what Gio is high in, it's not great, because having a really high damage share generally means the rest of your team isn't pulling the weight. You're in AD carry, so that's not too bad. But damage for gold being the highest is mostly a sign that you don't get a lot of gold.
So which is that's not
like,
good for AD
it's
carry.
Like okay for Gio, but it's not okay for Nongshim as a team. They have been losing a lot. And then for Teddy, the fact that he has an 81% kill participation says a lot about how much his team relies on him.
I mean, I'll say, as you said, speaking of the damage per goal, like that's a stat for actually probably like top lane or actually jungle. Like that's a pretty good stat, but for AD carry, you want the goal as much as you want and then try to carry the team like the most. So I think for now, I think Gio, like clearly, as I said, I think it's just not working to putting resource on him, and which is they probably need to help to get out the Gio to pull it out.
Well, definitely a tough battle for both these squads, looking for their first win on the Saturday Showdown. Nongshim, this is their history on Saturday Showdown. It's 2-0, 2-0, and a 2-1 against Kwangdong last split. But they haven't found the success yet. But surprisingly for DRX as well, since we started doing the Saturday Showdown, they too have not had too much success as well. 0-5 in their last 5 goes on Saturday.
Obviously, a bunch of those they were not really expected to win at that point in time. DRX getting beaten by Genji shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, but it does mean a lot. These matches, particularly towards the later end, right? The OK Membro one is a big one. These matches matter a lot against your direct competitor. One to highlight again. Both these teams, the goal will always just to be to like get that 6th spot, just to get to playoffs, to get as close as possible. And if you lose these matches, realistically, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's why this is we call Saturday Showdown.
It's true.
It has to be.
A lot.
This is so big, and as I said, like I think it's not about it's the vibe. They have to maintain the vibe to be able to go to the playoff.
They're a vibe team, and there's no vibes right now for Nongshim.
Well, the coaches definitely know how important these matches are, as they had this to say coming up into the Saturday Showdown. Chelly's with his post-game interview against Kwangdong Freaks and Micro during the Summer Media Day.
Micro talking about, the losers interviews. Obviously, DRX really struggling last split, and they've been bouncing back exceptionally. For Chelly, he's been with these players for such a long time. And I think that if there's anyone who can make it happen and pull them out of this slump, it's him.
Yeah, and also it's a Human Nexus OG. Like I do still remember the Teddy, back in the days, like since the Gene stuff, that he was like known as like playing the Seaver and just like blocking all, like going like 70-minute game, 80-minute game. Like that was the Human Nexus.
And then we had Gio single-handedly keeping T1 in a game on Smolder against multiple Elder Dragons. So he's trying to recreate that legacy, but hasn't really happened yet.
I love this quote here. Just again, the pressure that is on being a hard carry, AD carry, as a lot of the star powder has moved to the mid lane and is about the mid laners. But these two guys trying to shake history and move their focus onto winning and being the focus of winning. Only one team can make the historic win today for their organization's first ever Saturday Showdown. Who will it be? Let's find out together and get into the game.
Seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. When the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2024.
서버 진짜 중요하거든요.
스프링 때 있을 그런 순위들 아무 의미 없고요. 서버는 정말 바쁩니다. 여유 없이 달려야 돼요.
동시레드 포스도 정말 많이 달라졌죠. 오늘은 프로그가 선발이네요. 패승승그 승승의 주역이었습니다. 프로그.
멈추지 않는 마음 DRX 파이팅! 농심 파이팅! 농심!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs. Joining me as we have an auspicious Saturday showdown. The first time we've had a Saturday showdown between Nongshim and DRX. And there is one thing tying these teams together.
Yep.
And that is results against BNK Fearex. And it's not looking good for Nongshim.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a rough start. But honestly, DRX have had a really solid start to the season. I mean, even going up against Hollow Life Esports, taking that game, a convincing start. And really, if they continue this momentum, playoffs maybe on the cards.
Exactly.
They need to secure the win today. And I think this season, obviously, DRX has looked good. Previous seasons, though, I think Jiu was really looking like a big star.
Yeah.
The hopes was the roster could do more than they maybe achieved, but didn't quite get the results to land it.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how it is going to go. Let's jump into the standings and have a look at where all of our teams are sitting. I still love these standings. I know it's early, sample size is low, but I think everyone knows that I absolutely love low sample sizes. And DRX being on the western side is just very, very cool. And after this, they could move to their own 4th place, not tied with Hollow Life Esports, until, you know, maybe a little bit later. And it could be really, really huge
Hey, they
for
could go even
DRX.
higher, you know, depending on the scoreline.
Yeah, true.
In this one. And yeah, Nongshim, I think, need to win more, though.
Yeah, are they playing spoiler already? You know, that's the ridiculous thing. Like, are we week 2? They're like playing spoiler. They want to try and stop this DRX momentum from moving further forward. It could certainly be a thing, as DRX definitely looking a whole lot better. And this is kind of a must-win. When you've got teams that are expected to be on the bottom side of the standings, a win against each other is very, very important for trying to clinch that 6th place position. And Teddy claims Jiu as heir to the Human Nexus title, or the Planetary Fortress, which I would prefer to be said, because like Nexuses don't really do damage, you know, at least not for the first few years of StarCraft 2.
Maybe the Fountain Laser, you know?
Yeah.
Human Fountain Laser.
I like the Fountain Laser. I was always a big fan of that.
I think everyone remembers that game from Jiu on the Smolder last split, where T1 just managed to win it out, but yeah, both of them have really, when it comes down to those late game scenarios, all the weight is on them. And it's a hard position to be in because you make a single mistake and the game crumbles around you.
And a reunion after 1,413 days. Guga versus Teddy. And if memory serves, like maybe was that like Kongdu Monster versus Jin Air? Is that what we're going back to? It was just a really, really long time ago. It was Team Dynamics, never mind. Was that versus SKT?
How did you
SKT
not
versus
know
Team
that?
Dynamics. Because these guys have played on teams for the last 10 years or something like that, and my brain is mush. It's basically how it goes. But Team Dynamics versus SKT is another one that these 2 players have come from, and previous to that, they did match up in that matchup that I was talking about as well. Fan prediction is overwhelmingly DRX. Of course, picking up a lot of fans after their 2022 Worlds victory. But also, I think that there are a lot of these young players that are really starting to draw some of the fans over to the DRX camp. Sponge having so many SpongeBob memes here in LoL Park, as well as Frog just being adorable. I mean, there's just a lot to like about this team.
And you know, here's a little bit of inside knowledge. So when we're on the analyst desk, and we're in the observer slot in the lobby, you get to see the summon icons of the players. And Frog always takes the Frogger mode.
Oh,
that's lying on its back.
So good.
You know, and the thing is, we'll change tournament realms, and obviously you have to change the icon in each
Every
one,
time.
and he will. That is commitment.
That's why you always need to look out for Morgan and his first blood emote, and whether it's the shaky hands Renekton, because that needs to be a thing. But first, we are welcoming Nongshim Red Force to LoL Park here as Guga. You can see deep in thought here. These players not necessarily looking like they're, you know, feeling super comfortable, right? You can feel Nongshim's desperation for a victory here in the LCK because things have not started off well for this squad. And we'll just have to see. Fisher back in once again. No Call Me to be starting off this time around. They have been doing a little bit of experimentation. And we've also seen that Vital isn't necessarily going to be moving up to the LCK anytime soon in the support position. And where's Peter?
Where is Peter? That is the question. Yeah, I think it's a bit rough for Nongshim. We've obviously seen the likes of Quantum Freaks and DRX get a lot of value from their roster changes between spring and summer. Nongshim still trying to figure out what iteration works best and to fit in these new players. But yeah, as you can see, DRX, Yehu in the mid lane, Frog at the top lane, those changes they brought in, which has really managed to bolster this lineup in such a positive way.
And it's really interesting, right? Because, and this is going to be a stretch, so bear with me, okay? DRX, very similar to T1 before they settled on this roster. They were experimenting with a lot of young players around Faker. Right now, DRX experimenting with a lot of young players around Teddy, right? One of our veterans of the scene. And after spring, after they've gone through a few different options, they have gotten rid of Rascal from the top side of the map, and they brought in this young gun Frog, a 4-letter name on the top side of the map, undefeated, undying on Renekton.
It's a hard sell, but I like the pitch.
Yeah, it's kind of cute, right? Like, the idea is kind of cute. It's got Sylvie versus Sponge as our key player match.
If they go on to have a great split and then end up winning an international in the next few years, dude,
they don't have to win an international very soon, though, right?
If they do well in the international, we can bring it back to this exact moment, like hold it. And if that doesn't happen, they get this conversation.
Yeah, it just never happened.
Never bring this up again.
Yeah, no, I never will. I hope everyone at home also understands that this deserves a big grain of salt as far as the conversation is concerned. But I do like drawing parallels between our LCK teams, and we'll just see whether DRX can follow in the footsteps of T1. It's a tough sell. But speaking of tough sells, there are a few players that have met each other many times. Of course, Sylvie and Sponge in our key player matchup. They, of course, met each other many times in Challenger. Both of them on pretty successful teams as well, so meeting towards the end of playoffs and things like that. So certainly cool to see them up against one another once again. And I'm really interested in what Yehu's going to do today, because I feel like this guy is joining plethora of my players to watch on DRX. And it's kind of nutty. Like, there's just a lot of them that seem to be getting better and better.
It seems like a big step up across the board, but yeah, Yehu, I think, especially we've seen a lot of mid picks where you can have that early impact, but things like Tristana the Corki holding up really well in the late game as well. Tilea obviously being a massive pick. I think a lot of options that can really take over a game. And also, you know, you were talking about the jungle matchup. I'm just so glad we have a much more interesting jungle meta than Spring.
Yeah,
when
true.
Canyon joined Gen G, and it was like, oh, Maokai, Rel, Sejuani. And we still see, like, you know, Sejuani Maokai occasionally, but the carries are here, you know. And also, with the jungle XP changes, you can actually get a lead over the enemy jungle, and it can be meaningful.
Yeah, it's like the matchup actually means something. You're not just a peon of the rest of your lanes.
Yeah.
And we have seen that leveraged quite effectively. We'll see whether Sylvie and Sponge can be some of the players that are able to do so. Not necessarily standouts when it comes to hard carry performances from the jungle, unless it's a Wukong meta and Sylvie really gets going. But we haven't really seen too much of the Monkey King so far. Man, plethora very serious moving into this game, which might be worrisome for Nongshim fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of these things where you can definitely see the teams like T1, Gen G sometimes have the happy games, right?
Yep.
You know, we saw T1 have one recently where maybe they aren't as dialed into the match as they would be as when they're against each other. But I feel like for teams like Nongshim and DRX, you never get that luxury. You're always trying to do the best you can. You're always trying to make sure you get a point on the board, because particularly for Nongshim, they haven't got one yet. And they don't know when an opportunity is going to come again, because you look at some of the teams they will have to face on the upper end of the standings, and it looks rough.
And they haven't necessarily had, like, one of these strength of schedules that says, you know, Gen G, D+, and T1, for example. Like, that's not the teams they've been going up against. Yes, one of them was T1, but it was Quantum Freaks. It was BNK DRX. So it wasn't necessarily this story of, oh, but Nongshim can possibly restabilize. It doesn't necessarily get much better from here. But we are into the draft for game number 1. Taliyah already taken away. We've got a bit of a focus on the AP junglers, I guess, is the Maokai going to be removed as well. Sponge, of course, very good at the Taliyah in the jungle, which is why we're calling it a jungler in this particular game. And the Ashe taken off the board as well. And often a first pick, actually something that Teddy has been utilizing quite well as that first pick priority. But Jiwoo versus Teddy in this matchup is kind of interesting, right? It's like, is that Kai'Sa going to come out? I mean, I saw that Neela got slightly adjusted, you know? Like, maybe we see Jiwoo on one of his... We already saw it in Challenger, right?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like definitely these two players, I would like to see them lean more into these sort of team fighting scaling picks. You know, things like the Zeri, things like the Kai'Sa. I think you do put trust in these players to carry through the late game team fights and kind of rely on the rest for that early pressure. We see Senna Calista banned out in this situation. I don't think there's huge pressure to take a bot lane pick right now. Could just lean towards the top lane. Skarner's been left open and available.
Yeah.
Tristana is also something that's been left on the cards. We've seen the Tristana-Corki matchup quite a bit. I do feel like Tristana just ends up outscaling the matchup a bit. Corki can still have a lot of power late and does have a little lane pressure, but new Corki, I feel like doesn't scale quite as well as current Tristana.
So, we often don't like Nidalee. But guess what Frog's best champion is?
Renekton?
Yeah! And if they don't lock it in, I'm going to be extraordinarily upset, right? Like, if this is Nidalee Corki, then it's an absolute disaster. But instead, it's going to be the Kai'Sa. Priority lock-in here.
Yeah, this is interesting to me because it means on that third pick, you're basically going to have to lock in mid if you want to have a good matchup into the Tristana. And it's really important you have good solo lane matchups with a Nidalee. You know, you need that prio to be able to establish control. Wouldn't surprise me if you saw the Corki come out on 3 for DRX. For Nongshim, they are looking towards that Sejuani on either side, which has been a pretty solid staple for basically the whole year so far.
Doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to do battle with the Nidalee, but if you can avoid it, we've seen Sejuani's just get through the matchup just fine, unless the Nidalee's Canyon. That was an Olaf for a second. I think that this Renekton pick away is exactly what you'd want to do. But instead, the tier list coming in.
They're sort of humming and hawing in either direction. They end up going for the Skarners, so super strong front line already for Nongshim Red Force. A lot of bulkiness. And when you look at a front to back, with a Tristana, with a Sejuani, with a Skarner, you really feel comfortable. DRX will lock in that Corki, going to make sure Yehu has that pressure in the early game. And now go to the next phase of bans. They have banned out the Lucian. It'll be interesting to see if they ban out the Zeri, because obviously Kai'Sa's been doing pretty well in that matchup.
Ox, what are your honest feelings about what DRX have locked in so far?
I'm not particularly sold on it so far.
I'm incredibly upset.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be honest, if you want to peek behind the curtain, I'm kind of writhing on the inside right now.
Well, at least they can pick. Oh no, Renekton's banned.
Yeah.
A little bit unlucky.
Yeah, it's really unlucky. They had no opportunities to pick that one up.
No opportunities to lock the Renekton.
Because the worst part is, right, are they going to ban Corki Hui, like both of them, if you picked Renekton on 3? No, probably not. You'd probably be able to play either of those.
I think the Corki ban may be enough. I just
like... But you still, like, Hui is really good.
We're talking about the Corki, maybe the Kai'Sa. I think the problem was the Nidalee, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of draw back to that. And Cassante banned as well, so... We'll see what they opt to go for in the top lane. They do need some lockdown. They do need some engage. They will just take the Leona in this situation. And now Nongshim have to show what they're going to go for in the bot lane. The Zeri is on the cards. Obviously not the best matchup for the Kai'Sa we've seen, but still fine. But actually, it might be they're toying with the idea of putting the Tristana in the bot lane.
That would be very interesting.
Then again, I say that. Jiwoo is known to play mages in the bot lane, so who really knows?
Yeah, Jiwoo can sort of play kind of anything. He does really like this lady here.
Yeah.
As the Zeri is a consideration. That's going to be locked in. Nautilus is still up, so they could play Zeri. Nautilus, if they want to add even more CC and tankiness here.
Evrel's up, you know, I expect it'll be one of those two that'll come out in this situation. Kind of depends what Google wants to pick himself. He has been playing a lot of Nautilus in recent games, so maybe that.
Yep.
Don't think they'll take an Enchanter. It's a little bit risky, but, you know, could do. Depends how they feel about the matchup.
Zeri Lulu is a staple here in the LCK especially.
Does mean there's a bit of a risk, right? There's a lot of gank potential set up for DRX.
Oh, set up in the top lane, kinda, almost?
Okay, I feel a lot better about Nongshim's composition than DRX's.
Yeah.
If we go late, I feel like Nongshim kind of have it in the bag. I know that Camille's obviously a major threat in the side lane, but DRX...
But what about the poke?
Yeah. And the thing is, it's not even like old poke Corki where it really was significant with the Magic Pen build.
Well, you just said Cope Corki, which is kind of...
Cope?
Yeah.
Corki? Yeah.
It sounds about right with this this composition. Where, you know, we are a bit afflicted here at the LCK. We haven't necessarily seen, you know, Nidalee's not called Canyon find any success at all. We've been making jokes about it. We've been making references to it, and it hasn't gone away. It's plaguing us. This is a problem. I want to know what the remedy is, because we need to deal it out to everyone here in the LCK.
Yeah.
So that they can right the wrongs.
And you know, if DRX want to win with this in Italy, they really need to be setting the pace of this game. They need to put the pedal to the metal and not stop at any point. They need to be dictating all the plays. And I think the thing is, Nongshim's comp scales really well, but I think it has given space for DRX to do that. And if this was, you know, one of our top of the table teams, maybe I'd feel like, okay, I can see the angle. DRX has been playing well, but you know, they need a lot of faith that they're going to make this composition work.
Yeah, or just be way better. You know, you can certainly snowball with a composition like this. It could work out, but I'm a little bit worried. Let's dive into the rift for game number 1. All right, do have something that I want to ask you, and that is, how many people do you think really understand what pedal to the metal even means? Because how many acceleration pedals actually hit metal when you put them all the way down?
Yeah, I think people still get the saying, though, even if it doesn't physically happen.
Do you know why I think they still get it?
Why?
Because Fury Road exists.
Yeah?
And you actually see those scenes where they have the pedal lock that locks in like full down. And that scene actually exists. The Sponge is not going to be able to find a spear here. But maybe that's what's keeping it alive.
Maybe.
Because I know I've never owned a car where my acceleration pedal actually hits metal.
Maybe you just haven't owned a cool enough car yet.
Maybe that's true.
Have you tried getting one of those Fury Road?
The only car that I've ever owned was a Mazda 121.
And that didn't have
1994.
You didn't custom fit it?
No, I really wanted to. I wanted to drop a horizontal flat 4 in it like a WRX, and it would have been very funny.
Seems like a necessary thing in your daily commute, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of missed out on that one.
I did, and I daily commuted a lot in that car as well. It was not embarrassing. I loved it. I loved it a lot. It was a fantastic car. I got $50 for it when I left for Korea.
$50?
Yeah, $50.
50 Australian bucks?
Yeah.
Wow.
So not even that much. I was lucky I didn't have to pay someone to take it away, to be perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could have actually got a good deal.
Yeah. Well, here on the bottom side of the map, Pleta and Teddy just trying to hold the line here. Of course, you're not going to be doing too much as the Leona at level 1.
Imagine if you had that.
Lose, they're going to be feeling pretty good.
Imagine if you had that in League of Legends where you can kind of like bargain for items in the shop, you know. Boris had a sale
like a
every
barter
so often.
system?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I really don't want to build a model reminder. There's no healing.
Uh-huh.
But he said it's 20% off. So I kind of, you know, I think I got to. I think
that's pretty. And we have like little timeouts where we get to see what Boris is saying to these players and see which players fall for it and which ones don't.
Whispers in their ear.
Yeah. That'd actually be really cool. We don't have timeouts in League of Legends. I think maybe that could be something that could be done. Frog, man! All right, maybe Camille is actually just the answer to all of our prayers.
Maybe Frog is just the answer.
I think that is already established, but maybe Camille as well.
Yeah,
and
maybe
it's the combination.
Combo, yeah. Of course, Skarner will just throw boulders at you and kind of chill, so don't think he's under too much threat for dive here, although, I mean, Spongy's on the top side of the map. He is half HP. Maybe they can make something happen.
And Hookshot is set up, and that's kind of cool. We're going to see it attempted at least. There is a ward. Good position here, but Sponge gives himself up immediately. Let's see whether Frog finds it. He does not, but they don't pick up the turret aggro. So they get the flash, and Sponge is out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dundun played it well. I think avoiding the stun from the Camille, you can't really punish them for it, but only losing your flash in a situation, not dying, picking up all the farm that you can. He is down in CS, but got the XP. I think he can be pretty happy with. The problem is, though, Sponge potentially could still hover around. Looks like he's just going to reset, though. Not really a wave to play on.
Yep. Just gets that Rift Scuttler, gets a ward down. Wants to know exactly where Sylvie is going to be. We'll understand exactly when the Gromp camp is coming up as well. Should have some timings to know roughly where the Sejuani is going to be coming from. That's certainly good news. As you can see right now, going to be moving up there towards that top side. So a bit of extra information given over to DRX. You're going to have to see a little bit more if you want us to become believers in anyone other than Canyon playing this champion. As in goes Pleta. Spear going to go wide there as Jiwoo did immediately cleanse. So that's an okay miss on the spear.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big summoner take, and it's 4-minute cooldown for cleanse since the start of the season. So
Yeah.
a big reason why you've seen Leona kind of come back in the meta is obviously the cleanse cooldown nerf, but also a lot less tenacity in the game. Legend tenacity gone. Really have to build the Merc Treads. And in a game like this, when you have 3 big auto attackers on the enemy team, it's hard to justify the Merc Treads.
And we kind of do want them as well, so we'll just have to see. Currently things
Get one
pretty even.
cut, you know?
Yeah, I
Play
wonder what
field
Boris
cap
would
on
have
that.
to say about it
Yeah.
as well. He'd have pretty good arguments this time around. I reckon there'd be a few people that would fall for it. Teleport back from Dundun towards that top side of the map. And Frog just going for a reset himself. Got himself a Pahage, feeling good about that.
That's pretty big. And I think if you can keep applying the pressure on the top lane, if we can get Sponge to come up towards the top side again, I think maybe you can set up for something more. I think the problem is if you're, like, obviously Camille does scale well, but in the sort of view of the whole game, if we stayed in even game state, Nongshim are really fine. I don't think Dundun's under too much threat in the late game from a Camille in the side lane, but the front line that Nongshim will have, combined with those 2 strong carries and an Enchanter, hard to play against. Dundun has hit level 6. Frog isn't there yet, though.
Yeah, picks up a rock as Sponge comes in, lands that spear very nicely. And Dundun, with the Impale available, is not going to be trifled with, and understandably so as well, throwing these rocks around.
You know, and this honestly feels like it's a chain reaction from Dundun surviving the earlier dive, because if he dies there, he wouldn't be level 6. Maybe Frog would have some extra experience on the kill. He'd be level 6. That could have just been a dead Skarner right there.
Yeah.
So the ramifications of the earlier play. We do see bot side play coming out from Nongshim. Teddy and Pleta will respect it.
DRX actually completely reading this situation immediately as well. You saw Sponge moving already off these grubs, but Sylvie's going to flash on top of him. Permafrost comes down, explosive charges coming on through there. The spear going to go wide. Not able to get too much, but that flash coming out in trade for Sylvie's. See whether that's going to be important as this game goes on.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the Nidalee value to come through.
Yeah.
Still waiting to see it. Right now, hasn't really built up a significant CS lead. Only that flash win from Dundun and hasn't been capitalized on yet. And the fact that Nongshim able to get 2 plates on the bot side for this Zeri Lulu in a fantastic position.
Yeah, and we know that it is all about Jiwoo when it comes to Nongshim. So we're going to start off this dragon. And that should just belong to Nongshim here with the Nidalee mostly towards the top side of the map. It's just 1 grub remaining. Dundun making his way back to lane.
This is so big, though, for Nongshim. You know, anytime you have a composition where you're wanting to go later in the game, if you're able to secure early dragons, it's just delaying Eldritch, delaying Soul. It means even if the game goes a little bit amiss, you have time.
Yeah, and DRX kind of don't. Sylvie going to come on over, does not find the blue buff, and also that's the pounce on top of the Sejuani, and that could just be first blood going over to Yahoo. It is! Can they get another one? Is what the heck was Fisher doing? Oh dear, 2-0 here for DRX. The Nidalee, absolutely fantastic pick, taking full control of the early game. Extraordinary play.
Yo, we just forgot about Nidalee's hidden passive, mind control. It just willed Sylvie to try. He was like, you know, the game's going great.
The Boris Whispers have started, oh god!
Why don't you just try and fight Nidalee on a blue?
Yeah.
You're winning the game, why wouldn't you do this?
Well, Solar Flare gonna get a flash.
Oh, it's all going DRX. 2-0, they get the flash from Guga. All they had to do was just look appetizing.
Yeah, it absolutely worked. Not sure about that one. Certainly not great news here for Nongshim. But as you mentioned, they scale exceptionally well. I might have hammed it up just a little bit here with the amount that they managed to get done here. Is yeah, they're trying to go for the fight and they want to see what they can do, but the rotation was just a little bit too fast.
Yeah, see, we obviously got to hear what Sponge was saying, but we didn't get to hear his internal monologue where he was thinking, what is Sejuani doing right now?
Yeah. Sponge really in control of that situation, though, making the calls for everyone to move on over. So certainly good news there is Yahoo going to Valkyrie away. Fisher actually just walking down the fiery carpet.
Yeah, and I feel like we obviously had a lot of Tristana Corki back when Corki was that very much more scaling poke pick, but now, you know, Tristana jumps in on you, even with the shielding from Lulu, you just kind of put the Gatling gun in her face and you actually trade pretty well.
Yeah.
So very different matchup from what we've seen Sponge is just going to do some clearing up of that last grub he left.
That's pretty cute here, as there's a Killer Instinct on top of Guga. Teddy gonna pop the Plasma, but Guga's gonna survive. Yeah, zoning ultimate, yeah. Using his body for the zoning part of it. Not too bad.
Yeah, I think maybe thinking Guga level 5, doesn't have ult yet, doesn't have flash, but I mean with heal and just the lack of damage Teddy has, I don't think there's any way that was really going to happen anything. But, you know, only expended the ult. It's not really too much of an issue. Unless it's capitalized on, and right now Nongshim pushing this wave in a tower, and Sylvie is there. You can see that Sponge is looking mid lane. Not sure you're going to be able to really find anything on a Tristana, though.
Yeah, this is where they have absolutely zero setup. Also vision towards the river on the bottom side, so Fisher with full information of what's going on here. Able to grab himself the cannon. Very, very nice stuff. As Teddy's running out of plates. He's not even going to be able to have lunch soon.
Yeah, and he's got a dinner party later. It's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I hope it's a dinner party for 2, because that's the amount of plates that he has. Going to have to really hold on to that for the next 3.5 minutes. Otherwise, he's eating alone. Or just without plates.
He just has to hold the food in his hands.
Yeah.
It just...
I mean, there are some cultures, like, you could probably have an authentic dinner in a different culture that way.
But I'm just imagining, like, he's made spaghetti bolognese and he's holding it. And he's like, it's going everywhere.
That's my worry as well. It really just wouldn't be the way. And often I do feel like plates are a very important part of dinner, so this is important. There is, I believe, that one left. But Jiwoo is looking to try and eradicate that as well. That's all right, Frog. Down to 50%. Dindin was just driving towards him there as the lawnmower.
And, you know, despite the little hiccup earlier on, the gold's even. You know, the plates coming through really helped to alleviate that, and the game still feels like it's not really going the pace that maybe DRX had hoped. Dragon up in a minute, and especially with it being Cloud Chemtech, pretty good chance you're going to have a solid soul.
You mean Ocean?
Well, I guess they're hoping not.
It's got to be that trifecta, you know?
Yeah, the Trinity.
Yeah.
You know, all the dragons everyone's looking for.
Uh-huh.
You know, I think DRX really need to get this dragon, though, and start stacking them. Start looking towards that as a win con later on. Especially if it's a powerful one like Hextech. That could be the difference maker when it comes to winning this game.
And they have a lot of tools when it comes to single target lockdown. If they do get vision control, they can capitalize on it very effectively. So hopefully, you know, in this early game, this is where their composition is going to shine theoretically.
And you know, it is something to mention, as the game gets later and later, more and more emphasis is put on Fisher and Jiwoo. If DRX kills one of them, and as you said, a lot of single target lockdown to do so with the Camille and the Leona, if they kill either Fisher or Jiwoo, the composition of Nongshim may just fall apart.
Yeah.
So definitely looking to sort of pick up those carries as a priority in these fights. Right now, they're starting up the Dragon. I'm not sure Nongshim are going to be able to get close to this in time.
Going down exceptionally fast, so that is going to be the Securers. Now Sylvie looking for an opportunity here. Does find the ulti, but it's onto a Leona. That is dangerous. And it's a lot of damage being taken, but Jiwoo just trying to answer back. Fisher doing that front flip to get into the fight, and it's Pleta that tries to sacrifice himself. They lock down Teddy, though, and they'll grab Pleta as well. It's a double, and I think some certification over to Jiwoo.
Yeah, I mean, a Dragon, but 2 kills on the Zeri. I think I know which trade you want to take there. And DRX, they thought they'd just gotten away with it, thought they could sneak away. They had no response for Jiwoo coming in. The cleanse being up and available as well meant that even if Pleta locks him down, he's just going to be able to keep gliding forwards. The knockup from Guga, massive on top of that.
Oh, God. The amount of plates
is looking great.
Yeah, Jiwoo, I think he's the one that's going to be hosting the dinner party later because he has all of the plates.
Yeah, he's just been making a little collection. You know, he has so many plates, he has enough for the dinner party, and he's got a little collection in a cabinet like your grandma has, you know?
I hope he invites Teddy because Teddy doesn't have any plates. We're going to have a look from Jiwoo's perspective. As, yeah, he's just frontlining. He is an absolute monster. Calls for the wild growth there as well.
Yeah, and using the wild growth aggressively is so much better now. They extended the knockup to 1 second, and, you know, it doesn't seem like that much of a difference, but you can see Teddy just basically doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
It comes down to those duels, and obviously, once he hits the ground again, he's dealing with the Jiwoo with, you know, ult stacked up and the extra health from the wild growth. Very hard to deal with, and already this game is starting to seem rough for DRX.
Really is. We'll see whether this Rift Herald can help DRX out, as Teddy's going to rotate over and help take this one down. The rest of DRX, I mean, something that DRX have been doing well, and that is grouping up, getting ready for things, and putting pressure on. But Nongshim are the ones that are capitalizing from the amount of movement that DRX are doing around this map by taking down these plates, taking down turrets, as you can see here. Bottom side outer is going to fall. And so Rift Herald, yes, congratulations, they do manage to take that one, but Tristana with time to spare, taking down these turrets. That's real scary.
Just bolstering up that gold lead, and obviously, you know, using that Herald to maybe break mid-tier 1 is valuable, but I'm pretty sure the tower's super healthy at the moment. Not sure if you're really going to get much headway on the back of that.
I think so much comes down to Frog. That's what I'm feeling. Maybe it's time for Frog's ascension, you know? Maybe that's what this whole game is about.
Yeah,
the raid boss Camille.
That's why they drafted in Italy, just so Frog can have a carry game.
Yeah.
That's the strat. Yeah.
I don't think that Nidalee really played into it very much. I think that's the mind control we have seen plaguing the LCK. And, you know, we were talking about falsely learning wrong mathematics.
If only they'd listened to Chronicler. But to be fair, I don't really do that either, so I can't blame them.
Yeah, I know. But I also, you know, I think there's a few people that have had the same idea, so you don't necessarily need to exclusively listen to Chronicler, even if he is the one that is talking about it the most.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, but Nongshim, game's in a good position, and I just want to reiterate, they don't really need to do anything crazy right now. I really want to put emphasis on that, and I hope if I say it loud enough, they can hear me. You don't need to do anything crazy right. I see them hanging around that area. Baron's not up yet, but I really hope they don't get any ideas.
Well, Fisher diving in aggressively here. As you can see, Sponge with the purple hands for a bit of an opportunity. Hasn't used that Rift Herald yet, obviously, but see where it can go. Get them some extra money. Fleta moving aggressively forward here. Is Solarflare going to connect onto Sylvie? Spear's going to be landing here, and he's pretty tanky, but just not tanky enough. Buster shot, though! Executes the Nidalee. I was not expecting a 1-for-1.
Man, the Nidalee just got absolutely exploded. The damage coming out from Fisher already just kind of insane. So much put down to take out Sylvie, and it just ends up being a 1-for-1. Feels a little bit rough for the side of DRX.
Yeah. Felt like a lot invested there. With the fact that Fisher sort of just turns around and says, all right, bye-bye. It's also so much money going to the right champion as well.
Yeah, it was actually Pleta, I think, who got the kill in returns.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I say it's an even trade. It isn't even an even trade.
Yeah. Even as far as the kills are concerned, I guess.
Yeah, and in terms of who got the gold and also the impact on the game, it's definitely not. I know it's a decent setup here, but Sylvie definitely clutched it by getting the ult onto Sponge. As Sponged in, you could have maybe seen a scenario where he ended up hitting the Leona, but yeah, connects it really well, and the damage there just kind of absurd.
Yeah, Fisher really making sure that he gets all of the shots onto his explosive charge target as well. I mean, there were a lot of things, like if he was just attack moving back, like trying to kite or something like that, then maybe a couple of those shots don't land in the right spot, but he had the right target selection, very nicely done. And Jiwoo going to be joining Sylvie here as they look to take their Mountain Drake reward. We haven't really spoken about the Soul, but I think if Nongshim get a couple of these, that's enough.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, you know, some dragons, it definitely feels like the Soul is like, okay, this huge spike. Mountain Soul's strong, don't get me wrong, but the dragons alone, especially with a composition like Nongshim's with his super beefy front line, so much value there. And in return, DRX are going to just try and cash in with a Herald, get that tier 2 top. An injection of gold they definitely need, but that Dragon Soul win con is so far away right now.
I think DRX still have an opportunity when they find some of these 2-3 item spikes, right? As Jiwoo possibly in trouble, he's just going to skate away. Never mind, it's Zeri.
It's Zeri things.
Yeah, thinking that she's in trouble. Crazy. If there is a Camille on the screen, the Zeri might be in trouble.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to skate out of a Hextech ultimatum unless Frog puts it in a weird spot or something like that. Gets knocked around, but yeah, Jiwoo going to be absolutely okay when it comes to Solar Flares. Splitter once again walking up. I don't think he's going to be able to protect this turret though, as that is a flash away from the Glacial Prison. Nicely done from Sylvie to line that one up, as the Spirit's going to connect on to Dindin. Yeah, not a lot of wall respect here for Nongshim, especially with their big old front line in Dindin, as well as Jiwoo. Sylvie there illustrating that, in fact, Bristle can also do it.
Yeah, a lot of mobility across the team. And now, having taken the mid-tier 1, I think Nongshim really feeling really good about this game.
Yeah.
I mean, they already were, most likely. But it just means they can push the waves in pretty deep. It's going to be hard for DRX to contest. We have seen a bit of a farm lead be built up in the jungle, but I feel like that really doesn't mean much right now.
I think the mid lane
Fisher
is
and
probably meaning a bit more.
Yeah, Fisher and Jiwoo, both quite far ahead of their opponents right now. And I feel like that's the thing, is that as the game goes on, like the gold lead at the top isn't going to tell the full story, because there's a 1k gold lead for Nongshim, but you got to factor in that like Nidalee is quite far ahead of Sylvie, but that's only mitigating Fisher and Jiwoo's lead. So in reality, the people who have the gold and Nongshim are absolutely the right people, and DRX have a slightly fed Nidalee.
Yeah, and we know that that doesn't really mean all that much unless you're really able to accelerate the game. That is what is kind of happening right now as Teddy goes and picks up his red buff, courtesy of Sponge. Put that one for the team. Yeah, who does now have at least his Infinity Edge. So there is the sort of Infinity Force combo, which is, you know, one of the oldest 2-item spikes in the book. Not the most
so
amount of
weird
crit, but
seeing
if
it
you
back.
get lucky, it feels real good.
It's so weird seeing it back. Like, I remember the days people were just rushing into the first item, and that just hasn't been a thing for the longest time.
Oh, Caitlyn Berserker's Greaves Infinity Edge, you remember
Yeah,
when that felt
yeah.
really good?
Remember when everyone used to go Bloodthirst to first item and it stacked AD and lifesteal?
Yep. I remember you just... the way that you built AD champions was just to build Bloodthirsters until you couldn't build them anymore. Oh, love that.
Oh man, stacking items, truly the most based way to play League of Legends.
It's beautiful. Give me my revolver back. That's all I'm saying.
Back when Ryze, I mean, I remember there was this era where Ryze just built 6 Sword of Ages, and he was unstoppable.
It's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
My favorite Vladimir build was Hextech Revolver, Hextech Revolver, Hextech Revolver, Hextech Revolver, Will of the Ancients.
Nice. We are seeing some item spikes coming in, though, from DRX. As you said, the Triforce and the IE. We now got the Ginsus from Teddy, for the Leandries, for Sponge. I presume Frog's pretty close to having his Hydra completed. He's been sitting on that Tiamat for quite a while. With Dragon up in a minute 30, I can't emphasize enough, Baron is now up and available. This is DRX kind of last chance, I feel, to make their way back into the game. They want to not only win the Dragon fight and secure the Dragon, but transition that into a Baron. And then the game is playable.
Yep.
But I feel like if the Dragon goes over Nongshim, it's just going to become so hard from there on out. We can see the gold difference. So like 1.4k gold lead in the jungle for DRX, great. But that doesn't really mean nearly as much as the 1.4k gold lead for Jiwoo over Teddy.
Yeah, but what about the 21 gold lead for Pleto?
That is significant.
That's
right?
pretty powerful.
You know, he's going to have his Warmog soon. Oh, I think he's calling for it.
There we go. And you know, when you've got Eclipse giving you a lot of stats, then the health is actually really important.
Sure, that'll be the difference maker in this.
Oh yeah. Yes,
he
no,
didn't have enough for the Warmogs. Oh
yeah. Okay. Well,
that's sad.
We'll just cancel it all.
That's just for supports.
There are some power spikes as far as items are concerned coming in. Of course, you've got 2 items for Sponge, Yahoo, and Teddy that have just been completed. We're getting towards 3 for Fisher and Jiwoo, which is the scary part for Nongshim fans, but they're pretty important items here on the DRX side. Like, I think if you're going to fight, like, this is the time where you... Oh, that's not really what you want, but Sponge is the one that's really going to get punished because Jiwoo is here. That Captain Jack was beautiful out of the Zeri. Still does have to use it, but now Fisher is just taking a Mountain Dragon for free. Sponge is in the dirt, and DRX just really wondering why the heck they prioritize Nidalee this highly.
And not even just that, like, they were putting so much attention over towards Baron. Like, the Dragon was spawning. I'm just so confused how that happened, how that went down. But a good play from Dundun to punish Sponge, and game, I feel like it's just falling apart. The gold lead may only be 1.4k, but with that Dragon locked in for Nongshim, they are very confident, I feel, in this game going towards them.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. It's interesting that it isn't exactly the hugest of gold leads because it feels like this game is basically over with the amount of advantages that Nongshim have picked up for themselves. Yahoo here towards the bottom side, trying to get a little bit more of that gold back like we were talking about before. Outer turret still standing there.
Okay, well, this is the point in the game where you know things are doomed because they're trying to make a two-man bot play. But we'll watch the replay first. Sponge jumps out of the way of the ult, but then gets flash slammed to the wall. The boulder flies slow. The cleanse is really nice from Jiwoo. The chase down is good. And you know what? I think this shows how confident Nongshim are on the scaling.
Oh. If, they do something to you, then try and counteract it with the same strategy.
Hey, they did 2/3 of his health.
There you go.
Right? Well, they are going to take this tower pretty quickly with double Triforce, but
the answer is right there, and Fisher is there sort of by himself, or at least that's what they think. There is a Lulu and a Sejuani flanking for the moment, so very safe. Take this one down. Teleport coming towards the bottom side, though, as Dundun and Jiwoo looking to do it once again. And Yahoo was just left on his lonesome, wants to be able to take down some health bar of this turret, and will at least be able to grab a couple of Triforce procs before he does eventually definitely go down. There he goes. Jiwoo going to be able to get his 4th of the game.
he's so strong right now. And I think as well, the fact that Nongshim killed DRX jungler and just don't even think about Baron, I think they kind of learned from the mistake earlier. They know this game is in the bag if they just don't make any major blunders.
Yep. And just let DRX be the ones to start stuff. As we say that, they're going to start Baron.
So unnecessary.
With Sponge right here. And not a lot of vision over this wall as they are looking for the turn. Teddy, nowhere to go, no options at all. It was a cunning ruse. We thought that maybe we just cast a curse, and we didn't. They knew what was going on. They were baiting DRX in. They'll pick up their 3rd of this particular play, I guess if you include the kill onto Yahoo. And they'll take themselves a Baron as well. This is, I mean, it went from DRX sort of holding on, but like I think the last pinky finger that was on the edge has slipped off.
And you know what, I don't think I've been given enough credit to Nongshim. I think the 0-3 scoreline definitely hasn't sort of put them highly in people's estimations, but this was super clean. You know, the instant turn on the Teddy just completely deleted him. They get Platter as the bonus one. Don't allow it to be a 50-50, and confident in their strength, they make the play happen. You know, I feel like Nongshim taking control of the game, not just playing out a sort of slow, calculated bro maneuver. They've decided we're going to actually take our advantage and run away with the game, and now 145 until that soul, the mountain soul available, which, I mean, I've said already the game feels very hard from here. That would make the game basically unwinnable for DRX, but with the Baron in hand, they can just apply so much pressure here and try and take those tier 2 towers out away from DRX.
I can understand I'm a bit bamboozled as well. It's not what I was predicting.
Maybe it's just Nidalee. You know, if Nidalee's on the enemy team, your team just becomes godlike.
I do think that DRX didn't do a lot of favors for themselves with the draft, but I also think that Nongshim have been playing expertly with what they've been given as Frog looks for that opportunity on Jiwoo, and Jiwoo will not give it to him. Never mind. He tries to dash away, but it does not work. Still, he stands his ground. Finally, he falls down, but I think the damage may have been done. That flash, pretty sexy there from Fisher as well as Fleta. He's going to get impaled and destroyed, and I think Jiwoo, I think that he may have just done it. Stayed alive through it all until the very end. And Nongshim, they're going to break open the base and maybe even just win right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right idea from DRX to try and kill Jiwoo, but you just saw how long he survived, how much damage he's able to do in that situation with the Runans, able to counteract the play. And now Nongshim just looking to end here.
Yeah.
No opposition from DRX. Teddy up in 6, DRX, Sponge up in now, but he's not going to be able to do anything.
Nope. He's going to have to watch his Nexus go down once again. Nidalee picked with limited setup, and they just fall in a hole. Beautifully played, though. I don't want to take anything away from Nongshim, but so much needs to be looked at here on the DRX side. There were many times in that draft where we were thinking this could be picked, and they just go the complete opposite direction. This could be picked, and then they go over here, and it just isn't really what we were expecting from this team that did look like they were on the up and up.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to praise Nongshim for that, because, like I said, I think the game could have been a lot more slower, a lot more tentative. I feel like they took advantages when they could, and other than that one blunder, a very clean game. But DRX, I think the space is going to have a field day with this one.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. I think Huni is going to have a rough time really keeping himself together after watching what happened in that particular draft. DRX, though, opportunity to bounce back. It is, of course, a best of 3. But having a look at these damage numbers, right, like Jiwoo tripling what Teddy was able to put out after Teddy having absolutely heroic performances on the Kai'Sa so far this season. I mean, you pick things in the wrong spots, and even though you are very good at these champions, it doesn't matter, right? You need to have the tools to allow them to succeed. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, going to break that one down, and we will see you for game number 2.
미드에서 썸네일 수도?
바텀라인
여기 좀 시원하게 못 들어?
여기를 꽉 잡고 있어야 돼 우리 얘들아. 게임이 카밀 이플
봐도 돼
가줄게.
기다리 잡았어 제리 봐줘 우리 제리 봐줘 좋아 카밀
빨리 진짜.
야, 네 끝나 이거 끝나 미드 가면 끝나 어디로 갈래
미드로 잡고 갈게. 이거 빨리 잡아줘. 아니면 1대1 잡어 그냥. 잡아라. 다.
끝났다.
First blood has been drawn by Nongshim as they take down DRX in game number 1. We'll break it all down here in the space. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Huni. And another Nidalee pick, another
We tried to warn them. We tried to warn them. There's a crying Nidalee on the screen. We didn't even highlight it in the drafts because I feel like at this point it is self-explanatory. It keeps happening. There is no reason, and this wasn't. I don't even think this was like the worst Nidalee draft that we've had. There was actually a Leona with it. There was a Camille, but realistically, if you're a middle of the pack team, just don't bother. Like the execution with this pick is there. Imagine if that was Karthus, and you just press R at the beginning of a fight, and then the enemy team loses 30% of their HP.
Yeah, I mean, as a Nidalee, as itself the pick, like it actually has to be more accelerated. Like this game was like way too passive from the DRX. Like sure, they tried a diving top in Ollie, but it didn't succeed. And then sure, and then Nongshim actually kind of they throw the game like Ollie like 2 kills, and especially with that like maintaining prio and then keep invading it against the Sejuani and getting the visions and pressuring the enemy team like Ollie on that has to be needed, but we didn't see at all. Like the last proactive play was just diving top.
Yeah, they kind of. I think they did try. They had the right idea, but then the problem again. This is why we keep going back to Nidalee pick. If you make one mistake, the game is done. Like there's a reason why this pick was part of some of the most iconic comebacks we've had in the LCK. The 10k deficit, that was Nidalee Renekton, and that was Kenyon that lost on that pick.
All right, well, let's see how it all played out here in this first game as we take a look at the highlight. At first, down on the bottom side of the map here at Drake, this is where we get to see Jiwoo, the heir to the human Nexus.
This is the biggest blunder, right? Like what the Chronicler was explaining, like this is the reason why you can't actually have a mistake. But first of all, I think the DRX, the movement was so disrespect. Like Corki went bottom, and the three people went to the blue side jungle, which is like, if Corki was together with the team, the Sejuani would not be able to make these type of the engage. Like it was would have been too over aggressive. Otherwise, I mean, just like it's so over. Like especially like the Geo just pick up the 2 kill, and then but Lulu and Zeri, and also mid lane has a Tristana. And jungle with the Sejuani, it's so easy for them to play. The rest of the game was so smooth.
Because we talk a lot about DRX, I also think this is the setup for success. I think Gugur just hasn't been that great. Putting Gugur on an Enchanter, where all he needs to do is just enable Jiwoo. Jiwoo on a hyper carry. In this case, the Zeri is obviously the one that's strongest in the meta at the moment. Just play around him. Just enable him, allow him to carry the team fights, and that's probably your best way towards a victory.
And I feel like that's what teams that are finding success have done so far. They've figured out what their win con is and play around it very easily. Obviously, Jiwoo is this for Nongshim as we take a look at highlight number 2. This is over at Baron, and keep your eyes on Teddy on this one.
I mean, it's just so smooth, and also like even Teddy was trying to scratch less counter. Like it doesn't even matter. Like these flash would have not saved the game anyway, and the game was already so as a state. It's like it's so doomed. The DRX that can't really do anything with, especially the Camille and Nidalee was not even actually having a good time. The side lane, so the Nongshim just take the 5-man. Oh, there's a big objective. Like let's just hit and turn. It's just how it is. It's easy it is.
Yeah, with Camille, one of the things is you want to get to 2 items and then you're a real threat. The game was lost by the time Frog was online. He didn't really get to play the game at any point.
Yeah, and what you're starting to see against the Nidalee is if you have 2 beefy boys, you got the Skarner, you got the Sejuani, then you can play against it. In that case, no way in for Nidalee, which is why our highlights were Drake fight, Baron fight. Stuff in between, Nidalee was looking for stuff, wasn't able to find it. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 1. We have a pretty good idea who it is, and that's right. The heir to the Human Nexus title takes the POG.
Happy to see a good game out of Jiwoo. I think that he just hasn't really been able to live up to the high standard that he set for himself, particularly throughout the entirety of last year. He was the shining light of this roster. He was one of the main reasons why they won so many games. I think this game, the best clip that we saw of him was the clip earlier where he dove into multiple people. This guy regains his confidence. Nongshim can be a really strong competitor to the Brion's, to DRX, and to BNK Fearex.
So especially, I think that the final type of the composition they are trying to game with the Geo, and I think the fact that they actually succeeded like this POG, I think it's actually a really big dub for them.
Some votes for the mid. Pog Media all on the same page here.
I also think the Fisher vote, Fisher had the early kill where he jumped in and just kind of died. That was rough, but outside of that, I did think he played a good game, absorbed a lot of pressure on top as well.
So, guys, I don't get to gloat all that often, so I'm going to take this moment right now.
What do you? They haven't won yet.
The only
Not
person to vote for Nongshim to get the win over DRX was me, along with Gogo and Captain Jack over on the Korean broadcast. So I just wanted to shout that one out.
It's a little early, Deacon.
Well, it is a little early, but I'll take it now. Will it work out for me? I hope so. Let's find out by sending it on over to Atlas and Aux.
We'll let you know immediately after the draft, Egon. If DRX decide to entirely run it down there once again, then we will start singing your praises, but prior to that, we will not.
I'm really hoping DRX win now because Mao and Huni are going to be so
Oh, yeah. I'm so ready. I also think that the mid votes, I kind of love it. It's the protest vote. It's this Tristana champion is broken. Please. Stop. Jonah Strong right there. Absolutely fantastic work.
I mean, I just feel like, we've seen Tristana mid for a while, but with the current iteration AD carry items, she's just so strong once she gets going. Her damage is just absurd. It feels like for the longest time, Tristana's always been that champion where it's like, oh, well, her range gets longer later on, but she never really felt like that much of a scaling pick compared to like the AD carry late game. Now it really feels like she's hit a stride, and I think she is such a menace to deal with. So DRX and on blue side, I expect they will prioritize Tristana if it's left open. We'll see what else happens in the draft. First and foremost, though, they are denying the Sejuani from Sylvie. I really hope that isn't the takeaway. They're like, oh, guys, Nidalee lost because of Sejuani. Ban Sejuani, pick Nidalee. And you know what? I don't think Nongshim are going to do them any favors. I don't think they're going to ban Nidalee themselves. I don't think they...
Unless they ban everything that isn't Nidalee to try and convince Nongshim to pick Nidalee.
That would be genius.
That would be genius. I don't know whether that's exactly where it is going to be going. As the Ashe going to be taken away as well as the Talia. Very similar to last time around. Maokai Rumble, they were both bans on the red side for DRX. The only flex ban that they've really had is the Sejuani, like we were talking about. The Callista was taken away otherwise. One final ban here for Nongshim Red Force, and a lot of things still left up and available. The Senna was the one that was taken away last time, as well as Callista, and it will be Callista that's prioritized in the ban list here.
Gotta be Trist first pick. I've got to feel...
Oh, no.
That's not Tristana first pick.
That really isn't.
The thing is, like the theory here is you pick the Nort so they can't go Senna Nort, but they can just go Senna Tom and the Nort's instantly devalued massively.
Yeah.
But they could just pick the Tristana here, and I feel like that's such a free giveaway. I feel like Fisher's best performances have been on Tristana.
Most mid laners that we have here in the LCK's best performances have been on Tristana. To be perfectly honest, she is extremely strong. And that is going to be locked in. You can just lock in Tristana Senna if you'd like to, and then kind of watch DRX flail about a bit. Instead, going to be considering a Kai'Sa for Jiwoo. That would be very interesting.
Yeah, maybe concerned about the Kai'Sa Nort, so want to deny that immediately. And now, I mean, I imagine DRX are probably just going to take Corki into the Tristana. That's just kind of been the handshake matchup. No longer Azir Corki, it's now Tristana Corki.
I wouldn't mind Yahoo to go back to something else, like the Hui option that he has employed in the past.
This would be the moment where they show growth by not picking Nidalee. And by picking the Azir, kind of has cemented they aren't going to go the Nidalee. We'll see what they opt to round out the composition. They're looking at junglers, looking at
a lot of different options.
But yeah, the Azir haven't really seen that much this season so far. They will take the Skarner that Dundun had last game, so trying to bolster up their own front line here. Not really too sold so far for DRX.
No, neither am I.
But it's better than last game. They didn't pick Nidalee.
That's true. There is no Nidalee. A possibility that the Nidalee will also be banned away, which is going to feel absolutely fantastic. Nongshim could also be mind-controlled into picking the Nidalee themselves, as they were hovering the Pantheon for a really long time until Cassante is going to reign true. Of course, one of the better matchups into the Skarner. We've seen this handshake many, many times, and I do hope that Jonah Strong does not bring us up there.
It's also very funny just seeing them both do completely broken things with regards to kidnapping people. You know, Cassante will just drag them through like 3 walls, and Skarner just pincers them and just drags them back.
The best part is, like, Cassante can drag Skarner through a wall, and then Skarner can just walk back through the wall away from him. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Senna going to be taken away here finally.
Yeah, interesting we didn't see Prio on the center note. I do feel like it's definitely fallen off a bit since spring, but something still we could have seen DRX take. But I'm not sure it really suits Teddy. You know, because it definitely feels like a more supportive pick when you take the center. You take a long time to become a carry in your own right.
I think they also rely on Teddy to get more work done in the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
And he needs to be online fast enough to make that actually happen. We've seen centers that are employed early just don't necessarily get that done. As Leona going to be taken away from Guga. See what the final ban is going to be up against him, of course. Quite a few things do work alongside the Kai'Sa.
You could just ban the Zeri, you know, maybe you're not too concerned about it because the Kai'Sa's been doing good into it. Instead, go for the Xin Zhao, which Sponge has played a decent amount last split.
Yep.
I think maybe the Alistair ban makes sense for DRX here. They banned the Nidalee.
And Nongshim fans all breathe a sigh of relief.
Man, it's like, you know, when you see, like when a NASA spaceship takes off and you see the control room and they're all cheering like crazy. That's fans right now. They are losing it. And Zyra would actually be so... Nautilus would have such a bad time into that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good time. This sounds fine, as the Viego going to be taken away. Teddy cycling through a few of the options that he does have. I think Zeri Nautilus could certainly be an option here, and he is going to lock that one away, just playing the other side of the matchup. And that is Jax, going to be locked in here for Frog, as it confirms that we have either Jax jungle or Skarner jungle. Skarner jungle, I think, is a little bit more likely, as, oh, the set Kai'Sa, a bit of the aiming life special from back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I feel like I probably would just go Alistair here, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like they're going to do that.
Yeah, they're going to do that.
They're going to do that.
It makes me a little bit...
yeah, I'm kind of thinking it'd be the Jax jungle, you know, specifically in the Viego is obviously very auto-based. And then just stick to...
Automatically based?
He is automatically based.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
I will say, like, DRX's comp is definitely better than last game because they don't have the Nidalee. But I still feel like Nongshim, you know, getting the Tristana Kai'Sa good matchup into the Zeri, and Tristana just so strong right now. Kind of feeling pretty confident. I will say, though, the Jax actually has a lot of value because it's a full AD composition from the side of Nongshim, and everyone's auto-attacking. You do have the Kai'Sa who has that hybrid damage, but she's still auto-reliant. So the Jax counter-strike has tremendous value. So decent pickup there. And again, it's not Nidalee.
Yeah. Now, this is the thing. Like, that's all they really needed to do. In my book, that was not play the Nidalee. One of the other things that I would have seen as very, very good as well was the Tristana priority, not necessarily being there on the DRX side. The first pick, Nautilus, is a bit confusing, but we do know DRX relies on Pleta a lot. Nautilus can get so much done in these team fights if the depth charge goes out correctly, if you find the right hooks to start things off. And they do have so much CC in this composition. It is insane. The thing that I'm worried about is the mid lane. I don't know whether Azir is the same champion that he used to be and up against one of the most broken mid laners in the meta right now in the Fisher. Tristana, that is going to be a bit of a worrisome sign. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh man, the Hockey Jack skin. It's been a while since we've seen that one. Good times. I was very sad that I missed out on that skin.
Oh, because it was the...
That was the Winter Olympics of like 2012 or something.
Yeah, it's
like
so
that.
it's so interesting when you think back to like the...
No, 2010. Was it?
It was
that
a
early?
long time ago.
Because that was like when Toboggan Corki came out as well.
Dude, the skin for Toboggan Corki.
I loved it. That was my favorite Corki skin.
Oh, and
it was so long.
What was it? The Union Jack Fiddlestick.
Yeah, and the weird lopsided Anivia.
Oh man,
it was very odd.
Dude, I love just those janky skins we used to have.
Oh, so good.
Like Lollipoppy and so.
As Pleta is going to face check and then immediately regret his decision and walk away. Does manage to find the wall, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Sand Soldier spotting what's going on here, as Pleta still hasn't flashed and won't have to, but will miss out on a bit here.
So the bad news is that he's obviously going to be late to lane. The other bad news is he actually burned both health potions there.
Got it. What about the good news?
If you're an Nongshim fan, this is a fantastic start.
Ah, you're not allowed to do that. You were talking about it from his perspective.
Yeah, I kind of didn't have an answer on that one. And
he's
rather
not
than,
dead.
Rather than openly say I don't have an answer,
He didn't flash.
Circumvent it. Well, yeah, that's true.
They get the information as to where the jungler and the bottom lanes are.
They don't have a Nidalee on their team. That's.
He's not Nidalee. There's a few things here as Fisher is going to jump on top of Yehu and trading a few autos here.
Fisher's just playing Mario.
He is.
Just jumping on top of Yehu, that is the strategy. And Sylvie going to steal away the red buff here, so pretty positive start for him. And it seems Sponge has not noticed.
Wasn't spotted on the mini wave, actually waits.
Oh no, that...
Did they? Yes.
They should definitely...
Did they see?
Actually, it's kind of hard.
No, that's the thing, it's hard because you don't see it on the minimap.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether they have the information as to what's going on there. As Sponge is going to be seen on a ward, and Sylvie, after clearing out the entirety of the bottom side of the bottom jungle, is going to be able to slink his way out once again. So Sponge going to be able to at least get some of these raptors, and then we'll get the bad news as ships in the night. Sylvie going to path back towards his side, and will be
Well, I think he knows
his red.
He knows where Sylvie is now, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, Sponge gets the information, so at least doesn't go over to his Krugs to get sad. That's good news.
And now it kind of comes down to, are you confident you can take a 2v2? Because it looks like he's going to try and do something mid, but he's kind of just...
He just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he's kind of just chilling.
Yeah, and it's probably suboptimal. Right now, just sitting in this brush.
You know what?
I wanted to know what Guga's doing, I guess.
I think it is suboptimal. I don't think it's a probably.
Yeah.
He's getting the scuttle, though.
There we go. Gonna look for that one as Guga was in this brush. You can see Sylvie coming on down. Let's see whether he does manage to steal this one away, and there he is not able to.
Yep.
But he's still got his entire top side to get through. There is not a lot of places that Sponge can go right now.
I think Sponge wants to go for the top side scuttle, but I think Sylvie's probably just going to take that and then immediately head back into his jungle. So, and also the problem is, Yehu is not having a good time in this matchup. We were wondering, is this, you know, is Azir for some reason, was there a hidden buff? No.
No, there wasn't.
He's not having a good time in the Tristana. You can see the jungle pathing on the bot side. It just doesn't seem fair.
Yeah. Sponge going to look to move around. I think spotted that Fisher did put that ward down.
And now Sponge will just do the thing of going, yep, he cleared that camp. Oh, we're going to head up to the Raptors. Actually, he's skipping the Raptors. He's going to look in here.
He's just going to face check. Does manage to get right on top of Sylvie here. Finds the counter-strike as well. Level 4 for the Viego, but doesn't have very much health. Be able to get a Q off, and let's see who's going to be able to lock this one down. It's Sponge that collects the red.
And
so that is actually huge. He'll also be able to get up here towards the top side as Dundun going aggressive towards Frog. Has a full mini wave to deal with here. And Sponge going to have that one smote away. Should still be able to get a few of these little rocks. And regardless, this is good news for the Jacks. Kind of feeling like he's back in the game.
Completely solved it. I was so scared because I saw Fisher moving up, and I'm like, oh, do you really want to be hanging around here? But that initial trade from Sponge went so well, and I feel like this is kind of why they picked the Jacks, you know. Viego has limited options against the pick when so much of your damage is relying on auto attacks and on hit effects.
That's all right, Void Seeker not going to be able to stop the back from Teddy.
It will keep seeking.
Indeed. Nothing has really been sought, though. It's not quite like an enchanted crystal arrow that does infinitely seek. The Void Seeker does lose interest relatively quickly. Still want to get the count of, like, I want Riot to have the number of missed Ash arrows that are now, like, polluting the air of Runeterra. Because maybe that's actually why they delayed the MMO, because they couldn't, like, get enough code to fit in all of the arrows that would be flying around the sky.
But do you think they just eventually keep going until they hit something? And you know how the stun gets longer the longer it's traveled? Will it be like someone gets hit and this one's being...
I think they just stun each other in the sky over and over again.
You reckon? I feel like some dude's just going to be, you know, walking his dog or something. He gets hit by an arrow and he's frozen for like 7 years or something.
No, but remember, like, League of Legends is played, like, hovering above.
Oh, yeah.
So when that gets fired out, it just goes off into the atmosphere sort
I
of
feel like
thing,
the problem
and just starts orbiting.
You're getting into lore now, and it's like, what about the summoners?
that'll
you
be
know?
like that'll be retcon tomorrow, and I'll just look stupid.
What about the summoners, Atlas? What are they doing?
What about the Teemo that's observing? Oh, what happened?
It's.
Although I don't think the Teemo was ever really canon. That was
No.
always just freak.
I'm not even sure what the I feel like now I'm a bit unsure what the actual ironclad lore is when it's like, because I feel like there was a whole
There's a buster shot to throw Yahoo
damage.
back.
I feel like that at least with the summoners we kind of knew. Okay, they're all resolving political disputes. The summoners are controlling them. Or something. Was that it? I don't.
Yeah, that's what it used to be. You used to just take control of your heroes,
Well, what is it now?
Well, now they're just champions, and they are themselves.
But what's the reason?
They are
they're
our
fighting on the rim?
avatars.
Why are they? But if you go on the avatar thing, that's
Because they're the representatives of their region, chosen to fight to solve regional disputes.
So is that the current thing, or is that the?
I have no idea. I made that up. Sounds like it could be right though.
Quick, let's talk about something in games so we can move on.
Lore discussions with Orcs, everyone. He knows the mechanics of every support champion in the game, has no idea where they come from.
Clueless. That's my great weakness,
What about Tarek? You know where Tarek's from, right?
He's... What's it called? It's the same as Pantheon and Leona.
Yeah.
Targon.
There you go.
I watched the cinematics.
Yeah.
They didn't really answer my questions, but they looked cool.
Wasn't it the people in Targon that were the ones that found Aurelian Soul and in the past tried to take his power and stuff like that, and now he's really mad about it? I don't know, man. I'm going way too deep in things that I don't understand at all.
That sounds like
That sounds cool, Atlas. All right. Let us know on Twitter if you have any lore tidbits that you'd like to share with us, and we'll have a chat about them in game number 3 if it exists.
Someone is listening who knows all the lore,
I know, they're just
they
in
are
permanent
so
cringe.
angry. This is a vein bulging right now.
Yeah.
I would say that they've muted already.
And they know that where that vein is from, they know exactly where she learnt how to use a crossbow and all that sort of stuff.
Yep, they know everything.
Although in my brain, she's just like Hugh Jackman from the Van Helsing movie.
Yeah.
That's Vane, my headcanon. All right, we'll stop butchering the lore. Has anything happened in the game?
Not really. It's been a lot of farming. Well, I say a lot of farming, a standard amount of farming. The real advantage
Not an upgraded amount of farming in comparison to other games.
not like a Chovy amount of farming or anything. Everyone has decent... just in time.
Scuttle battle. Never mind. It is just a ward dead, Scuttle taken, and Sylvie will smite a Raptor.
That's the big takeaway, right? Is Sponge, it started very rough, but he bounced back.
He did.
Which is exactly what DRX need to do in this series.
That's beautiful. What's the lore behind Wraiths turning into Raptors? Why did a Sentinel turn into a Brambly guy?
I don't know.
Where did the Cinderlings go?
Why do they just stand there until someone attacks them?
That's a very good question. They're hibernating. It's always one season here on Summoner's Rift. And it's hibernation season, unfortunately, for all these buffs. As red buff going to be secured here by Sponge. Nice bit of counter jungling has been done, and honestly, the bounce back does continue in a pretty epic way, as I'm just really waiting for stuff to happen so that we don't need to pretend to know things or not even really pretend to know things about the lore of this game.
Yeah, in terms of topics, we could have started to talk about...
I could actually just read out lore articles that are on the internet. I do have access to...
The internet is a thing.
To the internet.
I feel like there was a terrible idea to dive into the lore.
I know.
As a topic.
When we are completely ill-prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to know things about the lore, but now it's all just irrelevant.
I feel like it's not even just like us as there is other casters on the LCK team who I feel like would have done a much better job. I'm certain Mao knows plenty about the lore.
I'm sure he does. I imagine D-Gun does too, because he did the base thing, predicted Nongshim, knew that they were going to win.
I don't know if you know this, but Mao actually studied lore at university. He has a law degree.
Oh, that's why he says he's not a lawyer, because you don't spell lawyer like that. He studied LORE.
Right, exactly.
Oh, he'd be a Laurer.
And that's why he talks about video games instead of being like the guys from Suits, you know?
It makes sense. Oh. Man, that's actually kind of ruined things for me, though. Oh, we might have a bit of a fight here. That's an immediate flash out from Yahoo. They do manage to secure the dragon. As out goes Sponge with the assistance of a buster shot. Max range shot, though. He's going to connect onto Guga, and he knows that he is dead. That is going to be first blood very, very late here at 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Going to Teddy.
Yeah, and Nongshim get the dragon, get out. 2 in the bag already, sets him up pretty well, but the kill going over to Teddy. Definitely a good consolation prize for DRX there. And you know, they put value on this Nautilus with that first pick. Does have that lockdown potential. Obviously, Platter has been such a strong player for this lineup. But still, not a crazy amount of action and not a crazy advantage for either side on the back of this.
And speaking of Nautilus, we do have access to Nautilus's entire biography.
Oh.
Courtesy of the League of Legends website. To understand the legend of Nautilus, one must first know the man. For even the tallest of tavern tales agree, he was indeed a man.
He was a man.
He was. Though the waves have washed away the name he was born with, most remember Nautilus as no mere sailor, but as a savage diver. Just beyond the... Isn't that just a bad sailor?
Yeah, how could you be a savage diver?
Yeah, it's just a bad sailor. You just fell out of the boat.
But he's diving underwater and he's like, what made him a savage diver, you know?
Well, sometimes you just want to add those words before the word diver.
Is it like he's angry and a bunch of air bubbles come out, you know, when he's like underwater? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but it's already a very large section of text that we're going to have to get through here. So you'll have to let me know if any action does happen. We do have some farming in the mid lane. Sponge is taking his Grump. We'll find this control ward, and they have a lot of vision towards that top side. So back to where we were.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot from this lore.
Yeah. Just beyond the southernmost reach of the Blue Flame Isles lies a graveyard of ships, rumored lost while searching for a blessed land. There's trading happening, as there's an Emperor's Divide also. Fisher is going to take a few Sand Soldier autos. Guga just dealing with that control ward in the meantime.
Okay, I'm not really following the lore now, because...
Yeah, sorry.
It started to talk about Sand Soldiers. Are we in Shurima now?
Yeah, no, we're not. We're still looking for a blessed land, looking to trade with wealth for immortality.
Oh, like the plates in the top lane.
Exactly, and the plates may have some of the, the Fountain of Youth there, which I believe is the storyline that we're alluding to here, as he does manage to take that plate. On a fair day, their glittering holds beckon from beneath the surface. Many crews sought divers to collect the lost fortune, and none could match the skill of the quick-sinking hulk of solid muscle that was Nautilus.
Wow.
Sounds pretty epic, because I really thought that he was just from Rapture.
Yeah.
But apparently that's not the case. Not canon.
Yeah, I thought that was the crossover.
Was that retcon?
Maybe that was back in the day. Back when we had like King Rammus and Chosen Master Yi.
Yeah.
Back in the day where they were like, we can do a little crossover.
It wasn't really though, was it? All right, Fisher is going to get the bad news. Yahoo immediately jumps on him.
Oh, there's Platter.
There's the depth charge. You can't dodge that one, as he's now waiting for the rocket jump. Beautifully done there. Gets the flash out. And Nongshim will not lose their mid laner, but they will lose their top outer turret. That is first brick going over to DRX as well. A much better look for them. I'm sensing nerves from a certain Dagon backstage that we might be heading towards a deciding game number 3 that Nongshim will then have to win in order for his prediction to indeed reign true.
It's crazy. They have an advantage, right? And they don't even have an Italy. It's like, I would have
How do they do it? Look at Leap Strike!
Oh.
Italy would have just pounced over there, though. You need to waste a ward in order to do that on the Jax. It's just one of the sacrifices you have to make for being a worst champ.
Based on the draft priorities I've seen these teams had, I assumed you could only win early game with Nidalee.
Yeah.
And I appear to have been mistaken. So...
That's the only way that you can fight Sejuani.
Is there anything in the lore that tells us why teams are picking Nidalee?
Well, let's delve into the next paragraph, shall we? With lungs that could steal the air from a galleon's sails, Nautilus preferred to freedive. Didn't need any of that extra oxygen. Always bringing up plenty of gold or jewels for the crew. The man demanded no special wages. He only asked the captain toss a coin overboard as they set out, honoring and appeasing the vast ocean.
Just
A sailor's
little-
superstition, to be sure, but many a seafaring crew made such offerings to ensure a safe return. Also pretty scared because he was a hulking man,
But
if
it's
you
just
remember.
literal support, you know?
Yeah, straight up.
He's giving his money to his teammates, not taking
That's
it
where
himself.
Pike gets all that money from, I think. I imagine that's probably part of the lore. As we could have a bit of a fight here. Teleport in from Fisher. Does take a little bit of damage there, but isn't too worried about it otherwise. As Nongshim setting themselves up for this first Mountain Drake. Guga just going to try and turn this engage. They managed to pick up the Jax, and he is absolutely destroyed. Beautifully done there. Guga just making things happen, but now Pleta going to be able to take him down. The punishment is instant, and so is the sadness on Digon's face as they take control of this one. Another hook! And that buster shot, fantastic. Into the backline goes the Azir, but there's no one that was ready for it. Sylvie is going to do his attempt, and it's going to work way better as bring the man back up on the screen yet again, because Nongshim, they'll win the fight in the end.
A little bit touch and go at times, but they managed to come through strong, and it all came from taking out Sponge before he even got a chance to press his counter-strike. I was talking about how with a lot of auto-attackers, they would struggle to deal with the Jax, but I guess it works out fine when you don't let them play the game.
I tell you what, though, pretty impressed with Guga and his immediate turnaround on that engage. For the DRX, we're happy to have found it, but he is Alistair after all.
Yeah, the flash combo into the drag from the Xante, really well executed there. Doesn't let him play the game at all. And then it gets a little bit scary here, but the big thing is the Viego. You know, the reset potential is so threatening, so even though the fight seems very back and forth here, we see, you know, Fisher gets challenged, starts to get taken low. But Yahoo goes in, goes down, and now Sylvie has a reset, and DRX know they can't follow through in this fight.
And also there was just a lot of split fighting, right? The Azir goes in, Emperor's Divide comes out, but there's Killer Instinct available from Jiwoo, so he immediately repositions. And Teddy is fighting him right now. There's the flash, the barrier comes in, the burst fires, and finally Teddy will be able to take him down. Man, that looked dicey, but he's able to get the 1v1 against his opposite number. And Teddy could be a big win condition here.
Yeah, the human Nexus fight goes to Teddy. It looked close. There was a couple of shots missing from Teddy towards the end, but Jiwoo didn't have the ultimate available, didn't have barrier as well, and as a result, wasn't able to win that 1v1, and now Teddy picks up the Immortal Shield Bow. Pretty big spike to have.
Yeah, 2-0-1 now on the Zeri. Definitely the good news story here of DRX thus far, outside of the fact that there's no Nidalee. You don't necessarily need to go into that one, as Yahoo commanding his soldiers to go aggressive, as once again, it is a big engage. A little bit of an overextension perhaps there from Sponge, but he can just leap strike his way out. They do get the Unbreakable Will out of Guga. Kind of surprised there weren't more summoner spells used on the side of DRX in that little play.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of them weren't used just because people were kind of dying before they got an opportunity. But the thing is, you know, despite the back and forth, the gold is pretty even. But Nongshim have 3 dragons. You can see here, you know, it's this Q that ends up missing that's so close.
Yeah,
it follows through in the end.
Let's go.
Let's go. No translation required there. I know that feeling, you know, when you're so jazzed, you're so locked in,
Yeah.
and it doesn't quite work out.
When you just get zeried.
Yeah, you just get zeried. Release date diff. Sometimes happens.
2 minutes until that next dragon, and I feel like Nongshim could end up going for that play we typically see where when teams have 3 dragons to 0, you kind of lean towards the Baron. And you know that DRX cannot let the dragon go, but you can kind of force them into a really uncomfortable position as a result. Because obviously if DRX give over the Baron, they're in a terrible spot. If they give over the dragon, they're in a terrible spot. Nongshim happy to take the dragon themselves or trade a dragon for a Baron, no doubt.
Yeah. You can see here that it's Sponge that's attempting to set up for something onto Fisher on the top side, but it's going to be Yahoo catching that wave as it heads towards the inner turret. Teddy going to be able to grab the team a bit of a red buff, or at least collect the red buff that was on the ground. Never mind.
A lot of spikes coming through before this dragon fight. Just had the Ginsu's finish for Jiwoo.
Yeah.
A lot of 2-item points across the board.
And 2 items for Yahoo as well is kind of big, with the fact that he's completed the Leandries and the Nashers.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really going to come down to these big carries in these fights, but also the Viego, you know, such a power point for Nongshim. If they start to gain momentum between that and the Tristana, it's just reset City.
I also think that, you know, Teddy just gets his flashback now. I think Jiwoo may not have his for this Dragon fight that is about to come up. So it could be important, although he does have the Killer Instinct for the reposition. I think there is a lot about this that has to do with the Nautilus and the Alistar. Who can get the fights off in the right way, set up for the rest of their damage dealers, and, you know, get Frog that big impale opportunity, something like that. But could certainly make something like that happen. Speaking of Frog, he's here towards the bottom side. Fisher going to turn up as Dindin going to try and catch that wave. The rest of the team going to be here, but some free time with this outer turret and a little bit late on the rotation towards mid here, and they will lose their outer turret. Does mean that they get control of the river. DRX now moving over. Another hook is going to connect. There's the knock-up, and I don't know what Dindin was doing, but it just wasn't going to work out very well. As now Frog is throwing rocks around and Nongshim just trying to get out. The flash comes in, the hook, it still lands. Unbreakable Will does come on through there. It's another great headbutt as Sylvie is looking for the resets, but he's gonna be denied. Sponge looking to jump on top of Jiwoo here. Extendo Beam just cuts him down. That is a lot of damage. Nongshim still trying to stay amongst this, still trying to get a little bit of a way in. I don't think they're going to be able to do it 4 versus 3. 10 seconds until Dundon is up with teleport available. But this Dragon, not long for the world right now. Fisher laying down these autos. Frog able to soak them relatively decently as the Sand Soldiers come on in. He's just not stopping. And it is going to be that Drake lockdown, and DRX finding some reprieve.
Good start from DRX. A little bit touch and go in times, but they're able to get the Dragon. They're able to secure what they wanted.
Baron.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim just run over to Baron. DRX, you saw them go there.
Yep. I think they know exactly what is on the minds of Nongshim here. Pletter at least still at full health alongside Teddy.
This is not a good move from Nongshim. They're aware. They've got some low health bars already.
Yeah, I mean, Frog is about 50% right now. Sponge looking to take down his blue buff. Still very dangerous. This Baron does a lot of work, and they're like fish in a barrel. Sponge diving on in Emperor's Divide, and they're cutting them down. And Zeri takes the Baron, and Nongshim. It was one heck of a Hail Mary, but I don't think God was on their side this time. Fish is looking to try and grab themselves a little Krug on the other side, and Dagon, you know, he hasn't been here for that long. He doesn't really know, and got a taste of it right here as blue side's just too powerful, man.
Yeah, it's just too broken.
Yeah, it's just blue side.
But I just don't understand the reasoning behind the play for Nongshim. You know, it was obviously a situation where they'd lost the Dragon, but I don't think you need to make that rush play. And here, we've seen this more and more recently. Forcing on the Kasante when he doesn't expect it. He expects he's so tanky, I'm not going to be the engaged target. If he doesn't get his W up in time, he will just go down. Planet does get punished out here, knocked into Nongshim, and dies before getting his ult off, unfortunately. But it still ends up being an advantage for Nongshim. Now, Nongshim's carries are still alive, which is why it ends up feeling a little bit dangerous here when they're doing the Dragon. But they do secure it. But the thing is, Nongshim still have 3 Dragons. Their comp still scales pretty well. You don't have to force in this way. They get trapped in the Baron pit. They're getting chunked out by it. And it's just such a great cleanup spot. The shuffle is great. The Baron is stolen. And Teddy is just cleaning up the kills.
Yeah. Just felt like the last-ditch effort there from Nongshim. Wasn't able to work out. And now, with the Void Mites in tow, DRX are just traipsing up this bottom lane. I think we're going to miss out on the rest of the Nautilus story, as I think this game might be on the verge of heading towards a game number 3. As Fisher, he's split pushing, just wanted to try and pad those stats a little bit before this one, but Nexus turrets are now under fire. Frog will turn up to try and answer this push. And speaking of pushes, Teddy able to get a few more autos into this turret. We'll be able to take that first one down. Jiwoo wanting to get a little bit of an angle here as in goes the Skarner. That's another knock-up as Pletter going to get thrown around. They're looking to try and take him out here. He does get the ultimate off this time, but the Impale does come on through. Dundon not going to be able to all out his way out of this one. And it's a 4 versus 4, but Fisher is still very strong. Teddy taking a few autos there as they do try and dive on top. It's a 1-for-1 in the end of that little trade as well. As the counter-strike comes in and Fisher! Oh no, he gets pushed back into the counter-strike as Teddy! He will go down in the end, but that is going to be the ace. It's a triple for the Jacks. and one Nexus turret to be taken down. DRX will even out the series.
Looked so close at the end. Looked like Sylvie maybe was going to get the resets there, but the bounce back comes through. Sponge with a clutch play with the counter strike, and it ends up being a win for DRX in the series.
And if there are any seafaring DRX fans out there, throw a coin into the ocean.
Yeah,
for your Nautilus. Managed to make things happen
Man.
in the team fight that really did make things work for them.
Sponge looks so good when he's not on Italy. That's all it takes.
I think that's every jungler except for Canyon.
Yeah. Well, not every jungle looks real good, even off Italy. Some have some issues, but Sponge looks so much better. It felt like this team, there was definitely some things that weren't ideal, the falling behind in Dragons, but the team fighting was there. And when you have a composition with that, reliable engage and not in Italy, it just works.
Yep. And I do want to say that I kind of gave Dig on an out there as well, because I said, blue side very powerful. That is what has won in both of these games thus far. Shoutouts, yeah, a lot of damage done on the Azir in the backs of these team fights. Very well done. But to go back to the Dig on point, it is now side selection for Nongshim. They can move back to the blue side, and they may be able to use that to eke themselves out a win and give him that prediction as well. Could be huge. Let's dive into a break. And then when we get back, this space is going to break it down.
공 금방 빨리. 안돼 빨리면 안 좋아. 나 뛰어가. 살짝 끌어올게. 산테 먼저. 각주아 이거. 산테부터. 알리 노공 너플. 비에고 너플. 나 만화 없어. 제리 봐줘. 빼야돼. 만화 없어. 아 알리스나? 별론데? 너플 나 만화 없어. 따. 비에고 너플. 카이사 노공. 갔다. 봐봐 잘하자. 만화가 없어가지고 플랭 해야겠다 근데 이거 나이스. 좀 아쉬운데 가비 잘했다. 제트 좀 올릴게. 제트 역겨워. 나 할 거 다 했어 이거. 근데 마지막에 지렸어. 마지막에 다 했어.
It did happen. Now Jiu is alone underneath the turret. He's in a bit of trouble, but really nice flash, and now Henna gonna have to flash away himself. Alongside the cleanse, but it's Jin. If he lands a hit, this could be huge, but Henna. Oh, the fourth shot is gonna crit him down.
Let's see where this equalizer is going to land. Let's see what Sponge can actually find. A cease and desist comes in. They do manage to layer the equalizer over the top, and Delight with the counter engage is decent. As Peanut locks down 2 already. Teddy's burning. He's going to go down as well. That is going to be the engage on to execute. He's able to crash down out of it, but the chains of corruption do not find the mark. And now Clear just trying to stand in front of his team to keep them alive. My God, these harpoons are doing so much work as now Canyon. Yeah, he's relatively low. It is going to be a decent impale to come through yet again. And they do manage to get rid of the Corky, but look at this. It's a quadra kill already. Clear's got a huge health bar, but I think it's another Penta in game number 1 of the summer season for FaZe. Committing to this one. Kraken Slayer done for Jovi as he makes his way back into the fight. Being incredibly tanky. First call has been utilized. Lahan's not going to be able to tank too many of these. Finally, he does go down. And there is a huge impale from Keen.
pick up a double as the Arcane Shift flashes and gets himself forward. It's one last one. Thanks to that beautiful red buff, he's going to take yet another kill. And now Gen G are going to press even further forward. Oh no, he just got out of the death chamber. And they're looking to put him back. There's the Mystic Shot snipe. But the turn coming in, TP now for the side of Guangdong. Dudu is very tanky, and Doive in a ton of trouble, just CC'd 100 to 0, no hope, up against the wall, and Andil, if he had Flash Gun, that would have been so big. It's still going to be big here. Double kill for Bulldog, looking for a Penta, baby. The Leaper, he just wants to go in, he just wants to win the game. He's going to be taken out, and it's a 3-kill Penta again!
If you ever make a misstep, as that.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, they're just gonna flash on him here, and they have so much CC. Zika just flashes away though, but aiming, getting on in there, the double knockup from the side of Showmaker, and now DK, they finally get that pesky Tristana again. And DK are running away with this first one. Now we got the Impale coming in, as Viper does have Showmaker on him as well. Gets knocked into the wall. He doesn't get the back game! Into the air, and this is just so sad for the Kalista in this game.
Perfectly, it would have been calculated as more action.
It's here, and Impale is on point, and you're not getting out of this one. Casting, the knockup comes in, and with no flash available, the timing on the gank is perfect.
One to one is your score here as DRX take game number 2 against Nongshim in our Saturday showdown. Digon alongside our resident warrior, chronicler, and world-class Huni here. Gents, game 2 started off quite slow, but eventually DRX take control.
Yeah, we got to experience some peak LCK casting, so shout out to the cast for that one. I love my nonsensical 10 minutes of no action whatsoever, so shout out to them. Really good job. We see that if you don't handicap yourself and draft, the game is actually really playable if you're a team that, you know, is towards the middle, bottom end of the spectrum. The Nautilus priority pick obviously feels a little bit weird, but I think the casters mentioned it. Nautilus right now both invalidates a later Zeri pick for the opponent while also securing it for yourself, so I quite like that. I think the Jax, even though it struggled early, also really showcased its value once we got to the later team fights with Counter-Strike against triple auto attacker.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Nidalee ban is the pick, first of all. And I still think the Tristan is really strong pick, but I think they held it pretty well with the Azir. It was like really matchable. But I think today is actually the key pick. It's got to be, I think, Zeri. Especially the game 3, I think the Zeri probably is for sure is going to go higher. And as the chronicler said, I think the Nautilus, it was a really important pick. Sure, I mean, a lot of time the other team, the opponent usually pick up the melee support, which is like Alistar. But this game, a little bit had a like I would say like low performances. It would have been better if they play actually around the Alistar combo, and then it's like with Cassante. With actually, I think it was really playable from the draft, but I think it was like more so. I think the performances and the team setup was lacking up there.
Just thoughts on Senna just kind of falling down in priority there, given the fact that Nautilus got through.
I think Senna is one of those picks where it's really strong if you can play around it as a team, and I don't think either of these teams should prioritize it the way that they've been playing. I think you need to go for stuff that's a little bit more straightforward.
Got it. All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights from this one. We wait until 16:34 when the stories of lore finally slow down and we get some action around the Drake pit.
Yeah, it's actually big happening in the Drake. This is the type of the thing that like you want to fight with Alistar just at the front, and it was like really nice play by Alistar there. Just immediately when you get who, it's just flash to the wall and it's just throw it away. But there are the positioning is on the, it was leaning towards the right side too much, so the Drake was doing tons of damage and they were not actually able to do anything while Alistar was getting focused.
This is where the Nongshim 2-0 also looked still relatively likely, because they are actually doing a really good job of breaking up this fight, having kind of a skirmishy style where Viego can just get his resets. Really like the reposition from Jiu there as well to make sure that he stays with the rest of his team, right? And that was how a good Nongshim fight looked. They just weren't really able to replicate that repeatedly.
So let's take a look at our second highlight here on the top side of the map at Baron, where it feels like Nongshim had control, but then Teddy and the boys come in and clean it up.
So previously, right before this play, the Nongshim actually kind of lost on the Drake fight, so they were like really desperate on the Baron. Sure, they actually delayed the tempo for the Baron, but so they actually decided to go to Baron, but it's just not it. Like, or they don't have a control in the Nongshim side, and also they're forced to hit the Baron, and also the Baron did the same thing, tons of damage to them. It was like really easy for the DRX to just scoop the spoon on it, and just game's over.
And the call to go for this Baron in the first place, like I don't think you're in a position where you had to 50-50 flip it. If this is a draft where you're guaranteed are losing late game, like I think obviously late game is hard, you're playing into Zeri, you're playing into Azir, but it's not impossible. You don't really need to lose the game over that. And I think that's the decision making that Nongshim has suffered from in the past. That's why they got Guger, and it saddens me to see, even though I was a DRX predictor, that they're still making those same mistakes.
Another example to hopefully learn from and maybe make changes for game number 3. Let's see who the POG, though, is for game number 2. And I feel like we're going to have votes all over the place, but it's Teddy getting this one.
Well, I mean, he has 100% KP, so that explains a lot. It's as we said from the pre-shows, like AD carry, the both team goes about the AD carry. Both team we call the human nexus. I mean, this is the reason why, because both AD carry has such a high potential to hyper carry, and also even the draft wise, they love hyper carry, and they do have a little bit of ability both of them. I think it's just like as soon as like he got the soul kill animated carry at the mid lane, it was pretty easy.
I stand by it. I don't know why I'm getting zoomed in on. I am unperturbed. It's the summer of supports. I do really like the Sponge shoutout though, which I want to highlight. I think that Sponge really showed, even though he struggled a little bit early, the value of the Jax and the way that he was able to utilize that Counter-Strike in the later fights.
All right, well, 1-1 is our score. One of these organizations will get their first ever win on the Saturday Showdown. Who will it be? Let's send it back on over to our AA broadcast.
Years of salvage depleted the easy treasure, each hole becoming less and less, until one day Nautilus's crew learned that their ship and working papers had been brought out from under them. Oh, welcome back everyone. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs. Our names start with A. That's why we're a AA broadcast. Yeah, I don't think that Chronica really deserved too much of a call out there. I think that Pleta did have a decent game.
See, I feel conflicted because on the one hand, Jonas Strong also voted jungle. So I'm like, oh, and the other hand, Media did. So I'm like,
hey, what was it? Left Media?
It was Left Media.
I mean, Left Media has only proven himself based and more based.
That's fair. Right Media? Not so much.
The other two it's a mixed bag. It is definitely a mixed bag. But let's dive into the draft here for our Saturday Showdown, the deciding game. 3 games for a Saturday Showdown. We couldn't have asked for anything more. And with Nongshim now taking the mantle of blue side, can they use that to leverage a victory once again?
Yeah,
like they did last time they were on blue side.
But like in Game 3, you can take learnings from the series. Obviously, Game 1 was a bit of a big blunder from DRX. Game 2, I feel like for Nongshim, just felt like they rushed into it in the game. I don't think their draft really had major holes in it, even though obviously the Jax pick was super high value for DRX. So I'm hoping both teams come through with a draft that they feel comfortable they can play.
Yep.
And it comes down to the Rift. It feels like there's been a lot of picks flying around. This often happens early on the season when we've had big changes. We had quite a lot after MSI, and picks that might be doing well in scrims or in solo queue sort of gets figured out that maybe they're not as good in the LCK as teams thought. We do see bans following a pretty similar trend for Nongshim, going the Talia Ashe ban again. And they did ban Senna in Game 1. It was Calista in Game 2. We'll see what they opt to go for there. And DRX are just copying their Game 1 bans as well.
Yeah. I think maybe if it ain't broke, don't fix it here on Nongshim's side. You could still ban the center if you'd like to, but Azir is instead going to be taken away. I really hope that this creates a Tristana pivot, because I don't even know whether you necessarily need to ban away something like a Kalista in this game. I think there are ways that you can deal with compositions that do have her, but we'll just have to see what DRX are going to go for, because the Kalista ban was what came in last time, and it might just be gone for yet again. But instead, the Tristana comes in. Beautiful adaptation
I like
here.
this. And as much as Jiwoo can play Calista well, I feel like in this matchup, it has really come down to picks like the Zeri.
Yeah.
You know, really driving the force in the late game, being that big team fight carry. So, you know, Nongshim could just first pick Calista here. But
I think it might be a first pick Nautilus.
I think there's a good chance they don't. Yeah, I mean, Nautilus prior has obviously been really high here. They could also...
Ooh.
Looks like they're going towards this Corki. Obviously, doesn't have the Tristana that we typically see matched into it. The question comes to, what will Yehu play into it? Is he going to prior something right now? Is he going to lean to something like the Hui, which you've seen him play before? Or does he have something up his sleeve and he's happy to leave it till later and maybe give DRX the priority on that Nautilus and maybe the Zeri as well?
I think the Nautilus has to come in, because otherwise I cannot finish the lore readout, which I think is kind of important.
Yeah, thank you to DRX for making sure that happens.
Very much appreciate it. That's why more votes were deserved by Pleta. Sponge, I mean, he could do it again, but I hope he does not. We'll see where he does decide to go. Skarner priority could be up there. An 80 carry for Teddy could also be an opportunity.
If they go Zeri, the side of Nongshim, then you can take Kai'Sa Nor, which is really strong into it. I think if you take Zeri, you open up the risk of them taking the Calista themselves. It's going to be a rough lane. So I think keeping your 80 carry until 3 makes a lot of sense. Jinzhao is one of Sponge's best picks. And now Nongshim,
I was wondering about
with
this.
the Kai'Sa themselves.
I was thinking that maybe there could be a little bit of a Kha'Zix angle. I hope that it's not Kha'Zix and Kai'Sa picked up, because Prey Seeker, Void Seeker is just a bit confusing for me.
It would have... Do you get synergy for 2 Void champions, or do you need more?
No, you need 3.
Oh,
or at least you did when I played Void. I think that was a couple of sets ago. But yeah, I think you do need 3. Also, I mean, Kai'Sa is like a 4-star or something like that. Like, it's pretty rare.
Yeah. We do see the Skarner locked in for Dundun, so here's a difficult thing. You know, if you want to take an 80 carry, a mid laner, a top laner, all of these would be fantastic for DRX. You know, K'Sante, Hui, Zeri are all picks I could imagine them wanting to take here, but they decide to go for the Hui. So Nongshim, I could genuinely just see a Zeri K'Sante ban come in through from them, make it real easy. Whereas for the side of DRX, I think you could look towards the jungle, but even Alistar seemed to be pretty good for Guga in the last game. He was causing some issues for Pleta in the team fights, knocking him back in. They will take away that Sejuani that was so good for Sylvie in Game 1, but I honestly think an Alistar ban next would be good.
Yeah, I'd really like an Alistar ban. I think big shout-outs to Sylvie in Game 1. I think the Sejuani was piloted exceptionally well, so an understandable shout-out there. I don't think that the Viego is going to be banned or anything like that. I think Sylvie could jump back to that if he would like to, but into this Xin Zhao, maybe it is going to be the double void angle. It could just be the Kazakhs locked in.
I think it's tricky, you know. Obviously, in the Nautilus very good against, you know, any slippery assassins like Kazakhs. And although Kazakhs has been proven to be really strong when used in the right hands, you know, we've seen the likes of Canyon very effectively use it. It is a pick that requires a bit more nuance.
Yep.
Vi going to be banned away.
Oh, we're angling towards Azeri, aren't we?
Yeah, and I think Nongshim just ban it. Because they didn't go for the center note before. You know, it's definitely something that doesn't have as much priority as it did in spring. So I think they probably just banned the Zeri and risk facing up into the center node. It's something that DRX haven't really leaned towards before.
I would assume so. See what Guga does have in mind, though. And Varus. Going to be the ban.
I think maybe the thought process here is that Kaiser's been showing up again, partially because she has a good matchup into Zeri. But I feel like it's one of these things where just because a champion has a good matchup into a pick doesn't mean that it's necessarily as strong. And we've obviously seen Zeri have so much
power. Frog's feeling it. I almost wrote in Frog instead of Renekton.
Wow.
That's how synonymous they are to me.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge Morgan fan as well. It takes a lot for me to say something like that. But he hasn't died on this champion yet, hasn't lost.
They are both amphibious.
No, they're not.
Well, roughly.
Pseudo.
Yeah.
He can be underwater for a long time. It is very,
yeah,
very true.
you know. Leona's going to come through. Obviously, you know, before we saw the Alistar, a lot of things are banned away, so leans towards that one. Not quite the Nautilus Kaiser pair, but pretty strong regardless. And now, just trying to sort out the jungle pick. They've been hovering these AP junglers. Oh, it can't be Nidalee. It definitely cannot be.
Oh, God, it really could. Well,
that's not Nidalee.
It could be Zyra. And I would love to see it. Sylvie, you can see it's a bit of a right grin on his face. Brand, that's going to be the lock-in instead. Sort of a pick your poison when it comes to these casters in the jungle. Oh my goodness, I am so exceptionally surprised that it is the Zeri lock-in. Understandable there. But I think with the Brand, I mean, there's a couple of schools of thought, right, when it comes to killing Zeri. And it is like have targeted CC so you can lock her down. But what about have damage in such a wide AoE that it doesn't matter how mobile you are, you just die anyway.
Press R on her and just let it bounce. And
yeah.
Job's done. I'm pretty sure when we saw Brand Jungle last split, Willa played it and it was into Xin Zhao and it just completely ran the map. Like it was so far ahead in momentum. So I'm interested to see how it comes out here. Obviously a very fast-paced jungler for Sylvie with the Faded Ashes. Definitely speedy. But I think, you know, I was kind of hoping that neither team would make a massive blunder in the draft and it would just be, oh, well, I guess it's like game one where it's over there. I kind of feel like we got that.
I think so too. I'm very interested about how this one's going to go. I think it's a much more honest matchup than the comparison of this and game number one. Last time Nongshim were on the blue side. I think DRX with an opportunity to bounce back and get the reverse sweep here in the best of three. Or a possibility that Nongshim just rights the ship and finds a victory here in the LCK. They got pretty close up against BNK FearX. And I think that if you're going to try and make a run in this first round robin, a win here would be so incredibly important for Nongshim and for Dagon.
Mostly for Dagon.
Mostly for Dagon, yeah. But you're up against an undefeated, undying crocodile. Let's get onto the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Big shout-outs to Sylvie. This skin is one of my all-time favorites, the Zombie brand. It is so incredibly good.
Very good. It's great.
Absolutely huge.
They also had the zombie, I think they had the zombie Nunu came out at the same time. They had like Slayer Jinx and Slayer Pantheon. They were all bundled together.
Yep. Yeah, there's and I remember this was, because this was a Hallow's End skin, right? And this was like the one with all of the extra particles that were added as well. Super cool stuff.
Actually holds up really well. It's a pretty old skin and it still looks really nice.
I always think of Pirate Rise as being a zombie skin as well, because he's sort of like a zombie pirate and it did come out at a similar time, but he's a pirate, not a zombie, so it's a bit confusing.
That is confusing.
Yeah.
We need to dive into the lore on that.
We do need to dive into the lore on that.
Skins change the lore, you know?
They actually do. It does adjust. You know, I imagine like, you know, Pajama Party Urgot doesn't have the same lore as the normal Urgot, you know?
I think that's valid.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Sylvie starting off on his blue buff.
This is the worst part.
Yeah. The first camp.
This is Struggle Street.
I'm kiting it though. It's fine.
It'll die eventually. Eventually.
Yep. Just wandering around. Does manage to get that smite there. We'll find an extra button. And it will get better from here.
Yeah, and I think he's staggering it so you can get the passive proc with only 2 abilities. Which obviously helps a lot. Once you're level 3 though, it's clean sailing from there.
Oh yeah.
Well, not so much sailing because he's a zombie and not a pirate. Like
like Rise. It would be clean sailing though if it was Nautilus or Rise. We know that Nautilus used to be a sailor as Teddy. Already cleansing here. As we can see, a lot of wins in a row here for the Zeri. She has been very, very successful. Hook going to connect here as already two are going to be lit on fire. Does barrier, but you can see down to about 200 here, and DRX winning out on this fight. But Pleta going to be forced to flash. They stood their ground, and they were rewarded on the side of Nongshim. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and I think the big takeaway here was that Teddy, understandably, went Cleanse and Leona. Jiwoo having the barrier, I think it was, if it was a different situation where Teddy had like a more active combat summoner, maybe would have seen a heavier trade there, but obviously Cleanse doesn't really help much apart from removing the CC, and Teddy did have the burn on that initial engage. But still, heavy trading in the bot lane, and I love to see that. I love when there's action. I love when there's matchups like these. Both teams trying to just find any edge they can.
Yeah, both of these 80 carries as well were sort of the pick of the crop in the past as well. Kind of cool to see them on similar footing at this stage. As Voidseeker going to be dodged there by Teddy, and he'll be able to take a cannon as well. Feels fantastic. As DRX is just going to clear up these minions, and everything should be okay. Sylvie on a ward. You can see Sponge moving down, actually, as Nongshim, they do manage to sweep this one out. They get information of the Xin Zhao's location as well, as there's the flash! Crash into the wall there as well, as Frog's going to have to flash out of the way. And Dundun, very aggressive. Trader flashes, though, in the end. So not end of the world, especially with Dundun's lack of mana.
Yeah, and we see Sponge has gone to the top side to secure that scuttle. You know, DRX's bot lane playing very cautious, just they know that the brand's there, but I think the prospect of a dive is probably pretty low right now.
Yeah, would be pretty dangerous. It's not like you're coming in as a real tanky boy. As the brand, as Teddy gets a ward down, it's going to need to be swept, as Jiwoo wasn't quite able to kill that one, of course. It's not a Leona. And so Nongshim will be able to keep up the push at least.
Yeah, and this has been a lot more action-packed than Game 2. Which is terrible for the lore fans.
I know! I haven't been able to talk about Nautilus at all, and I think we're just getting up to the juicy parts of the lore as well, you know, because he is
about his past.
He is a guy in a big old suit and stuff like that. We didn't know that he was guaranteed human. Maybe he was just a suit, but now we have information that he was actually a human in the past. I'll have to hold on to that one for the moment.
The plot did thicken.
It did. It's quite a thick plot. All right.
Sylvie did get spotted there on the ward, so... I mean, the wave was in a spot where Frog was just playing it defensively. I think it was more just covering in case Sponge turned up. Yep. And in fairness to Sponge, doing pretty good keeping up in the early clear. But the thing is, Faded Ashes now for Sylvie, the momentum from here on out really starts to build up when it comes to this jungle clear.
Yeah, I feel like Sponge has been sort of farming as fast as he possibly can to try and stay ahead or at least get an advantage. Yeah, exactly. He's the one like
doing all this,
doing the sweaty, like clicking the buttons, and Sylvie's like, I just need to get my Faded Ashes, and then I'm just going to wipe everything off the map.
Sylvie just rolls his hand across the keyboard and goes, camp done, next one, camp done.
Perfect. And you can see Sponge now kiting his way towards his Gromp. And pings go out, Nongshim know exactly where he is. Good heads up there. Is going to check out the time spent in the enemy jungle. It's just going to be evenly spread out between these two junglers. So good for Sponge thus far. But we, as we mentioned before, good times may be over. As Sylvie, really persistent about this bottom lane. We'll be able to get more vision down.
Especially when the bot lane is already opting into these heavy fights.
Oh.
Holding the thought.
Yeah, Sponge getting the wraparound here as Yahoo already down relatively low. Sylvie's making his way in as well. So a bit of a 2v2, but the minion wave going to get wiped out. And Sylvie just going to come on over and tax a few of those. Frog moving down. That is going to allow DRX to move over, grab themselves some of these grubs.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I think when bot lanes are going really heavily toe-to-toe, it's so good for jungle to be able to make their way down there and just easily pick up the scraps and just cash in if they're already trading heavily. But you see DRX's bot lane being a lot more cautious now. Sponge will get 2 of these grubs. I suspect he'll leave.
Yep.
After that. He's at level 6 though. You know, he still has top prio. We'll see what he opts to do.
He's actually just going to come on over here and make sure that this reset does come on through. It does. Grub goes back. And this Rift Scuttler will be taken here by Sylvie.
And you know, DRX can be happy with this because whether you get the 3rd grub or not is kind of whatever. But by the fact that Sylvie's over on the top side, they're not cross-playing and getting the dragon instead. So DRX just get those 2 grubs essentially for free.
Yeah, Pleta going to help Yahoo push this wave out. And it could just be they get a bit of a rotation over, grab the final grub. And Dindin up towards the top side, dealing with this Lego Crocodile relatively well. Is ahead by just a little bit. As Frog tries to keep control of this lane. The Brand taking down yet another Grump as he goes for another clear. But that is going to be three grubs picked up here by DRX. And no dragon has been looked at just yet. It is going to be Chemtech out first. That means no Chemtech souls. Nice work there, Orcs. Shout-outs to you.
Do my best.
Sometimes it's not enough, but today it is.
Today it is. Yeah, and we'll see Nongshim move over now and pick up the dragon. So kind of expected if you put that much priority. If Sponge had maybe left that 3rd grub, maybe you could have seen a scenario where they move towards bot. But I think the real takeaway is that DRX's bot lane, we're getting pushed in. Yahoo was needing a reset. So happy just to trade those objectives across. And the next dragon will be Hextech. So no Hextech soul in the cards.
Yep. Could be a Cloud still.
Could be.
I'll hold out hope for that one. As Guga helping with the push here. As Teddy just holds the fort. Nautilus heading back home. Pleta will be back down here. And we'll see where the next point of action is going to be. Currently it's 100 gold the difference between the 2 teams. So basically nothing. And if we look towards the late game, how does the Brand kind of skew what a late game looks like? Because I'm looking at this and sort of my old brain is like, oh wow, it's Corki, it's Brand, it's Skarner, there's so much frontline and damage, like this is going to be crazy. But is it going to be a different story now that Corki has changed and all that sort of stuff as far as late game is concerned?
I feel like both teams, are, like there's aspects of the compositions that are pretty strong in the late game. Like Nongshim have the super tanky Skarner and the Leona, but also the Brand, like you can just fire an ult off and it will melt DRX. I think it's really going to come down to who has the gold as well. You know, obviously if we get late enough that everyone has their items, and that's a different story, but if we get like the 25-30 minutes points and the Brand is ahead, he will just dominate. Really feels, especially into things like the Brand and the Xin Zhao, where these picks aren't going to be building that much MR early on. They'll be building more health. The Brand will just murder them. So
yeah,
definitely a big factor.
Yahoo does need to be pretty careful. Can stand relatively far back. We know that Yahoo is pretty good at positioning on these artillery mages. So we'll see whether he can do that once again.
I think that's the main thing, is that DRX is really key because they have a lot of options in terms of targets they can get on top of.
Whoa, that's another flash. Crashes into the wall. There's the special delivery as Frog's just going to flash his way out. Gets the dice to safety as well, but that is once again flashes traded. And Teddy flying over that wall. Guga is going to be forced to flash. Does make it out. Pleta gets down here once again as well. Now we're looking for another angle. Teddy throws out the ultimate here just to make sure that they can get another dive angle off. And Sponge, will he be the one to start this one? As there's the depth charge. Shiwu just going for the reposition. As Pleta having to get out of there. Sponge has to throw down the ulti as Dindin has made his way in. No ulti that would have been pretty good. But Sponge is, yeah, no man's land. And it will be the kill going over to Guga, which is not the best. But still, first blood going to Nongshim.
Yeah, first blood goes over. But honestly, I feel like DRX, that could have been so much worse, right? With the team coming in with the low health bars. They end up getting away, only losing one, and as you said, Leona got the kill. Frog is going to be able to get a bit of an advantage top, picks up a plate, play out this wave. So a good response from Nongshim to that play, but I think it was an ambitious dive from DRX, and they certainly could have been punished far more than they were.
Well, if we have a look at the gold, it is about that first blood money that is separating the two teams, so not quite enough being brought back by the plate going down for Frog. He's been able to right the ship. Now goes back, grabs a Warhammer as well as his hammer. A Warhammer and a hammer. I guess that's how it kind of works. And we'll have a look at this dive one more time. Jiwoo actually playing it out very well using the Killer Instinct.
Yeah, really good use of the Killer Instinct and the ult from Guga to lock Sponge up. And it just becomes so... It was already a hard dive to pull off. I think DRX might have had to just back away without the Skarner being there. Like, they burn the cooldown, they back off. But especially as soon as that Skarner turns up, you know you have to just dip.
Yep. Well, Nongshim going to even out the grub score here as Dundun moves down to help out. Guga already in position. Rotation up from Jiwoo, doesn't have his ultimate available just yet. He's got a teleport from Yehu making his way back. This could be another fight as Zenith Blade brings Guga in there, finds the Solar Flare as well. As the ultimate from the Brand doing a lot of work. They do just close in onto Sponge, but it is going to be the kill for Teddy to start it off, and the Xin Zhao just lasted for so long. Jiwoo now running the wrong direction, does manage to grab the kill onto this Nautilus for the moment, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to make it out of this one. A couple of turret shots, a barrier to help out as Teddy just skates on over. A blast cone comes in, and I think Jiwoo might be okay as Extendo Beam doesn't even need to be avoided, just continues to walk.
Ends up being an even fight, 2 for 2 as a result of that. Jiwoo manages to kite away just and survive. You think when there's a Zeri chasing you down, it's pretty much done. Manages to get out of that one, and this fight was just so clustered. The Brand got massive value here. They start off on the Xin Zhao, obviously can't follow up super well with the ult, but then things end up so clumped, and the Renekton gets a ton of AoE damage here alongside the Zeri. But you saw Sylvie just completely threw all of his cooldowns out and got a lot of damage done. But in the end, it's just even trade of kills.
And Yehu almost went for the southern route. He may have died to Fisher, perhaps. But that is what allows Jiwoo to definitely make his escape. Very well done. Blast cones. Shoutouts to Brendan Valdez. He's going to be very excited about that.
Yeah, and a big takeaway here is so many summoners burned, and now the teams are posturing for a dragon fight. Fisher has flash, and he's the only one.
There's another hook. This time landing onto Guga, who does try to use his Zenith Blade to get out. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough here. So much long-range damage. Never mind. Jiwoo makes his way in. Guga still going to be the target, but he is going to survive. And the Brand doing so much work. Teddy trying to get a kill back, and he does kill the Brand, but it's a double kill from the grave, as well as Jiwoo picking up 2-4 on the ground.
The value this Brand is giving. I just want to draw attention to the fact that people were picking Nidalee over this. All he does is he presses his button and he just wins the fight.
Even Canyon just won back-to-back games on Zyra, remember? So there's like there's other options. You don't need to play Nidalee.
And here in particular, I feel like the problem is DRX so heavily committed on the Leona, and it's just such a hard target to take down, you know? Yehu's actually moving towards the Brand here. The ult from Guga, huge value there with a double stun. And then they chill on the Brand, but the ult does so much. Teddy just gets a trade kill in the end, but the damage already done. Second dragon now picked up for Nongshim. Sorry, I thought it would be, but actually they went for the reset instead. So still on the cards. Will DRX send a fight again?
Well, I actually kind of like Nongshim leaving it up because it gives them another opportunity to find another fight like that. And it looked absolutely fantastic the first time around, so they are going to coax DRX in. DRX not going to answer the call, so that will be the second dragon going over. It's an Ocean Soul, so not the Cloud like I was hoping for, but it's okay. Nongshim still very happy with the game state at this point in time. 2,000 gold. The lead spread pretty evenly across everyone, but mainly Sylvie picking up all of this value. And DRX find themselves backs to the wall once again here, much similar to game number 1.
I think the main thing is that DRX need to do a better job of getting on top of these backliners for Nongshim and just exploding them. Because realistically, if they end up blowing a lot of their damage and cooldowns onto the Leona, it's just not going to work. You need to get on top of either Jiwoo or Sylvie ideally and just delete them from the fight as fast as possible.
Yep. Well, another potential opportunity here as the Rift Herald going down pretty low. Possible engage angle onto Guga, and they decide not to do that. I'm going to take that as a positive sign, but they still just lose out on the Herald, they lose out on the Dragon. The amount of control around the map being leveraged beautifully here by Nongshim thus far. Cannon going to go wide, but at least he gets the experience. I say coping a little bit. As Frog still hasn't died on Renekton so far this season, so that is still a thing, I guess. But this is looking like the game that will really test the man and his crocodile prowess.
Yeah,
as
I feel like
Dindin comes up towards the top side.
if you get in the right spot with this pick, I really think the Recton can have a big impact in these fights, but I also think it's so easy just to get melted.
Yeah, and he is a bit of a meatbag as well, so Sylvie going to have a pretty good time with the amount of max health damage that he does have. His Leandri's already completed, and just feeling good as this brand. Going to be Rylai's coming out next as well, by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's when it becomes really painful. And you are just not going to get to move.
Yep.
Very unfun.
Slowed down forever. Leandri's doing more work, just having a great time. As Extendo Beam from Teddy, not able to really walk up to this lane though, as Jiwoo just able to clear out these minions as much as he would like. Kathy and Rain helping out, and Guga patrolling the area. And Pleta really wants to kill this ward. Might be allowed to. They do get a ward over. He flashes on in. They look for Guga, who acquiesces as he Zenith blades in. Another hook is going to come down there, but Dindin, he's going to turn up in the nick of time. They find the Impale. He is stunned, but it does not matter. And once again, DRX decide they want to engage on a Leona and get instantly punished.
Yeah, they try for Jiwoo, but he just flashes away. They go, okay, well, I guess we'll take the Leona. No, that's not the take. That's not the play. Nongshim immediately punished with Herald in pocket. So easy to translate this into more. The only saving grace for DRX is that Baron isn't up yet.
Yep. They won't be able to lose at this instant, but it is looking a little bit worrying. There's another charge out from Shelly. Will half health the inner turret, but so much value breaking down the outer in the mid lane. Sylvie even taking some camps away here. DRX well and truly on the ropes right now as Frog, he's going to turn up. Not really going to be able to change too much here. As at least Yehu able to get a bit of a shove towards that top side, invests the teleport in order to do so. As DRX are looking to capitalize on the reset timings, and this blue buff at least is a consolation prize.
Yeah, small one, but something at least. And, you know, DRX still have hope in this game, right? The Hui and the Zeri definitely going to be strong late in the game, but once again, their approach to the team fight not working out at all. They at least get the flash from Jiwoo, so I'm looking at a Dragon time in a minute 20. You know Jiwoo is flashless. You have to capitalize on that. Like, I want to see DRX finding flank angles and immediately killing the Kai'Sa and then taking a winning fight up there. If they don't, then that whole passage of play was just completely pointless.
Yeah, not quite working out. Dindin's also getting extraordinarily tanky. First two items now completed. Frog not quite there just yet. Does at least have a Black Cleaver to try and help cut down some of these tanky targets. And Teddy now a little bit sad about the lack of turret. At least still farming decently well. Still has a slight lead over Jiwoo, who has way more money than him because he's on a killing spree, hasn't died. And he's just going to spam some emotes. You can see having a good time.
Penguin.
Yeah, celebrating the penguin. Woohoo! Love it. Absolutely fantastic. Jiwoo just feeling the moment. That is going to be a second item. Armor penetration coming through here as Lord Doms is done for Teddy.
Feels very early.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to keep engaging onto Guga, though, it's the best item he could have bought.
That's why it wasn't working.
Yeah. There are two ways to approach a problem, you know?
Nongshim starting to get control of the area and really doing a good job of sweeping out the vision. I said how a flank would be so valuable against Nongshim, and they're just really trying to make sure that doesn't happen. They've already started the Dragon up.
Yep. Banana Brush being fought for here as Guga once again going in. Yeah, Frog wants to try and find that angle. Does make it in towards this back line. And now Sponge fighting Guga. Guga might actually get stunned up here as Frog's first death. It's going to happen right here. There's the killer instinct, and Jiwoo doesn't care about his KDA. As Dindin wanting to find Teddy. There's the Impale, and he's so dead. There is another kill, and Nongshim looking to make Dagon's dreams a reality.
And once again, they go for the Leona. It keeps happening. Just, I feel like DRX really are struggling to get their target priorities right, but Nongshim, complete confidence. They swept out the vision. They didn't get swayed by the Frog in the brush, and they are now going to pick up this Baron with a Brand, with a Kai'Sa, with a Corki. You do this so fast.
Yep, it's going to be taken down, no contest. 21 minutes into the game. They've got Soul Point, they have Baron. They've broken down the mid lane outer turret as well. Nongshim have got just about everything. except for a story about Nautilus because there's been too much action. Let's check out the replay.
Sponge gets chunked and doesn't use ult, and so Frog goes, hey, we'll just kill Leona instead of trying to go for the backline. But then just gets stunned by Leona, and Leona just doesn't die.
Yeah.
Because it's a Leona.
Just walks her way out.
It's the third time.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Guga hasn't changed champion this game. It's not like he's playing Nico or something. It's been Leona the whole game, and they're still... Stop trying to kill Leona!
I mean, it worked 33% for 33% of their kills. As, all right, they have got on top of Jiwoo. There's a hook that's going to connect. They do manage to at least take down the concept for now, but my God! The brand damage is revolting! And there goes Sponge, the first kill for Fisher in this game as well, as he picked up so many assists. And oh my gosh, that brand damage was just disgusting.
He just melted them. Absolutely butchered them. You know, they killed Jiwoo, and it just felt like the worst case scenario. The triple rings of the passive. I mean, Sylvie's just had such a fantastic game.
Yeah, this brand has just looked brilliant so far. He completes that Rally's Crystal Scepter and then puts it to good work here up against DRX, who are just looking for so many of these angles. They finally get and engage onto a champion that is not named Leona, and it bites them in the bottom.
Yo, I have a feeling they're going to slow-mo when the brand passive.
Yeah, look at him wander in.
Vehicles in.
Oh God, even Pillar of Flame hit 3 people.
Oh, there's like 3 of them. Yeah, and they all just explode. And then Sponge is like, where did my team go? And Frog is like, I'm out of here, have fun.
He's like, where did my team go? And then he dies, and he's like, oh, there you are.
He's fine. Yeah, that checks.
Yep.
No, I'm actually surprised Sponge did so much damage.
Yeah, me too. I guess he pressed an ulti button or something like that at some point.
Yeah. Still a lot. Oh, Teddy.
Teddy does have the skate away, but he also has this way of getting out as well. He's no longer there.
Like, I have no doubt it's going to be Sylvie POG. I've already filled mine out.
Oh, yeah.
In.
Oh, 100%.
But Guga has been so much better today.
Oh, absolutely.
Than every single other performance he's had so far in the LCK. I really thought he was the worst performing member of the team. He's been popping off.
And look at him go in once again. He's going to get thrown into the backline. He will get punished, will get taken down. That was finally a little bit too much, maybe with the assistance of a caster curse. But I don't know whether it really matters as Sponge is getting chased down by Fisher, finds the last rocket onto him as well. The brand is still just disgusting. I don't have enough words to say how much damage this guy is doing. 6-1 and 11. Triple kill coming on through for Fisher. 4-0-12 on his Corki. Looking brilliant there. And Teddy, yeah, he's the human Nexus standing next to the other Nexus, and both of those Nexuses are in a lot of trouble.
Oh, man. I mean, the game's not over now, but it feels so rough, the positions in. Wait, Teddy's going for the quadra kill, cleanup angle.
Yeah!
I don't think they'll give it to him.
No, I don't think it's happening. In theory, would have been very, very cool.
You know what? I feel like some of the teams are going to be watching this. They're going to see how much this brand is doing. They're going to go, whoa! AP jungles are so broken, lock me Nidalee.
Oh no! I didn't. The plot twist really caught me by surprise there. I wasn't quite ready.
All AP jungles are not the same.
I know.
And yeah, this was just great from Guga, the confidence to immediately go for it. They know there's no cleanse available. Doesn't even get a chance for Teddy to play the game. This was my bad.
Yeah, he really just bounce housed his way through that one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to survive, but they were still able to break open the base. That was the main thing. As we have a look in live, Guga is trying to get on in there, misses the Solar Flare spectacularly, but you miss every Solar Flare you don't throw out.
Exactly.
Into the middle of a lane.
And you know what? Because he used that Solar Flare, the cooldown's ticking away. He'll get another one.
Absolutely. Do love to say that about flashes. As all right, they managed to lock down the Ocean Soul. There is a special delivery by Dindin. As Sponge presses the ult button, but it's not really the immortality that would other happens. Oh, he goes golden, my God! And in the meantime, it's just fire bouncing everywhere. Yahoo! He just wants to get out of here, wants to try and get a few extra CS. And Sylvie, look at him, hands off keyboard, pretty psyched about how this game went. Oh man, he had the audacity to survive. He didn't even have to.
No,
and it still would have been amazing.
With 0-3 going into today. and they look revitalized. What a performance from Sylvie, bringing out the brand jungle, and that was like a Canyon level performance. Dominated.
Yeah.
Start to finish. Such a good play. And the whole team looked like they stepped up. As I said, Guga looked so much better than we've seen him before. And it is a bit heartbreaking for DRX. They really felt like they had so much momentum. And this win isn't the end of the season by any means. It's week 2. But it definitely means they need to re-examine what went wrong.
I think most intelligent people would have predicted DRX to win this series. But sometimes the unexpected happens.
Yeah.
So Nongshim able to come out with the victory.
Here's the crazy thing is that, you know, like I predicted DRX to beat BNK FearX. But imagine the person who says, no, DRX will win that matchup, but Nongshim will win this one.
It's extraordinarily
it'd be
based.
such an extreme take, but
because sometimes predictions aren't about being smart.
They're about vibes.
They're about getting it right.
Yeah.
You know?
And we got it wrong, so therefore, we're not good at our jobs.
And upsets happen, and you can tell because we sound upset.
We are so upset. But you know what? I can never be upset at a Nongshim win.
It's true.
I mean, this team, you know, we've seen a bit of change coming into this split, but good vibes coming through. Jiwoo once again, bit of a fan favorite, but Guga, I think, stepped up massively. Fisher proving once and again that his Trist is very solid, and Sylvie, the real hero of that game 3.
100%. I actually think that it's kind of sad that Sylvie stole the show so much on this brand because this was going to be the Guga POG angle. I think that he might get a vote or two, as Fisher very confused about what he's supposed to do in this at this point in time.
I feel like he would, if he got a vote or two, it'd be justified, but I think it's going to be 12 out of 12. I don't think anyone...
I know.
Sylvie, especially the final play when it was like, you know, some people...
And he didn't even die?
He didn't even die! Sometimes people are like, oh, well, he died at the end, so are we going to give him... No, he didn't even die. What a gamer.
And honestly, like, I kind of thought, like, maybe he was, like, already dead in that instance. But no, never mind.
I did too. I was even saying they got him.
Yep.
And I exclaimed.
This was the start of it all going horribly wrong for DRX, because this was an even trade. It was 2 for 2, but we started to see the damage being done by the brand.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure it was Brand and Zinzao was the last time we saw, when we saw Brand in spring, and it was Willa playing it. And I'm pretty sure a very similar thing happened where the Zinzao just got rolled. And yeah, here they killed Jiwoo, and then this was the triple circle. This is like, this is the fantasy of the brand. This is what all the brand mains. This is why you lock this. This is why you main this champ. Is hope for a moment like that.
And the best thing is that we've got Jonah Strong observing, and he is a brand jungle main. So he knows to look out for this. He knew exactly how this game was going to go.
Man, he must have had the time of his life.
Oh, yeah. This is why he comes to work every day.
He's going to go home tonight and he's going to queue up so many brand jungle games.
Oh, yeah.
Queue.
You know it. You can have a listen once again, and I'm going to watch as Sylvie just lives.
You know, it might be the Ocean Soul healing. Might give it an... I don't even think it's proccing right now. It's just the Zonya.
Just the right time. Also back into the brush there as well. And look at Sylvie. That is very psychotic. Guga, like, he aged like 7 years in this game,
and he's
as you can see
the oldest
here.
player on the team.
Yeah. The gap is widening as it turns out.
But I think you can see how much it means to these players to finally get the win.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, as I said before, you can always be happy with a Nongshim win. It's always good vibes. And you know what? I'm actually legitimately impressed at Fisher out-damaging Sylvie. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's completely nutty.
And also Dundun just casually doing this.
Yeah, why did
it just cheat?
We've seen Dunduns do sorry, not Dundun. Skarners do like support level damage, but he's just kind of plowing through, having a really good
carry, you know?
Yeah.
We'll see, one of the medias will give Dundun the vote, that's why.
Will it be left me? It's pretty based, that vote, so I'm kind of into it. I'm actually very, very interested in what the POG votes are going to bring for us, but I'm also interested in hearing from the space. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on a wonderful, fantastic, heart-pounding Saturday showdown as Nongshim take the victory over DRX and get their first win of the split. Digon here on the space alongside Ox and alongside Chronicler and Huni They did it, guys. The brand jungle, the AP, everything that we brought up in the pre-show.
As it turns out, if you have the right read on the meta of the game, it becomes a lot easier to play. I want to give credit. I think that Cost is highlighted as well. This really feels like Nongshim actually coming together, kind of refining the team cohesion that they were lacking very severely throughout most of spring, but especially the first couple of weeks here at Summer. Cougar really stepping up, but Sylvie obviously stole the show.
Yeah, I mean, even Gio, of course, right? So it
always does.
It's just everyone play really so well. And also start with the draft too. Like, I really like the draft as well. Like, I kind of mentioned is like the Tristana was pretty strong, and then of course the kind of people have been, you know, answering with the Corki, but so there was no Tristana, so they actually pull it out. The Corki first pick, I kind of really enjoyed, and with the Kaisa and the Skarner did like, I don't know, Skarner did as damage as much as the Kaisa does. Like, it was good, and also like for 5. It could have been kind of danger because like if there was no that many CC and setup, but I think I really liked the Leona came in, especially against like the melee support answering us, and also the brand. It's the same thing as we said it, like AP jungles these days is really strong.
Yeah, one of the big things for me is that outside of the Hui, this is a roster that always is going to have to go in, as I obviously did not predict Nongshim, but I am happy about their win. I love this team. I think they're really fun to watch. So a better team than DRX probably could have maybe leveraged that. But outside of that, for Xin, for Zeri, for Renaxen, for Nautilus, there is no way to avoid what Brand is going to do. I feel like the Zyra also would have made a lot of sense in the same context, in that you are forced to go in. You have to be close range, you have to be in melee, meaning that Brand, as long as he positions well, which Sylvie clearly did, you just get to take over the game.
Yeah, and we have a couple of highlights that show exactly that as we take a look at our first one, bottom side of the map by Drake, where, yeah, again, Nongshim take control.
Yeah, this is like, I thought the first of all, I thought the Cougar actually kind of, he went solo, but the thing is like he earned time so much for the team, and the ulti hit instantly the 2 people like in the middle, and it just turns well so insanely well for just Nongshim, and it's after these they can't fight anymore.
Cougar really turned it around. I think his early target selection was a little bit sussy. Also, I want to highlight Gio there. So he ults in, then walks out because he knows that the ultimate from the Xin Zhao is coming, and then gets back in range, but he didn't get knocked away. He's so good, man. I'm happy to see him really perform. Yeah, and particularly Cougar stepping it up is really big because, again, this was one of the most controversial signings that we've had in terms of why is he coming in. And I think that Peter was also a fan favorite, so coming in, not having the best performance, and the shot calling still looking a little bit all over the place, this was a really important game for him.
Yeah, again, when that play happened and the Kaisa went in, I'm sure you remember, I screamed. I was like, no, what are you doing? Oh, no, he knows exactly what he's doing, just like he does here in the second highlight that we have, where Nongshim really take control of the game.
I mean, it's just like as a positioning wise already, like they're all so stacked. It could have been a little bit dangerous if they're all waiting for just getting engaged on first, but Cougar actually just decided to just go in first. So that's why if you see like Renekton and between the Zeri, they are so far away, they can't help anymore. And that made the Renekton so isolated. And of course, it was like so easy for Gio to be able to finish out with the ulti. I mean, it's just like both highlight, it was like so important. It was like the mega play from the Cougar, that's how I would say.
Sylvie also had a really good flash there. I'm pretty sure he dodged away. And Teddy, you can't die there with flash up. Like Teddy Impale, there is a wind up. Teddy was the standout for a couple of the games that DRX won. So him getting caught there is a difference between a bad fight, which doesn't lose you the game, and them just running straight to the Baron. And then from that point on, the game was kind of over.
Living up to the name, the Living Nexus, and Teddy getting caught there was the end. Now let's take a look at the POG. Again, we said multiple votes all across, and yes, the based vote for one of the oldest players in the League of Legends landscape. Cougar gets the POG.
You know what I was gonna say for the POG? Who knows the League of Legends kind of well would vote for Cougar. If you have some the knowledge of the League of Legends, you go for Cougar in this game for sure.
Oh, so my vote for Sylvie was bad? Is that what you're saying, Hooney?
My vote, it's like high class vote.
Oh, you're the big brain vote.
Big brain.
I'm just the normal guy vote.
Yeah.
But smart people would have voted.
Smart people, like let's see the vote. I'm so wondering who actually voted. Like I can't wait. I gotta.
What if it's you in free media?
No, it's
Easy.
only one mini. It's the Go as the
think-
KR cast. That's what it is.
I think it's a good split. I like the shout out to Guger. I think it's self-explanatory. If you look at a lot of the fights, him going in on Leona ended up being a really big difference maker. And then Jiwoo, I mean,
Of course.
come on. Someone has to vote for Jiwoo in every note to win.
Well, we get to hear from multiple players right now with our interview translations with Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Jiwoo and Guger on the side of Nongshim Red Force, who just took DRX down for their first victory. Congratulations! You guys finally got the win you were longing for. Jiwoo, how do you feel? No, we were on a 3 back-to-back losses, so we came here today saying we want to win. We'll definitely win. And I'm actually really pleased that we were able to achieve that. And Guger, this is your first victory after your LCK comeback. How do you feel? Honestly, I didn't know that it was going to take this much to get our first win. I feel like it's just been so long since I got my victory at LoL Park, so it's very refreshing. Guger, during the loss streak, your head coach said this in the interview. He said, despite playing as if our lives are on the line, the performance isn't showing. So how did you guys manage to overcome the consecutive losses as a team? No, it applies to all teams, but whenever something doesn't go well, or even if you try so hard to fill in those parts that you lack in, it actually doesn't really go as well as the process during, as well as you think during the process. But I think we were just keeping our heads in the game, trying really hard to focus in what we need to do to fix and improve. So I think that's really something that paid off. So what did the coaching staff tell you today before the match? Today, they told me personally that I could play Kaisa, and they wanted us to focus on Void Grubs, trying to roam and respond really well. And I think that was pretty helpful today in the match. And Teddy, in his last interview, picked Jiwoo, you as the heir to the human nexus. Did you see? Yeah, I did. How was that? You know, to be the heir, I had a lot of that, but to live up to the title, I want to make sure that I don't die as much from now on. And so what was the key to today's victory? So today, honestly, our team really relies on Jiwoo's carry power. And I feel like it's just everything from the laning phase to being able to carry out during the team fights, just healing for our AD carry, and it worked really well. And so we kept getting Kaisa versus Zeri matchup all match. So what are your thoughts on this matchup? I feel like over Zeri, it's really a lot better to try to playmake with Kaisa. So I think I definitely prefer and think that Kaisa is better. And so we noticed that you took Fleet Footwork. Why is that? I feel like I was just trying to go 50-50 in the laning phase, and I just told myself that I would try to win during the team fight, and I think I was just trying to go with a safer route. And Guger, you were at the CL match this week, and then back to LCK today. But we saw how amazing you played in CL, so how is playing in both leagues back-to-back? You know, going on stage and playing on the stage isn't actually that... It doesn't take too much from me, and I don't think it was something that got in the way of my schedule. But I think I was just trying to get something, just trying to take away from both of the leagues. And I think that's just something that a way that I could have grown, and I was able to apply some things. And so in your personal career, this is your first victory with Leona. How do you think Leona is right now? Back when I played long time ago, I honestly can't really remember, but Leona back then wasn't very good, but now Leona is like a tier 1, very good support in the meta. It's just something that you definitely have to know how to play currently. And Jiwoo, starting this season, you were able to play with Fisher and Guger. And Guger, given that he's a veteran, he is 10 years older than you. How is it playing with him? Yeah, I saw that I knew that he's 10 years older than me, which was a little awkward, but we actually don't even talk to each other informally, and we're pretty friendly towards each other. And Guger? If I were to play with someone who was 10 years older than me, it would have been really awkward. But I think Jiwoo, he's so well-rounded, and he's so down-to-earth. He just laughs it off, and I feel like he's such a good little brother. So do you want to give us a little bit of how good of a player Jiwoo is? Honestly, Jiwoo is such a great player. I think just being able to support him and then seeing him grow and scale in game, it makes me feel good, and I want to keep supporting him. And you guys have such a rough schedule ahead of you in the remaining of round 1. Would you like to share your resolution with the fans, Jiwoo? Honestly, being able to break the losing streak today, I want to make sure that we ride this momentum and win in the next upcoming match. And Guger, within the process of losing, we told ourselves that honestly, as long as we get that one win, that will be the start of our momentum. And I think this will be the starting point of our winning curve, and we'll make sure that we continue the positive outcome from now on. And that's the end of the interview from Jiwoo and Guger of Nongshim Red Force, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. I love that Guger Chad just said, hey, Lil Bro's pretty good at League, and it doesn't make it awkward, and I'm glad I get to play with them as Nongshim get their first win on the board. Only 2 teams left looking to get those wins. DRX drop a couple spots after that loss.
Unfortunately for KT, this also means they're now in sole position of 10th place. I'm sure that'll change, but not today, as obviously they won't be playing until tomorrow.
That concludes our Saturday showdown. We have another matchup in both BNK versus D+, and of course, some content for you, a new episode of Replay. Stick around, you don't want to go anywhere. See you in a little bit.
진한장. 오늘은 세상에서 가장 행복한 저녁날. 새벽같이 마중 나온 건 어머니가 아니라 은퇴양남 멤버들? 근데 중대장님이 이미 말해줘가지고 알고 있긴 했어. 베프도 있고 든든한 막내도 있고 어색한 동생도 하나 있고 이 형은 뭐지? 아쉽긴 한데 나의 화려한 복귀팀으로서는 나쁘진 않네? 전 시즌 팀들은 2군 한 번도 못 이겼다며? 우린 다르지. 어이 이군들 들어올 거면 맞다이로 들어와.
아니 뭐 컨셉을 모르니까 컨셉을 모르니까 뭐 어떻게 골라야 될지 모르겠네.
저희가 오늘 일산으로 스커님 모셨는데 일산이 게임단에 옮겨지지 않습니까?
근데 제가 일산에서 숙소 생활을 해본 적은 없어가지고 잘은 모릅니다. 네.
어디에 계셨었어요?
저는 처음에 인천에 있다가 강남 갔다가 양재. 네, 그렇게.
저희 이쪽으로 갈게요.
PC방 가나요?
우리 멤버들이 게임에 집중할 수 있도록 저희가 합숙소를
합숙소요?
네.
그러면은 합숙도 하는 건가요?
경쟁하고 밤새 연습을 하실 수 있는 환경을 제공하기 위해서.
아니 근데 뭐 합숙소를 했다고 꼭 합숙을 하는 건 또 아니잖아요.
아니 우리 지금 현역들 이기려면은 빡세게 굴리셔야지. 그 감독님께서 그렇게 말씀하시면 어떡해요? 부장인데.
아니 불태워야죠. 아니, 저는 뭐 사실 뭐 한 달 동안 합숙소 해도 별 문제 없습니다. 여기인가요?
네.
오.
네, 합숙소에 붙어있습니다.
되게 좋은데? 와 뭐야? 안녕하세요. 와. 우리에게 은퇴란 없다. 근데 저는 은퇴식을 했고 플레이 선수도 그때 굿바이 뭐 해서 은퇴했던 것 같은데.
그러니까 진짜 연예인 같아요.
아 그만 부담스러워. 이렇게 많은 카메라가 한 명을 찍는 건
우리 핫스타니까.
핫스타.
영리 한번 해볼까요 지금? 진짜 언제 오는 거야? 이런 거 있잖아. 기다리는 애들.
아 외로운데? 애들 언제 오는 거야? 아 애들 언제 오는 거야? 여기 좋은데?
아 진짜 깜짝 놀랐네. 와 나.
오 마이 갓.
진짜 깜짝 놀랐네. 와 나.
오 마이 갓.
왔어?
왜 언제 있어요?
다 준비해놨어 내가. 아 신발 벗고 둘러봐.
와우 유니폼도 있어. 와우.
우리 집들이 온 거잖아.
누구 집인데?
동빈이 형.
여기 거울 있고. 그리고 여기 뭐 좀
꽃이라뇨. 이게 어떻게 꽃이에요?
아까 여러분들 오시기 전에 동빈님이
네.
자기가 리치님 빼고 2등이라고 엄청.
다 내 밑이더라 보니까.
뭐 말하는 거예요?
아 점수.
점수요?
진짜요?
73점.
너 몇 점인데?
나 70. 나도 70점.
뭐야? 아니 너 게임 안 했어?
아 나 게임을 많이 안 했어.
두 배.
마스터 맞지? 다이안가?
딱 마스터 찍었어요.
딱 맞지? 컷은 맞지 않았네?
지금 마스터 구간에서 그걸 헤매고 있는 거예요?
네. 여기가 혹시?
저는 1200.
오!
진짜?
너무 좋다.
오늘 믿고 간다?
화영청 3만 가요.
믿고 간다?
밑엔 버틸게.
그러잖아. 복귀 후 첫 방송이 아주.
그러게 저는 사실 내가 너무 대충 하고 와가지고 이게 많이 걱정이 컸거든요. 의외로 너무 많이 봐주셔가지고 그냥 플레이 괜히 했나? 플레이 괜히 했나? 그래서 아니 진짜 농담 살짝 섞어가지고
100% 진심인데 이거?
그 진심이 많이 느껴지. 네.
너무 많이 좋아해 주셔가지고 그래서 약간 마음 한편으로 또 든든한 보금자리 생긴 것 같아서 기분 좋습니다.
저희가 본격적으로 시작에 앞서서 여러분한테 좋은 소식 하나가 있습니다.
BPL?
BPL은 아니고요. 저희 리플레이 3의 첫 팀 스폰서가 생겼습니다.
와우. 들어와.
어휴 다 흘렀는데?
패스. 자기가 나가겠다고 그냥 너도 나도 할 것 없이 다 나와버리는데?
여러분들 무서운 여름을 날리는 카스에서 저희. 그리고 여러분들 아시다시피 또 스폰서가 들어오면 유니폼에 또 적어줘야 되지 않습니까?
그렇죠. 안 보이는데.
없는데요?
이쪽 판에 있네.
패스! 좋다.
일단 환복하고 가시죠.
예.
네.
맥주는 카스지?
사실 저희가 준비한 게 팝푸드뿐만이 아니고
와우.
뭐 있어?
더 있어?
에어팟?
뭐야? 뭐 있어? 아니 여기 있을 수 있는 게 없는데?
저희가 은퇴양란에서 소개해드리지 못한 제6개 멤버가 있습니다.
아니 이건 진짜 몰랐다.
이건
그러면서 갑자기 피니 갑자기 좋은 생각.
감독 아니야? 웬만하면
감독님이죠 감독님. 형님.
형이 감독으로 빠지는 건가?
나 열심히
좋은데.
아니 벌써 바꿔버리면 어떡해요?
영상을 준비했습니다.
뻔하게 노출형 나오진 않겠지.
설마 노페 감독님이겠어.
아니 나 엊그제 만나고 왔어.
또 나와?
리플레이 3 공식 감독님으로 저희가 모셨는데
앰비션이다. 앰비션이 형이다.
네, 너무 좋아요. 근데 이게 진심으로 하는 얘기인데 작년 월드 딱 그 페이커 선수가 우승을 할 때 그걸 보면서 약간 싹 오더라고요. 그게 다시 감독직을 하고 싶다라는 생각을 잠깐 했었는데 또 어떻게 보면 약소하다면 약소할 수 있지만 이 프로그램의 가장 큰 무관은 이부 팀을 이기는 거. 그렇죠. 네, 이게 가장 큰 목표잖아요. 누구 내더라고요. 그래서 뭔가 재밌을 것 같다. 해보고 싶다 라는 생각까지 연결이 돼서
그래서 멤버들도 이 정도는 할만하지 않나 하시는 거. 미드라이너부터 제가
이 친구 어떻게 보면 페이커 선수의 그늘에 가려진 케이스긴 한데 이 친구는 자기 파일을 정말 적게 하더라도 최고의 효율을 뽑을 수 있는 친구였고 그렇게 적게 했을 때 본인이 기분 나빠하지도 않고 즐길 줄 알고 베풀 줄 아는. 근데 단점이 당시로 따지면 열심히는 안 했다.
인정합니다. 조금 열심히 안 했어.
세트 메뉴로 이게 세트 메뉴고 친구가 뭐 재능은 최고죠. 그러니까 이제 구닥스 시절 친구들이 다들 재능이 프로씬으로 따지면 거의 최상급 재능들. 사실 월드 우승이 없는 게 이상한 선수라고 봐야 하죠.
단점은?
단점 종민이는 좀 약간 독자적인 길을 건널 편입니다.
독자적인 길.
은근히 아싸요. 네,
얘는 선택적 아싸예요. 지 혼자 먹어요.
보니까 얘가 상황이 안 좋은 건지 좋은 상황인지 이런 것들을 노려하는 케이스는 아니라서.
그 빌런을 보죠.
우리도 아니에요?
혹시 누군지?
알죠. 레이스. 아니 근데 제가 모를 수가 없어요. 왜냐면 무슨 프로필 촬영이 있어서 간 날에 옆에 화장을 보고 있는 이 친구가 앉아 있었는데 화장이 다 끝나고 딱 일어서고 딱 얼굴 딱 마주쳤는데 지금 연예인인가?
누군?
살짝 왜 이렇게 잘생겼? 제가 원래 약간 잘생겼다고 그러고 근데 이렇게 얘기하면 실력 얘기를 못하니까 실력을 제가 잘 몰라. 나는 탑인데 재원이 좋은 친구예요. 이 친구 찐재능은 타게임 영향이 있어서인지는 모르겠는데 한타의 귀신, 한타의 문제 한타 하나만큼은 타의 추종을 불러하는 탑미드가 굉장히 온순한 초식 동물 같은 느낌?
저희가 그러실까봐 최대 60
육식이네.
이래라.
나 60 맞아?
두 명이지? 이벤트스 아니야?
이거 진짜 나와요?
나 진짜 나와요.
감독하시던 분이 갑자기
선수입니다, 선수.
사실 근데 고동빈 선수라고 해야 돼 이제는? 네. 아무튼 필요한 타이밍에 항상 적재적소에 있는 공선이라는 게 어떻게 보면 정글러의 가장 중요한 그런 과목이라면 항상 만점을 받는
사장님 자자하시네.
되게 근데 멤버를 약간 그런 느낌으로 짜셨다. 이게 관상을 제가 믿는 건 아닌데 다 너무 눈이 초롱초롱한데 이렇게 빼서
왜 빼?
시즌 2 멤버랑 비교했을 때 어느 정도의 전력인지 큐베, 앰비션, 이지훈, 캡제 일단 바텀은 세잖아요.
당연한 거를.
네. 거의
바텀이 캐리해야지.
정글도 거의 뭐 정글보다 강해요. 탑 같은 경우에는 재원이가 뭐 사실 보여준 게 큐베만큼은 당연히 아니고
인정합니다.
살짝 업그레이드가 아닌가.
아, 이거 다운그레이드가 아닌 게 어디예요? 상대가 우승자인데. 그래서 오시나요, 지금?
섬이면 여기 옆에 있네.
누군지 예상가십니까?
설마? 잠시? 너? 사실 이거 가린 거에서도 아까는 그 숨길 수 없는 하관이 나와버려가지고.
한번 불러볼까요?
하나, 둘, 셋. 감독님, 나와주세요. 감독님, 나와주세요.
이 정도 크기로는 안 나온다 이거야?
박재님 화분 아무나 주워오신 거 아니야 이거?
반갑다. 난 오늘부로 공식적으로 팀 은퇴양난의 감독을 맡게 된 노페 정유철이다. 팀 은퇴양난의 이 창단 기념으로 다 선물 하나 준비했는데 이름은 양난이. 이게 난이 꽃을 피우기가 진짜 그렇게 어렵다고들 한다. 너희들의 미래에 아름다운 꽃을 피우길 바라는 마음에서 준비해봤다.
근데 몇 번을 보시니까 어떠세요? 뭐 반말하고
네, 뭐 사실 이게 반말로 하는 게 좀 어색할 수도 있는 게 어떻게 보면 많이 뵙긴 했지만 많이 놓은 적은 없네요. 맞네. 어떻게 보면 감독님이시기도 했어요. 이게 함부로 될지 모르겠는데
여기서는 선수죠. 감독님, 말 편하게 해주세요.
그럴까요, 감독님? 재원이는 잘 지냈지?
저 잘 지내고 있습니다. 사실 저는 이제 쿠로 형만 들었었거든요, 멤버를. 해서 왔는데 이제 정글에 이제 저희 감독님
여기도 프로복귀는 빡세게 준비하시는 거 아니에요?
빡세게 하고 있습니다. 감독님 믿어주세요. 네.
이거 제가 정말 기억날 때 있지 않나? 내가 막 진짜 극찬을 했어.
맞아.
그러니까 그때 재거리 형이랑 플레이 있잖아요. 근데 저는 재거리 형이 제일 잘생겼다 그랬거든요. 근데 지민님이 제일 잘생겼다 그랬어.
맞아, 제가 극찬을 했어.
기억나.
레이스님 옛날에 만난 거 기억하세요?
옛날에요? 조금 기억 안 나죠? 뭐 지나가는 오징어 한 마리 지나갔어. 말을 살짝 걸었거든. 내가 기억나는 게 살짝 말을 걸었어. 오시는데
감독님, 오늘 저희 뭐 하나요?
우리는 게이머니까 게임을 해야 되지 않을까 싶어서
좋습니다.
우리의 전투력을 확실하게 측정하기 위해 팀 160이 아니라 팀 149
149면 160이 그 나이대가 더 높은 애들이니까 젊은 친구들 한 나이구나.
맞아. 팀 나이가 합쳐서 149인데
11살이면 근데 많이 줄었는데?
아니, 평균 나이대가 30대가 안 돼?
이거 좀 젊은데? 우리
많이
몇
젊었어.
살이야?
우리보다 젊은데?
우리는 152.
우리 이거 적다
이거.
아니 왜 그래? 우리 그 경기 나가면은 걔네들 100도 안 될 수도 있어.
그래도 비슷하긴 하다 149 152면.
그렇게 차이는 안 나. 멤버가 내가 한 번씩 말해줄게. 큐베, 앰비션,
제발.
메라,
제발.
미드 원딜이 바뀐다. 폰 고스트다.
폰 빡세네.
폰 고스트다.
고트는 좀 빡세네.
잠깐만. 그럼 뭐 그전에는 안 빡셌던 얘기야.
그래. 나쁘지 않네.
재밌겠다.
그래서 이 멤버랑 단판제로 한번 진행을 해보고 또 이게 우리가 게임을 해봐야 서로에 대해서도 좀 더 자세히 알 수도 있고 한번 진행해보도록 하자고.
어떻게 될 것 같아요?
일단 탑.
탑은 이미 이겼어. 탑 이겼어.
탑은
아예
이미 이겼어.
몇 프레이즈잖아요.
마음에 담아두세요. 마음에 담아두세요.
난 업그레이드 50. 탑 이겼고 정글?
앰비션? 내 라이벌? 정글은 솔직히 내가 지금 게임 수가 좀 딸리니까 반반만 칠게.
미드는 뭐
원성이 지금 게임 안 할 거야. 내가 알기로. 메나 형도 게임을 안 해.
근데 고스트는 게임
고스트는
많이 한강에서 많이 봤어.
나도 많이
잘할 것 같은데.
났네.
아니 지금 있는 바텀 뭐 어때?
좀 불리할 것 같은데요?
불리하다고?
벌써 불리해?
일단 원딜도 문제고.
연방 가볼게요. 연방의 신이야.
왜냐하면 게임을
원래 게임 많이 안 했어.
전역한 지 얼마 안 됐잖아요.
난 요새 다 아무것도 몰라. 나는.
한 반반 정도 친다 쳐.
이겼어.
근데 감독님이 있어. 감독님이 있어.
아, 지금 우리 감독님이 있네.
달라.
아니 근데 뭐 한 판 하는데 내 능력이 바로 나오는 거야?
자, 여러분들 이기고 싶어하는 그 마음을 더 느껴보자. 트래시 콜링을 또 준비했습니다.
트래시 콜링.
뭐.
전화 연결한다는 거 같은데?
트래시 콜링 하는 건가요? 지금 전화?
저희 149팀 트래시 콜링 연결 한번 해보겠습니다.
보인다고?
이러면 우리도 보여요? 저기 입장에서?
세 명밖에 없는데?
기사주구리.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 아, 네, 팀 149 분들 반갑습니다. 저희는 뭐였죠, 우리? 152?
은퇴양만.
아니에요.
아니, 그럼 한 분씩 좀 시청자분들한테 자기소개 좀 부탁드릴게요.
안녕하세요. 큐페이 이성진입니다. 반갑습니다.
리플레이 시즌2에 참여했었던 매드레이프 홍민기입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 포항석입니다. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요. 원딜 고스트 6학년 4반 장윤준이입니다.
장준이 좋다.
정글분이
현영이 형
소리 꺼놓으셨네. 정글분 계신가요?
정글분이 없는데요?
그니까요.
다 꺼놨는데?
앰비션님 안녕하세요. 성진아, 어떻게 뭐 좀 교육 좀 안 돼?
아, 죄송합니다. 요즘에 쪼사랑 애 있다고 너무 막 나가시네, 저.
뭐가?
빨랑빨랑 안 달려요? 아니, 지금 님만 다 기다리고 있었잖아요.
아니, 카톡이 안 오는데?
저희 시작했습니다, 앰비션님.
누구세요?
저 잠깐 임시 감독했던 사람입니다.
캠이 켜져 있구나. 예. 노페님이시구나.
이번에 공식 감독 하게 됐습니다.
저희 때는 왜 안 해주셨어요?
멤버가 마음에 안 드셨나봐요.
무슨 말이야.
그런 거구나.
아니, 여기 멤버들은 다 좋았어.
그게 무슨 그러면 없는 사람.
농담이고. 인사 한 번만 부탁드릴게요.
네, 안녕하세요. 네, 앰비션입니다. 네, 반갑습니다.
각 만 라이너들이 또 이제 이렇게 결정이 됐는데 큐베 선수
네.
이번에 함께하게 한 이 리치 선수에 대해 좀 아세요?
알죠. 키워 싸우는 사람 아니니까.
아니면 어떻게 좀 선배로서 해줄 말이라도 있을까요?
이 리플레이가 생각보다 쉽지 않아요. 단단히 먹고 연습을 좀 열심히 해야 됩니다, 이게.
열심히 하겠습니다.
오늘 멋진 승부 부탁드리겠습니다.
예.
앰비션 선수 지금 나오게 된 사람 누군지 아시죠?
우리 스코어요? 동민이요? 동민이 또 제 동생이죠.
동생인가요?
아니야. 예전에 1대1 져가지고 형으로 부르기로 했는데 이거 아직도 기억하고 있네.
어디 정도 티어예요?
이번 시즌 몇 판 했더라? 60판 정도 한 것 같아요.
많이 안 했네.
비슷하네.
영빈아, 어깨 동무하지 마라. 어디 형한테?
일단 저는 뭐 저번에 형님 빵 졌지만 오늘 이기면 또 형님 바뀌는 거 아닙니까?
에이, 1대1로 붙어야지. 이거 샷발이잖아.
나중에 붙어 그러면.
오케이, 나중에 붙어. 명예회복하라고.
그러면 이제 또 저희 미드 프로 선수와의 오늘 또 한번 붙게 됐는데 같이 붙어본 적도 있죠?
붙어본 적이 좀 많죠, 아마?
어땠어요? 그때 당시에는?
제가 더 잘하지 않았나.
그때 그 실력 차이를 다시 한번 보여주시는 건가요?
그러고 싶긴 한데 프로 형은
프로를 다시 도전한다고 들었거든요. 저 같은 사람은 가뿐히 이겨야지 프로 도전할 자격이 생기지 않을까.
밑밥 깔아버리기. 원석이가 또 잘하는 친구이기 때문에 오늘 쉽지 않을 것 같은데 힘내서 열심히 재밌게 해봅시다.
아니 뭐 트래시 콜링이라 그러는데
형이요. 너무 훈훈하다.
원딜에서 보여주세요.
원딜이 보여줄 거예요.
네. 진짜다 진짜 이제.
이제 진짜들의 대결이
진짜들이잖아. 6학년 4반 자영준이 차렷.
아니 제가 외모로는 많이 밀리지만 게임 실력으로는 앞서 있다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다.
와 그래도 하나 먹고 들어가서 다행이긴 하네.
네, 제가 옛날에 이제 프레이 선수 현역일 때는 좀 많이 맞았는데
마지막에 뺐잖아.
오늘 이 기회를 통해서라도 좀 돌려드려야 될 것 같아요.
자신감.
용준이가 이게 검색해봤는데 점수가 은근히 높더라.
나라에 힘을 쓰고 오신 분이라 제가 지금은 당연히 이겨야 되지 않을까 그렇게 생각합니다.
보여줄게. 특정 사수의 총 한 번 맞아봐.
그럼 이제 바로 서포터로 넘어갈게요. 혹시 아세요?
아예 알죠. 그 닉네임 변경 좀 많이 하신 그 레이스님 알죠?
그 저희 또 리플레이 선배로서 조언 한마디 해주자면
서포터로서 진짜 머리가 많이 아프거든요. 팀 연습을 못한 게 저 정말 후회가 많이 되는데 팀 연습 최대한 많이 하셔가지고 제가 이루지 못했던 그 승리를 한번 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
서포터의 어머니.
메라님 그렇게 말하시면 트래시 토크를 할 수가 없는데요?
아니 이거 준비한 트래시 토크가 있는 것 같았는데.
저도 이제 군대를 갔다 와서 일단 오랜만에 하는 건데 첫상대로 좋은 상대가 아닌가.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
지현이 형 멘트 좋은데?
살아있네 역시.
용준아.
예 형.
루나비 밴드하면 뭐 할래?
형 저 그냥 LC 정도 밴하고 제리 그냥 해도 되거든요.
미션이 형 우린 뭐예요 미드 정도에?
비에고나 요즘에 좀 잘 됐던 게
비에고밖에 없는 것 같은데요?
세주도 좀 괜찮아 보이던데 이번에.
미드 정글 탑 혹시 밴 필요한 거 있으신가요?
롤 안에서 뭘 배워야 될지는 몰라요.
혹시 스카너 맞아보셨나요 키베님?
스카더 아레나에서 맞아봤는데 아레나에서 존나 굳히던데요?
용준이 스위터 막히네요 갑자기.
아트타 뺏기면 어떻게 하실 거예요 혹시? 포르키도 하시나요?
그렇게 할 줄 알죠 뭐.
네, 그러면 스타나 포르키 쪽으로 하면 좋을 것 같아요.
미드 콜 하면 탑 무조건 AP 해야겠네.
캐를 하면 돼. 캐를.
네.
설레네. 재밌었어.
팀게임 너무 오랜만인데.
재밌겠다. 우리 픽도 정해주나요? 아니 우리도 그냥 우리가 뱀픽 하면서 알아서 하면 되나?
뱀픽은 좀 봐줄게.
오 좋은데요.
바뀌어야지.
일단 나랑 챔프폭이 겹치는데 지금.
비에고.
니달리 비에고 탈리아 이런 거 하는데?
미션이 니달리 해요?
하긴 하지.
저 형도 점프 원래 안 나. 어차피 미드 정글 뭐 유리해지면 바텀도 알아서 유리해지니까.
아닌데? 네. 터미널 별개인데? 나 유충 6개 먹을 건데?
예? 그 유충 6개 때 내가 올라갈 건데?
자연스럽게 탑 가버려.
이거 풀어버릴 건데 그냥?
축제. 다자 파이팅 갑시다. 하나 둘 셋. 파이팅.
헐.
우리에게 은퇴는 없다.
써주니까 진짜 설레네.
두근두근 되는데? 뭐배네요?
세나.
형 은퇴한 사람 없잖아. 나눈
뭐배 할까요?
제리 남자. 나를 빼가면 안 되겠네.
제리 뱀당했다.
이거 1벤을.
방풀인데.
우리 뱀 뭐였지?
후웨이 할지 말지.
웨이 뱀하죠 그냥.
그 웨이배. 신챔벤 뭐냐?
신챔벤만.
캐리 안 해봤네 원숭이.
그러면 우리 캐넨 같죠?
방풀인데?
뭐 방풀 맞네.
방풀이네.
방풀 맞잖아.
뭐야 이거?
뭐야 이거?
LC 벤을 하자.
노에이맨이면 스타 선픽도 생각해도 돼.
예스. 바로가.
스타 갑시다.
쟤네가 근데 니달리 먹을 수도 있겠어.
사과.
그럴 수 있지.
와, 자신감 미쳤는데요?
일단 픽합니다. 니달리는 올려두고.
저 니달리 안 할 거예요. 절대 안 할. 보여주기식.
저거 30대 이상 금지 챔피언이잖아.
그러니까 나이가 나이니까.
했네. 했네.
아니 이거 너무 밥향 너무 물로 보는데?
칼리 가자.
칼리?
칼리 좀 보자.
칼리 안 앉으시면 됐는데. 나는 또 밑밥 깔아버리기.
노티를 오벤에 할 생각하고 나르를 선픽.
네, 나를 해도 돼요.
엑사 안 하겠지 이제?
아, 저 상관없어요.
알파벳 하죠?
얼처럼 넌 쉬지 않아. 아, 민경 렐이 돼?
일단 알리.
미쳤는데?
형도 렛 볼래요?
뭐 할까요? 럼블 할까요? 나를 할까요?
레를 하네.
나 일단 올려놓을게요.
알파벳 하죠? 나르 가죠?
나를?
예, 나르.
뭐 하고 싶은 거 해도 돼요?
베인
네, 베인 같은 거. 그냥 나르랑 부르게 1대1로.
레인 텔 없는데 괜찮나요?
서로 안 내려오면 상관없긴 한데.
약간 그런
해봐.
오케이.
그럼 우리가 완급 조절하는 걸로.
와우, 베인. 아니, 퍼포먼스 픽 뭐냐? 베인이다.
진짜 호. 이거 근데 갱홍이 바텀 쪽도 좋아서 바텀 파기도 많이 좋아하고 있는데.
일단 우리 주도권 계속 있을 것 같은데.
첫 동선은 바텀으로 짤게요.
네. 아, 네, 괜찮아요.
오케이. 그리고 서현이 주도권 잡아주면 좋긴 해서 앞점프 뛰고 싶을 때 지탄 잡고 싶을 때 동빈이 불러.
이거 미드 시간 날 때 그냥 와서 발키리 하나만 빼줘도 내가 무조건 유리해요.
제 화이팅 하시죠. 막내 가자 이번에 막내가.
화이팅!
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 죽긴 했네. 아, 아쉽다. 그냥 빼면서 할 걸 그랬네. H 오버네. 그냥 백무비 찍으라고 할걸.
폴링을 들어봤을 때 좀 여유가 있는 친구가 서폿의 지민이. 은퇴하고 나서 안 했다고 또 안 할 거야? 이걸 해야 우리가 이긴다고 생각하면 사실 너한테 짊어진 숙제가 그렇게 많은 건 아니잖아. 요구하는 게 많은 거 아니잖아. 많아?
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
화이팅!
플러스 기아 화이팅! 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2024. I love that guy's sign. The I Love Riot. Fantastic. You love to see it. Love the organization. Brilliant stuff. Here we are, ready for our second match of the day. This one could tell us a lot, because of course, D+ Gear suffering their first loss against T1 earlier in the week. We'll see whether they can bounce back against BNK FearX.
Yeah, and BNK FearX haven't looked too hot, but we also just saw Nongshim win, and Nongshim did beat them, but we also saw DRX loss, and Nongshim lost them and DRX beat them, so where does that put them? Yeah, I don't know. It's
Free Willy, that's what
I feel like it's pretty hard to scope teams out this early, especially like, some are obvious, like Gen G.
Yep.
D+ have looked good, but, shaky from the last loss. And BNK FearX definitely the wins on the board. I think that much is true. And, the fact that they lost the series to DRX already is a bit of a hit, especially since they want to be keeping in contention for those 6 playoff spots. And I think even though it's early in the season, there's plenty of time to make up the difference, you're expected to lose against teams like Gen G, T1, so
yeah.
You want to get as many wins as you can against teams lower in the standings.
Yep, their opportunity to now do a little bit of a leapfrog if D+ Gear are able to take a 2-0, because they weren't able to do that so far. Their wins were 2-1s, and then they lost 0-2, putting them on 0 points. So they're going to have to see what they can do, try and get that +2 on the board. And yeah, both of them, unfortunately, not finding victories just yet, as Raptor versus Lucid, a battle of challenger. And Raptor is 8-4 over Lucid.
That's crazy.
That kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, you wouldn't think many challenger junglers would have a good head-to-head against Lucid.
Yeah. That's sort of mind-boggling. But that's just, that's how the chips landed, I guess. That's kind of crazy. I want to hear from Chronicler about his take on the Raptor versus Lucid matchup as our resident challenger expert. But here is another one. Closer versus Showmaker. This battle, I think, is really interesting, because I think both of these players play a really similar game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both of them have definitely had their highs. I feel like, we'll be seeing a lot of contested picks between them. We definitely see Closer lean more into sometimes those melee picks, but even Showmaker has been known to do that as well. And I think both of them having a bit more of a consistent performance could see them really take off.
Speaking of taking off, this guy might be taking off at some point. I can't actually read what's said, but he did a salute, so maybe he's going off to
Well,
the
just
military.
say ROKAF, which
Does that mean Air
assume is
Force?
Republic of Korea Air Force.
There we go. So he's taking off.
Taking off, yeah.
Oh man, I had the opportunity, and I ruined it.
I thought you had it.
I didn't have it. I thought I had it too. I've just got Nautilus lore stuck in my head. Let's get into it though, as we welcome BNK DRX to LoL Park. That is the most serious I have ever seen execute in my life, and I wonder whether that bodes well or poorly for D+ Kia.
Hard to know. Execute is definitely a vibes player. He has had some crazy pop-off moments and some not crazy pop-off moments in his
Well, they've been
LCK.
pop-off. They just haven't worked for their team.
Yeah, you know. But definitely someone who's very accomplished with a lot of these engage picks, which you've seen running around in the meta at the moment. And I feel like FearX, as a team, are very aggressive, like to take fights, like to start fights, sometimes to their benefit, sometimes not. Going up against D+ Kia, who started the season so well.
Yep.
Lost against T1, and it's such a weird one because like losing against T1 is like, you know, a lot of teams lose against T1, but it's a way in which they lost. That was so winnable.
Yeah, it was so sad actually. Like, and it felt like it was all over after the throwing game one.
Yeah.
Like the whole series just kind of crumbled from that point on.
And there's nothing like a throw like that into a series loss to boom a team. And
Exactly.
that's so big, you know. D+ fans.
But it's never happened to D+ before. They're not a team that would ever crumble under pressure like that.
Yeah, I feel like so many people talk about KT fans and their struggles. D+ fans have been having it pretty bad recently as well. Whenever I check the post-match threads and I see that
at least D+ fans have won a Worlds, you know?
That's true. They got that to hang on to forever.
They didn't choose T1.
You know what's the best thing that we're going through right now is watching Canyon pop off. And be like, that's got a sting. But Lucid's been playing really well, so fingers crossed. And yeah, this is the key matchup. And I feel like mid, we've seen some really big carry performances. Tristana's obviously been a big standout, but Talia, Corgi, all picks who have had a massive amount of impact.
And looking at these stats, these two players are in exactly the same position within their teams as well. A lot of reliance is on these guys. They haven't necessarily found all the success, but if their team's going to win, it's going to be because of them. And Closer, even in losing games, has actually looked kind of good, but just hasn't really been able to find the victories and hasn't had the rest of the team on the same page around him. I think that has been the big problem here for BNK. We'll see whether this gentleman right here can lead them to victory via the top lane, or whether it is going to be this man that you can see on your screen. And as they were walking out, Kingen, stoic, you know, just very serious. The rest of the team, massive fit of the giggles. D+ were in very high spirits outside of Kingen.
Yeah.
Kingen was in his own zone. I wonder what that means for the team.
Maybe.
That's just top laneritis,
Maybe Lucid did something really funny, but because Kingen was looking forwards, he didn't see.
Ah, it was like he did a little dance or something like that.
Maybe. So they were all laughing, and Kingen's like, I don't know what's going on.
And then he was like a little bit grumpy because he could hear them laughing.
But he didn't know.
But he wasn't part of the joke.
And if you turn around, then, you know, it'd be like, why?
Classic top laner experience. Everyone else having a good time, and he's just up there top laning.
Yeah, playing Skarner or Cassante. Or maybe both in the same series.
We'll see whether he does get anything fun. Of course, he was one of the first early adopters of a few picks that were fun last season, like the Smolder top, that he played the Twisted Fate top the first time. So we'll see whether Kingen's got anything cooked up for us, or whether it's just going to be, as you say, Cassante versus Skarner.
Wow.
Yeah.
Be interested to see that matchup again.
I know.
Oh, have you tried Skarner versus Cassante?
Oh, I haven't heard of that one before.
A little bit different.
Wow. Actually, no, never mind. That did happen. That was in our last game. The last game that we casted was that exact matchup. Skarner did do a lot of fun flashing stuff that Dunan was pulling out, so that was fun. Ryu has had some pretty stern words about the team's performance thus far. We'll see whether he does get to say some nice things after today's match, or whether that honor is going to be falling to Zephyr.
I feel like having Ryu as a coach, his disappointed face.
I know, right? Extra power. And we've seen so much of it recently as well, with, you know, Faker being inducted into the Hall of Legends and everything. It's just a lot of reliving it. I'm sure, I think there's more content to come as well. where we just get to see more sad Ryu face. But let's do our very best to move past that and into the draft here. As already, the Corki going to be taken away from Showmaker. He is a fantastic Corki player. That does make sense. And the Callista to be removed from Henna. And this is interesting. A lot of focus on the power picks in the mid lane. Tristana Corki, definitely very strong, something that Showmaker is very good at. But Tristana has been a really good first pick.
Yeah,
so a weird blue side ban.
When I was seeing the Corki ban, I was like, okay, they probably want D+ to ban Tristana, or they'll first pick it, but then they ban it themselves. Talia is still open, so I expect D+ will probably ban that away. They go for the Rumble. If BNK FearX ban Talia as well here, I'm not sure what is going on.
I'm very confused. Well, Corki Tristana, they're the ones that have been taken away. There is one last ban to come in here. Could be Skarner, Senna, Ashe, Nautilus, so all sorts of things that it could be. We'll see where they do decide to land on it. As you can see, Closer typing some stuff in, seeing what he can find. I think they have an idea in mind, and it will be the Ashe.
Ashe is pretty standard.
Yeah.
So I think T+ here, I think it would make sense to get rid of the Talia in this situation, because I think it's very first pickable, especially since you can flex at a jungle.
Yeah. I would agree.
Yeah, we'll see if they opt to go in that direction. Seen a lot of variety in first picks so far this season. Obviously, we saw Nautilus being a high priority first pick in the last series. Don't want to see the Nidalee. I think we're all clear on that. Talia will get banned, so now it comes down to what they want to prioritize here.
Just lock in the Nidalee.
Oh, God.
For Raptor.
Yeah.
You gotta get it, you know, you gotta deny it. They could take the Sejuani if they would like to, something like that, keep their options open.
That wouldn't be that interesting, though.
No, it would not be interesting.
The Vi is something that's pretty powerful, especially with Zeri and Kai'Sa priority being quite high recently. I think it really... I mean, the pick was already good, already high priority. But we did see some comps do well into it. Specifically, it was like a bounce house comp with a really thick front line with like Skarner, Sejuani, Alistar. So maybe D+ up to lean into that.
I think D+ probably want to take the Nautilus, because one of the most powerful things about Vi is that you lock her in and then you're the one that can pick Zeri now, right? You're the one that feels like you're capable of doing so. And so they will follow that line of logic to give themselves some anti-Zeri
No
options.
one gets to have fun.
Yeah, no fun for you guys. Showmaker thinking about being a pigeon, and he will be able to lock that one in. The Nautilus lock-in does give us access to a little bit more lore, potentially, if you guys do want to hear about it. I know there was a guy on Reddit very sad about not getting much more of the lore. Of course, if the game is interesting, if it's exciting, then we're going to have to focus on that, guys. Maybe we'll have to like start a separate channel where we just read lore. If you guys would like that, let me know.
I like
LeBlanc
how
being Hobbit.
banning out the mid laners has just reverted the meta back to Azir. And then LeBlanc comes out and Azir counter. So very mobile mid-jungle combo from BNK FearX. A lot of dive potential.
Yeah, this is a kind of fun one for Closer. See what it's going to be augmented with here as...
probably a top lane pick here.
Yep.
Because, you know, Sejuani and Cassante... Skarner and Cassante are open and available. And they will... Likely, it's D+ would pick one and ban the other way if it went to that to the next side. So yeah, Skarner picked up. And at this point, D+ can opt to just match. Or they can go in a different direction. They can pick up jungle maybe, secure a matchup there, maybe take something like the Sejuani, although Sejuani Azir doesn't fill me with joy. They could just match with the Cassante though, which is the tame way to do it. And it looks like we're once again seeing Skarner, Cassante. People were bored of seeing just Cassante all the time, so now we're going to see Skarner plus Cassante. It's different somehow.
Yeah, it's different in the fact that it's always the same. That's what's different about it.
Yeah.
It's more the same. That's
well,
why
I think it's different because
yeah.
everyone's like, wow, Cassante's so broken, and now it's balanced because the other champion's also broken.
Yeah, there we go. All right, there's some positives to look forward to here, as there is the Kai'Sa ban away. And I think we're going to see some thinning of this bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is BNK FearX are in a worse position because they don't get first pick coming out of the next, after the bans. So any AD carry they ban does hit their pool as well. I think you could just focus bans towards the jungle as a result. Obviously, D+K has already taken the support. They have to go for the center ban, scared of that center Nautilus, which the prior has been lower on it in summer, but definitely still pretty formidable.
Yeah, it's worth considering, absolutely. Last ban here on D plus Kia's side might give us an idea as to what we're going to see out of aiming, as Leona is going to be banned as well. So spreading it across both sides of the lane. I kind of want to see an aiming Ezreal. I feel like aiming pretty good on the champion in the past, and it was buffed decently on the patch.
I'm not so sure about that, because if you have Ezreal and LeBlanc as your carries, it's very Feast or Famine.
No, I meant like on the other side, the aiming version.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, I think for aiming, it would work pretty well.
Because you got consistent damage in the Azir?
Yeah, I think actually makes sense there. I think they just could take jungle, and that's just like priority to go for something like the Zeri. But actually, if they take Zeri here and leave jungle to last, they have prime opportunity to take one of these spicier jungle picks we've been seeing. Although they do have an AP mid, so not sure how committed they will be towards that.
Yeah, could be we could see the brand once again. That would be very fun. But like you say, yeah, with Azir, it is a little bit of a different story. See where they decide to go. As Henna does have his Varus up and available, could be something that he could lean on if he would like to. Or the Jinx! We've seen this. Jinx versus Zeri has been a thing in the past. And some hard engage on the bottom side as well. So double tanks to come through here. Some subterfuge, I guess, to come out of the LeBlanc, really dashing around these fights. And then the Jinx for that late game carry potential. Very, very excited.
Yeah, and with the strong mid jungle, you can definitely lean the pressure down there. Looks like T Plus potentially going for the Poppy, and there's a lot of dashes that they could stop.
Oh, the Rice, you can see, look at Lucid's face. He's like,
You know, I think I prefer the Viego. I feel like the Poppy has a lot of strength, but I feel like the Viego gives you so much momentum in fights, and it's really going to come down to those initial kills. Utilizing the fact that they have a lot of strong CC, both compositions. Once you get momentum, you got Jinx resets, you got Zeri just being Zeri once you get momentum in a team fight, and then Viego as well with his resets. It's going to be explosive team fights for sure.
Yep, I could agree. I also think that this is one of the champions that Lucid has had a lot of fun on in the past as well. Do just want to take a moment to say happy birthday to Wolf. It's Wolf's birthday today. He got a day off, and he's probably just lounging around, you know, drinking some cocktails on his birthday, enjoying some LCK.
I happened to see him at Kuchara on the way to work.
Yeah, I know. He took some candid photos of him, didn't he? He was like paparazzi.
I knew it was his birthday today because we talked about it yesterday, and I didn't say happy birthday to him at Kuchara.
And this is what we were talking about. It is, in fact, Lucid favored. We just had it a little bit round the wrong way.
This makes so much more sense.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting, and I think we were actually like commentating Challenger full time while they were playing against one another. So it makes sense that we were very, very confused, and that is why. And that is good to have it cleared up. Let's have a look at these drafts once again, though. It is hyper carries on the bottom side of the map, beefy boys in the top lane. And the differences, I think, are based on how these junglers and mid laners are going to operate throughout the game. Very, very exciting stuff. Let's jump into the riff for game number 1. All right, bit of a Pokemon-themed Nautilus skin here as well. The Chandelure, you absolutely love to see it. As we are freaking out Yuumi style here in the brush.
Man, they're ready for something.
I don't know what it is. He wants to eat. And all right, that they know what was coming. That's why they were the preamble was there.
Yep, human boarding. Where you just stand there.
It's beautifully done. Wonderfully executed. Clear is going to pick up a rock, and Kingen is going to see him there with the rock and avoid the rock. Lovely. Amazing stuff.
Really good movement, sidesteps. That's about as interesting as it gets in the top lane matchup.
Yep.
That's peak, you know, and hopefully we don't have to look there again for the rest of the game. Oh, do you see that?
The bone plating just completely gone.
Yeah.
Disaster.
I feel like it probably hit a bit if you had plating on your bones.
Yeah. Like, you should talk to Hugh Jackman about it. Doesn't he have plating on his bones?
Yeah, and it seemed very painful when he got it put on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It was really painful, and he just, like, he has regeneration, right? And so, like, that's what allows him to put up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be very painful. As Execute going to get stunned up here momentarily, taking a bit of damage as we can see. Aiming and Kellen with a bit of control of the lane.
And Showmaker actually having a pretty rough time already.
Yeah.
In their matchup. As expected from the LeBlanc, like that's kind of why you picked the LeBlanc into the Azir.
It's like really gone from a lot of different things, that mid lane matchup, as we do have a bit of Biffo, which kind of confused me a little here. But Clear is just pushing King away. The Azir versus LeBlanc, it was a skill matchup, and then it was LeBlanc favored, and then it was Azir favored. Do you know where it sits right now? How are you feeling? Right now it looks pretty LeBlanc favored, but that might be Closer doing that, as he is going to dash forward once again.
I feel like this game will be a good study to find out.
All right, there we go. We're going to learn things. I love learning things. Can we learn things about Nautilus's lore? You know, I'm actually like, I'm kind of disappointed that I spent the time, you know, eating my lunch. As what? That's a solo kill! Closer just dives the turret and walks away!
As you can see, it's a LeBlanc favored matchup. Quite
yeah,
heavily.
I think
you're
like counterpick.
Level 3, you're expected to get a solo kill.
Oh my god, do you know what this is? Okay, basically what they did is they VOD reviewed the series against T1, and they were like, what started this off in a negative way for us? And Showmaker was like, well, I killed Faker.
So they killed Showmaker.
So they sacrificed Showmaker, and that's how it works. Is this flash chain? Man, brutal stuff from Closer.
Just the confidence.
I love as well. Zero reaction. Ice cold.
Yeah, I love seeing Closer playing a pick like this, playing confidently, and it's a rough start for D+, because if you start to take control at mid lane, the pressure will bleed towards bot lane, and whichever of Henna and Eamon gets more fed this game, I think my money's on them.
Yeah. And Henna will have that range advantage as the game goes on as well. Reset potential for the Jinx really high if the LeBlanc gets going. It's kind of nutty. And with single target lockdown, it's certainly a big deal as Kellen going to buffer that one nicely.
The other thing is, there's like a sweet spot where the reset potential is really high.
Oh, that is a lot of damage going down onto Kellen. Flame Chomp is holding him in place there as well, and now he's much squishier. That is going to be another kill, as in the 2v2, Henna just destroys the Nautilus.
Yeah, easy as that, you know. Great use, chaining of abilities from Execute, using the Chompers from Jinx, and Kellen just overestimated his tankiness and goes down. And, you know, I was talking about Closer applying pressure bot. Don't need it when your bot lane just wins 2v2.
Wow. This is not how I was expecting the beginning of this one to go. Even Clear actually having a decent time up here towards the top side. Closer already half health on Showmaker.
You know, you were talking about the LeBlanc being fed.
Yeah.
You know, I'll talk about this first. Yeah, so Kellen just walks up as if he's trying to get some poke with his E. But it's so scary against the Rel, who can obviously just layer that CC on you with the Chompers and the GPS from the Jinx as well.
Yeah, that was they just kind of both right-clicked him, and he died.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, you were saying how a fed LeBlanc would increase the reset potential.
Yeah.
But there is also, it gets to the point where LeBlanc's so fed, they just die before the Jinx even gets close, you know?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
so they're going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, you know, can you be too fed in a game of League of Legends, you know?
Perhaps. And we might see that here today. As Henna rotating up towards that top side of the map now. So this is a bit interesting. Quite early for an 80 carry rotation.
Yeah, not something we've typically seen recently.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was an international tournament not too long ago where a lot of swapping went down.
That started with an M, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I think the LCK team won that.
They did, and we can see Raptor moving up, but doesn't have level 6. It is a level 6 Cassante. I don't think this is a plausible dive, but they're looking to capitalize on the plates now that the reinforcement is gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. So just going to try and get the Jinx as much money as possible. An understandable idea here.
Money is good on Jinx.
Indeed. That was the kind of reasoning that I had for it as well. I'm really glad that it was right. As D+K are going to at least utilize the man advantage on bottom side in order to get themselves this dragon. Haven't really seen too much from the junglers so far today as Closer. Dashing forward with the Mimic, just doesn't find the chains though. And Lucid just going to keep himself in the fog of war for the minute.
Yeah, and aiming is
just kind of chilled.
Wave. It looks like they're trying to move members up to defend on the top side. I mean, at the end of the day, Henna's not getting too much advantage top. It looks like they just lean the top side there, got a couple of plates, got grubs, and now potentially going for the swap back. looks like, which, you know, I don't think the play is bad. It makes sense. They actually got an advantage there. But maybe not as much as we were thinking would come out of that one, but any little advantage is significant.
Yeah, it wasn't like galaxy brain, but it did kind of work out here. As Henna just going to wait, buy some stuff, and is going to move back towards this bottom side.
The one I have is because aiming got solo XP there and is freezing the wave, he is level 6, and Zeri 6 is a humongous spike. So it shouldn't be for long, but right now aiming does have a bit of a power advantage in the bot lane. So when BNK Fearex come back to lane, they need to be a little bit careful.
Same can be said here for Clear, who did get the short end of the stick just a little bit, so he's going to be down a level, at least for the first couple of moments here of the resuming of this top lane. Look one more time. Henna is going to be very, very close to level 6. Should have it by the end of this wave.
Yeah, I feel like the CS discrepancies that have come out of that play.
Oh dear. Okay, Raptor is found. Showmaker shifts the sands. No cease and desist to come out yet. LeBlanc not quite close enough. Even though the Mimic was available, they didn't want to invest too much just to try and lock him down, especially with Flash available.
Yeah, just some decent poke that's going to allow them to have a bit more pressure, especially since LeBlanc is so good at applying poke herself. But yeah, BNK Fearex definitely trying to have an active role, but I feel like, you know, they've lost out a bit in that top lane matchup and even in the AD carry matchup in terms of farm. They're looking for this blue, but Plus are ready to contest. Closer having prior advantage, Showmaker being low, I think will stop them from being able to fight this one.
Yeah, Lucy going to come on over and at least try and clear some vision. Flame Chompers go down. And Zap even going to hit onto aiming. They will be able to protect their control ward. Lucid just going to cut his losses, head back, see what he can purchase, and look to get towards the Scuttle Crab by the looks of things.
Yeah, not much more going to come from that one. 2 minutes till the next dragon as well, which is a Hex Tech. I don't think we had a Chem Tech Soul yet today, so I'm hoping
we have not.
I can keep doing my work.
Maybe today, like maybe now is the time for the Chem Tech Soul. If there was one, are we looking at like no value? There's a bit of value. You know, Titan's Wrath on Kellen, you know, Clear doing the thing that used to be called Crystalline Exoskeleton, but isn't anymore because it does way more stuff.
Yeah, Rel has shields. You know, I feel like as long as there's bulkier targets, there's a little bit of value, but it's not.
It's not Hextech, right? Like, and Raptor's probably going to build a Sterix.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not Hextech, but it's okay. It is what it is.
Yep. Oh, Closer going to find the chain this time around. Just settles for an Electrocute.
Yeah, those Merc Treads, you know, that bit of MR makes a lot of difference.
Yep. Showmaker going to shift the sands, but is just pushed out of the way of this lane. And so definitely D+ looking like they're just trying to batten the hatches, you know? Hold it down as best they can and shore the ship. Because that's necessary after the mid lane kerfuffle and the bottom lane kerfuffle.
I feel like you keep doing it. You keep saying things like ship as it's like you're...
I know, it's all I'm thinking about,
you're
man.
leaning towards something. You know, it's been a little bit... There's a dragon in a minute, so I think...
Do we have a minute? Can we just pop back and just do a little bit more? As
No,
Hook is
no.
going to connect. There's the knock-up. Flash does come out from Raptor as aiming, looking to try and get some certification. Raptor goes in and aiming blows him up. That's going to be the first one for D+, and it's on exactly the right champion. Oh dear, okay, well now we're definitely not telling Nautilus stories now.
Yep, the power of the CC chain for the Nautilus. Raptor trying to get...
Oh, the flash forward from Closer, not sure about that one.
Yeah. Aiming has cleanse and flash.
And didn't need them.
Didn't need them. But if it hit...
Yeah.
Probably would have been okay anyway. You know, I like... You miss every flash chain you don't go for.
And he missed that one as well.
And he missed...
Beautiful. Yeah. And aiming just got out. And otherwise he would have maybe had to cleanse and then get out. As Kellen is going to catch him from around the corner. Really nicely played here from the D+ support. Kind of redeeming himself after some difficulties in the bottom lane earlier on.
I mean, this is a pretty big mistake from Raptor because you don't have prior bot or mid. And I think from that you should really know that walking in solo is just far too dangerous. Like, Execute wasn't there as well, and he'd probably be a better person to send him first as the Rel. But regardless, like, you didn't have backup from your mid AD carry, so you couldn't afford that. So just definitely an overstep. Does end up costing them some pressure, but the Dragon can still be contested. We do see Closer TPing in with the Ludens.
Yep. Henna also does have his Kraken Slayer completed, so item completion advantage here for BNK on the bottom side at least.
I need to know, did it say in the lore, is Nautilus, does it count as like a Kraken? Would a Kraken Slayer be effective against him?
Is he a Kraken?
Well, he's not really, he's a deep sea monster, right?
Well, I mean, he's a dude who got... We don't know!
We need to finish the lore!
Yeah, we haven't actually figured it out.
We can't judge whether this is a good buy until we get through the lore.
Exactly. I don't even know where I was up to either.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
That's the worst thing that could happen.
Okay. I think it had something to do with tossing a coin in for your Witcher. I mean, for your Nautilus. Sailor Superstition to be sure. Yep, that one. Years of salvage.
Oh, not
salvage. Yeah, they had to go further out for the treasure. I'm up to. I know where we're up to. I know where we're up to. How much time do we? We've got a live dragon still.
I think you have time after the dragon's taken, but dragon is still up. I think we should hold off for now.
I think we're going to be jostling a little bit. There will be some jostling.
Because what we don't want is you to do like 3 waves at a time.
Yeah, no, it didn't quite work out that last time.
Very.
It was a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Like weaving in, shifting sands and weird stuff like that.
That's when the lore really gets funky.
It does get funky. As Closer trying to push Showmaker even further away once again, gets himself in a rise, as now we'll get the information. Is it going to be the Chemtech Soul? Is it going to be a Cloud? We haven't had one of those either. As there it is, the lockdown, and there's the Chemtech. As in goes Closer, looks for an opportunity, Execute gets a Magnet Storm, and it's onto exactly the one they wanted. Impale comes down as well, Emperor's Divide hits 3, Showmaker navigates his way out, just barely. As Clear is going to grab that one with the passive. And it was almost really beautiful there from Showmaker, but in the end, it was an absolute disaster for D+ Kia.
Yeah,
well, Hook is going to come on through here as Raptor comes from around the corner, but I don't think he's saving the horse pants lady. As Kellen is going to be able to lock that one down. That might have been it. That was an Ignite. I thought it could have been the Titan's Wrath. Dot, that would have been really cool.
That could have been so dangerous for Brendan Valdez.
I know.
If he survived that health on that blast cone.
Again?
Unprecedented.
Oh, today would have been just not his favorite day.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not watching.
Yeah, and he would always remember today as the day where blast cone saved someone. And
oh, that was a Pirates of the Caribbean vibe joke there. I liked it. We're going to see this once again. This was, just BNK diving on top of a single target, and the Showmaker just barely making his way out, and not surviving.
A lot of burning happening in these passive plays. Going down as well. But yeah, I feel like it was...
That's why they always say more dots. As Clear is going to ram Kellen into the wall. The turret going to be helping out there as well, as Lucid's going to make his way down. Teleport to come in as well. Let's see whether Execute and Clear can survive. As Lucid gets underneath the turret, Hook is going to connect there, and the Skarner is going to fall down. 2-1-0 for the Zeri is certainly good news, but everywhere else, these lanes are getting pummeled.
Yeah, this is actually a big advantage for BNK FearX here. Getting both these out of towers and trade 100% win.
Yeah, Henna will be able to take this turret. Yeah, that's going to go down. Cease and Desist can now come on through with Showmaker. I think he just knows that he's dead. He puts up the Sun Disc and says, that's it for me.
Man, what an advantageous play from BNK here. I feel like they've gotten so much out of this, and D+ committed to that bot side play, and yeah, they got the tower, they got the Skarner, but losing on every other part of the map, and now it's like a 2.6k gold lead.
Yep, and I looked at the player cams, I was like, wow, Showmaker looked like he wasn't very happy with that play, based on what he was doing with his champion. Then I looked at the player cam and he's just giggling.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know what it means.
I find this so funny though, because I was thinking like Skarner and Rel, both tanky, tons of CC, probably harder dive. Let's see what they can do. And Execute just goes, yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
He just want like, we literally have a situation Clear's like, we can fight, make our last stand. No, I'm gone.
Yep.
And then here, yeah, I think Showmaker just not ready. Didn't have a soldier ready.
I think he decided that he was dead. I'm going to put up my Sun Disc as that, so I can still farm while I'm dead.
He rebuilt the tower. He's like, guys, leave this wave alone, it's mine.
And aiming is going to come towards that lane that you were talking about, that is not being left alone. Mainly because the Sun Disc was taken down immediately, and therefore not going to get too much value there. But right now, the position that BNK FearX in is only getting better. 2.5k is the lead. And they have so many tools as this game goes on. We've seen already that their single target lockdown, absolutely amazing. And if you set up Ascana, it only gets better from there. So Showmaker gonna have to bail from this area very, very quickly. And it's going to be Rift Herald thrown down. More global gold going over to BNK. Not even necessary on the charge there. Surely gonna sacrifice a bunch of health for it though. See whether this siege is gonna be successful as King In. Opting for a back as Execute, just gonna have a bit of fun here. Throws a whole bunch of mines towards this turret as well. And that is 6 grubs, so they really do destroy these turrets quickly.
Yeah, it's so, honestly, the momentum they found just from clearing out these turrets, an incredible pace, pretty massive. And the thing is, the LeBlanc as well can just consistently be a menace in the side lane. You know, we still see areas like the top lane where there's been a bit of CS discrepancy clears kind of borne the brunt of these plays on the map that BNK DRX has, but everywhere else feels like they've just been gaining massive advantages. Mid lane in particular is a huge lead for Closer in this matchup.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. I mean, he has second item, and Showmaker has the cheapest book in the shop. That's it. That's the comparison. It's kind of ridiculous. Closer also with the luxury of being able to purchase some Sork shoes as well. So going to be doing even more damage, especially if he manages to find aiming. So you can see him in this side lane here, and there are no bad guys around. That is because none of them are strong enough to go toe-to-toe. Teleport to come in from clear here as they're setting up for this Chemtech Drake. Really not wanting D+ to get themselves towards Soul Point. D+ now just going to push out this wave, try and get towards this extraordinarily healthy turret that is not going to take any damage right here.
If it was a different Soul, maybe you could be like, well, D+ have 2 dragons, they can look for a Soul win con, but with it being Chemtech, it's a bit of a rough one. I'm not even sure if they need to take this fight. It looks like they're setting up for it. And they have control of the Banana Brush. Yeah, you can see on the other side, Closer 2 levels up on Showmaker right now, and he has this great flank angle. He is not spotted.
They might be feeling like it's only going to get worse from here, right? Like they'll just continue to get bled out. But instead, they're going to pick up the waves that are coming on through. And BNK just biding their time, waiting for things to get in their favor, waiting for that tempo to shift. And like the ebbs and flows of the tide, they'll move into the river, claim their first dragon.
You really want to read the lore?
I do so bad! So bad.
We did just have a dragon taken, right? We didn't even have a fight over it.
We didn't.
Is now the time?
I think maybe it is. Okay, just to catch you guys up. Basically, we learned that Nautilus was a guy. He was really big, and he liked to go diving. As Execute is going to interrupt here, that's totally fine, as he's going to get the Shattering Strike flash. He's a little bit too far forward, though, so he does use his flash.
Yeah.
That was the outcome.
Oh, he enabled Hex Flash.
Yeah, he also got the extra AD and AP from using Ignite, which was pretty cool. There's the slowdown, though, as Execute is really keen on knowing where D+ are.
Yeah, never change Execute. That is just how he plays.
He really doesn't like Nautilus lore. He just doesn't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
All right, Execute. You're the boss. All right, Raptor, he's going to take down the Grump and look for a bit of a reset himself. And with Execute back in base, maybe I can get another paragraph in.
A whole paragraph? I mean, you're going to have to go quick.
All right. The dawn was scarlet. The morning the new captain came aboard. Hailing from a foreign port, he brought with him a giant suit of brass and iron. He zeroed in on Nautilus. Indeed, he had purchased the command because of Nautilus. Oh, that's kind of cool. It was clear the captain was obsessed with a specific wreck, one shrouded in darkness, even on a fair day. The diving armor could withstand the pressures of the ocean floor as we've got a bit of an attack here. That is a great little pickup onto Closer. We thought he'd be pretty safe, as so far he kind of is. There's another distortion, and he just gets himself out. Why did we ever doubt him?
Yeah, I just find it amazing they managed to fit LeBlanc in because it seemed very focused on build toward the lore. And they just... LeBlanc showed
Oh man, I'm trying!
But again, it feels like D+ keep making these plays, trying to punish isolated members, and then it's the same thing. They play to one lane with all their members, and they lose 2 towers in the other lanes.
Yeah.
This just happened earlier, and they fell for it again.
I mean, the last time they managed to at least get a kill. This time around, they weren't even able to.
Yeah, they got a kill in the tower last time. It's getting worse. This is
Yeah.
It's a terrible deal.
Yeah, and Closer didn't even flash. Like, I was talking about it like he got caught. Maybe he barely even did that.
Did they not learn anything from Civ HD videos?
Oh man, I remember those.
Classics. Yeah, there's so many people watching. That's the thing that's going to make you feel old. There's a lot of people watching who are like, who?
Who? I think he was doing okay last time I checked. As all right, Closer going to find some chains onto Lucid. Lucid not going to feel too great about it, but we'll be able to at least get away. As B&K, I think, setting up for a Baron from what we can see. Some of that vision going to get cleared here momentarily, but there are a lot of wards to get through. As Henna, a possible target. Aim and dashing in, looking to try and take down this minion wave. As Kingen now looking to get amongst it. Kellen, okay. Gonna throw out the hook, but the Vault Breaker is going to come on through. Shadowing Strike for a double stun is decent. As Kingen gets himself out. Able to utilize that extra tenacity as Raptor going to create that distance nicely, but has to use the flash to do so. And Kingen now finds himself in amongst it alone. And Henna gonna get excited after picking up that kill. Clear throwing rocks around, and Kellen just going to leave the area. B&K in full control, and they are not relinquishing.
And if you're wondering how is Showmaker half HP, he was 1v1ing the Baron, so...
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually hit him.
Oh!
Now he's nearly dead.
He did get hit that time, though. I saw that. That was Closer. And they're just on the Baron. Execute gonna head in towards this Baron pit. Callan over the top. Lucid in the area. Does have ulti, does have flash. Almost has smite. Closer wanting to get him out of here is all right. Execute diving on in, wanting to get rid of this Viego. Aiming, throws down the ulti. Could it be his time? They've already taken out the jungle. Emperor's Divide pushes the stunner into the wall. Look at these health bars. It is a Zeri smorgasbord, but he's slowed down. Has to flash on forward, and he'll be able to take down Execute. Oh dear, B&K. They may have just dropped the ball, but not entirely.
Oh, but looks like they might be going over the Baron themselves. Henna's nowhere near, doesn't have the health. Maybe if Closer recalls, he can TP back in. But do they even have vision up to them? They must know this is going on. They walked past enough wards.
And this is kind of, it's kind of exactly what Nongshim tried to do in their last series as well as Henna. He went back to base. Yeah, this should just be the Baron going down. Clear is just really dead, so he's going to be the icing on the cake. Super Mega Death Rocket! No, not happening. Aiming just going to tank that one up. As, yeah, B&K FearX fans, I mean, that guy's still looking happy, but he looks also very confused, which I think is in line with how we're feeling as well.
Yeah, he's just having a good time. You know, he's here to watch his team. His expectations were low, and still he was disappointed.
Well, actually, no. Let's put it in context, because they're still in a massive lead. They're going to have another Chemtech Dragon, which is cool, because their icon is one of my favorites. You know, it's that little smoky plume.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of cool.
Okay, well,
let's have a look at this again.
Yeah. Was I thought they were going to stop Lucid from getting in, but in fact they were going to send all 4 members over to try and kill him. Henna was tanking the Baron and had to run out the pit and also has no mana. And they end up focusing down the Nautilus and the Viego. And I don't know if you're aware, but there's a Zeri on D+. I'm not sure the B&K FearX were, because
I mean, B&K FearX couldn't see the Zeri because she was free firing from over a wall.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the issue, but you know, I would have hoped they would have thought about that before they all 4 members, everyone but Henna, dove over the wall. I think if they just stopped Lucid from getting in, they would have got the Baron. But yeah, a little bit of Noopsie Daisy. They're still ahead in gold. They're trying to hold out against the Baron from D+.
They're trying to make sure that this Red Bull Baron power play is one of the smallest ever. That's what their plan is. So B&K gave D+ Kia this Baron on purpose or something.
Yeah,
I got nothing. It's subpar, absolutely. It's out of turret in mid lane though, still standard stalwart. B&K FearX able to defend it. And Henna has a fair bit of wave clear. Looking for that Infinity Edge. Man, has the sad Infinity Edge component situation.
Yeah.
It always feels bad when you've got like more than 2 of them.
No,
like,
the
if
weird...
you've got Pickaxe BF Sword, it's not the worst.
When you have Pickaxe Cloak of Agility.
Oh no.
Oh man, that is like the
You need $1 million to be able to put it together. Finally, he does manage to at least complete the recipe. So there we go. 3 items and some pretty powerful items as well.
Yeah, but the problem is, I look over aiming. He's nearly gotten his Infinity Edge. And he already had 3 items.
Yeah.
Sadly for BNK Fearx aiming at a lot of the gold in the last fight.
Kingen going to dash and do the absorbing CC, and then he does flash as a hook is going to come through into an impale, and then they walk away. Clear with like the celebration charge maneuver. That looked kind of cool.
Yeah, a lot of CC being thrown about. Not a lot coming from it.
Yeah, that was like, Clear goes in with the impale, and then he's like, I'm just mowing the lawn, and then like runs away.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mind me. As aiming skating down, Clear doing the same thing. As he is going to once again do that I'm mowing the lawn pose.
Decent strategy when you're struggling to make headway mid, moving in the side lane with that Baron.
Doesn't sound like a bad idea, as it does wear off. Not a massive Rebel Baron power play, but also, you know, not a negative one. So
hey, at least they got something from
exactly. Not the end of the world. They managed to take down a turret, a bit more for the coffers, and this gold lead is evaporating. Oh dear. Is it wait, hang on. Let's go back to, let's revisit an earlier story point that we may have thrown out there.
The Nautilus lore.
No, not the Nautilus lore. The Showmaker lore.
Yeah?
Where he learns from T1 that the best way to navigate yourself to a 2-0 victory, which is what has eluded D+ so far this season, is to die early in lane.
Well, he did do that.
Yeah.
But he hasn't recovered that well because he's 50 CS down.
Yeah, right, but he's just taking it to the next level. He's taking that strategy and he's like, I can improve it. Because the team is pulling themselves back. I think a lot of it on the back of aiming, who has just hit level 16 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the Baron is, like, it's not just the gold and the fact that you take objectives, but also Henna has just hit level 15 and aiming is level 16. And that Zeri feels so scared. Like, the item advantage and the level advantage in tandem.
And it's
very intimidating.
Like, aiming is also pretty good at this champion.
Yeah.
I know that you know, it's a controversial topic, you know, and it's Zeri and things like this. But this has been one of his favorites for a really long time, and he's been able to get things done in late games in the past.
Yeah.
And he's also just completed his 4th item.
That's a big spot.
As Lucid gonna get spotted, there's a cease and desist, which will be cancelled. In fact, that's the only champion that you're not allowed to press that button on.
Yeah, but that was actually pretty good timing, because if Lucid was, you know, because obviously the Vi was traveling a long distance, if you did it early, you might have just got knocked up afterwards.
True.
Oh.
As there's a hook, and the Impale is going to be avoided there as well, so that's another cooldown that is now down. Closer trying to take the Nautilus for a walk, but he will not do so. Kingen into the back line, gonna get smashed into the wall, but he's pretty tanky, and it's a fight on multiple fronts. We'll see whether the pincer is going to work as Kingen bearing the brunt of it. He is going to get executed by the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Depth Charge not followed up on at all. There is the Shattering Strike into the crash down as Showmaker in so much trouble, but he gets the Emperor's Divide down, and now it's Aiming's turn to try and pop off. Oh my god! This Zeri able to grab that double kill. It's not a wipe, it's not completely over, but that was not great for BNK.
It looks like the Showmaker strategy worked because they went for him instead of aiming. Who's the most fed person? The Azir gets focused down, the Xante gets focused down, but aiming is just there, untouched, and he's doing so much damage. He just came alive in that fight. You can see the replay. DRX initially trying to disengage, but you actually managed to do a ton of damage to King, and he doesn't even get to play the game. The chains that come through, pretty huge here as well from Closer. But in this follow-up play, Execute ends up committing absolutely everything onto Showmaker, and he's not a high-value target. He's really far behind. He has 2 items. Aiming has 4. And look at the damage doing.
And his positioning was absolutely immaculate for what he wanted to get done. As we're back in live, that's a Baron going down. D+ Kia going to get their 2nd and finally find themselves a gold advantage.
It's just crazy.
It's a bit of a yakety stacks day, isn't it?
It is. BNK Fearx have a 4-0-3 Jinx and a 2-0-5 LeBlanc, and it feels like the game is just completely falling out of control.
I feel like this is another one of those, like, because we've seen these types of games from Henna in the past as well, where he's on a hyper carry and he has a great KDA, and the whole map is on fire.
Yeah, but
this is not quite that.
Aiming just missed a cannon, so I think maybe it's going to go in with
Oh, doomed. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you know, they showed the goal graph there. There was probably like a tiny little dip where it's like, oh, cannon missed.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame. I guess we'll pack it up and we'll finish this one off with some Nautilus lore. That's going to be aiming with 25,000 damage, approximately. I'm rounding up generously. But We're moving towards Zeri territory in the game. The LeBlanc era is diminishing.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, right now, aiming is still relatively squishy. And now he's just bought a shield bow. So,
Outright.
Yeah, so the whole burst aiming thing just got a little bit harder.
Yeah.
A little bit more difficult. A lot of damage coming out.
He hasn't sold boots and bought GA yet, so he's still executable.
I don't know if you do that anymore though, with the Zephyr.
Yeah, I guess he. Oh yeah. You want Zephyr instead. That's
I can't. Have we seen that much? I feel like no one's really got to that point.
No.
Just haven't bothered.
I think there was one bought so far in the LCK, but
Maybe they just
I am not
forget
entirely-
that it exists.
Yeah. I liked boot and chance when they were in the game, so I'm kind of happy about the change.
Remember when it was the home guard meta
Yeah.
to rush them and just hecker him with
Oh, it was the
top?
best. It was. Oh, I loved it. It was so much fun seeing Hecker every
There's
single
some
game.
people who are watching who won't know that home guard used to be a boot enchant you bought.
Well, that is going to be a long-range hook. They do manage to take the inner turret as Kellen taking a bit of damage back here from Closer, but he can't push too far forward. Aiming is just too scary.
And things as well, a lot of summoners were burnt in that last fight, so XQ doesn't have flash, Raptor doesn't. And by the time those are available, aiming will have his flash again, so bit tricky one to find and engage. I think it goes without saying, I really do not care about Kingin, Showmaker, Lucid, or Kellen. If you're BNK Fearx, you need to kill aiming. You need to get on aiming. I don't like, oh, we can kill Kellen. I don't care.
I mean,
I just don't care.
We care about them.
Oh no, we care about them as people. I just don't care about them trying to kill them. They're like,
Right,
oh, guys,
right.
we caught Kellen.
We don't mind whether they're alive,
Yeah,
but we do
well-
mind whether aiming is alive in the game.
Yes, yes.
Got it,
It's
got
like
it.
they're like, oh guys, you caught Kellen. No, no, you didn't. You're looking for aiming.
Yeah.
You just forget about him. It's aiming or bust.
Well, let's see whether they bust or whether they get aiming. That's what we're going to be focusing on here as Closer looks to get a bit of a wraparound, wants to take care of some of the vision. D+ been pretty good at getting down here. Once again, Distort's over. Pops back. Minion Wave crashing through once again. Difficult to get the siege working as Showmaker now finds himself just straight up alone. Will be snared, but shifts the sands as Kellen Hex flash. No, that was just his flash.
It was a nice decision because they don't overcommit because they know that was Showmaker not aiming.
True, there you go. Absolutely nailing it. Supermega Death Rocket just going to try and stop some backs. And they're going to stop them themselves. Interesting. Curious. They were just thinking that well, they're still
just hanging
thinking.
out. Oh no, maybe they were, you know that joke they were laughing at, you know, this the start of the day?
Yeah.
Someone just brought it up again. They just haven't.
They needed to stick around the same area to discuss it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
No, 'cause-
and Kingen wasn't there.
I don't know if you know, for any of the viewers at home, we've actually changed. So voice comms are now proximity based. You can only hear your teammates if you're next to them. So that's why they had to hang out there.
We just thought that it'd be much better to have that immersive experience on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it also just allows top laners to really dial in that 1v1.
Because they chose to be a top laner because they love the isolated experience. It's true introversion at its finest.
We actually didn't. That's why Kingen looked so serious.
He couldn't actually hear. Oh dear. I mean, if it was proximity-based, they were standing next to each other, so I think that he probably should have been able to, but he was already in the mindset.
Yeah.
And you love to see it.
He
Method acting.
knew what was going to come in the game.
Uh-huh. Just getting ready, preparing himself.
Lost in the abyss.
Speaking of which, Nautilus lore, it exists, but we can't talk about it. This is way too intense.
Closer is so close to Rabadon's. Surely you're going to be able to recall and grab it now. That's like, he's actually, I think he's trying to push it into that top tier 2 so you can just back and get Rabba before the Drake spawns. But you really, I'm just going to say, you don't want to go to that fight without the Rabadons.
Oh, he's just going to pop this turret.
I think Henna might have been waiting so that Closer could get solo gold to get Rabadons, but he was in range and just stole it, so.
Well, that's a bit cute. Kingen actually identifying the ward. We'll be able to clear that one out. Showmaker here to get rid of this wave. And we have got a lot of jostling.
Yeah.
Tons of jostling for position.
Oh, is Eamon going to get the Zephyr? There it is.
Oh, he's got it. All right. So now a true 6 item.
That's actually, that's 6. That's not 5 items and boots. That is 6 items.
That's 6 items, my man. Very nice. Not
But
quite.
Rabadons has been picked up, and no magic resist on aiming.
But he does have bajillions of damage.
Yeah.
He has all of the damage. His Baron is going to sail by.
It's so clear that BNK Fearx need to kill aiming.
They do need to kill aiming.
That's the job. That's the goal. That's all there is to it. Henna's killing red buff. That's not aiming.
That is not aiming. Raptor is in the pit. That's not aiming. As the Drake is going to be secured by Raptor. That's not aiming. But, the three-man impale, but not on aiming. He finds the ulti, though. Aiming now gets behind the wall. And Closer looks for that backline. That's aiming. Is he actually going to be able to kill him, though? That's the question. Is now Execute dashing forward. Aiming is going to die, but not before he takes down more of them. A triple kill for the Jinx, and Henna getting online. Lucid now dashing around, finding the angles, and there it is. Takes down Closer, and aiming, he managed to kill the ones he needed to kill, and then had Lucid to pretend to be the others.
He survived for long enough, and the momentum from this Viego pick in those long fights comes through now. I think death timers are a bit too short. Kingan does not do any damage to these turrets.
If Lucid could have stayed as Jinx for like the whole time, they would have been able to end the game. But
yeah, they definitely would have. And I mean, this fight was so hectic, and Clear does a pretty fantastic job. He tries to get aiming, doesn't, but catches this front line. So much AoE damage. Raptor goes straight for the Zeri. The peel is immediate though, Showmaker doing a great job, but then we see Closer get some more damage on aiming. And watch Henna, he steps up and look how much damage aiming does! That looked like the team fight win if Jinx just killed aiming there, but the burst in return allowed Lucy to get the resets, and he was able to come through and finish off the last member.
And Henna had to overextend to make sure that they locked that one down if it had have been the stun onto aiming, if like that shattering strike was slightly differently aimed,
and you know
instead it was just burst fire to the face.
BNK FairX lost that fight with Chemtech Soul.
I know. One of the most powerful souls in the book.
You know, you could see that moment when very briefly Henna was under half HP and doing 11% more damage.
I saw that, I think. I have to say, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah,
I have to be honest. As Showmaker possibly going to get closed in on here as Closer. Going to give away his position. And down to half health is this Baron. D+, though, are able to get themselves back up to a decent health margin. Just want to stop any of the funny business. They don't want any sort of wraparound as aiming. He's skating out of there.
Yeah,
he just wants to try and end the game.
Aiming has no flash. Raptor does. I don't think I have to spell it out. Just flash on aiming and ult him. I spelled it out, but yeah, do that.
You didn't spell it.
Well, I explained it.
If you could spell it, that'd be good. J. I'll start with U. Yeah. S. Yeah. T. Space. K. Yeah. I. L. L. Space. A. I. M. Yeah. I. N. G. Oh my! Okay, just kill aiming. Yeah, there we go. It was so simple. Yeah, now I truly understand.
Is that easy?
Well, let's see whether they can actually achieve
Lucid
it.
even has a Knight's Vow for aiming.
Oh no!
That's so based, but so sad.
Well, you can see Henna, he's got his GA, so, I mean, just kill Henna is a little bit more difficult now. Only managed to achieve it one other time so far this game. And he is almost up to true 6 items.
It's so mind-blowing. He's 7-1-3 on Jinx. He's got, you know, he doesn't have the Zephyr, but he's got everything else, and it still just feels like so scary going up against his Zeri.
Yeah, it's feeling like a little bit like he's empowering Lucid. To be perfectly honest, thankfully now with the GA, it's a little bit more difficult for Lucid just to block him down and kill him. And then just be a Jinx is now Closer going to pick up a depth charge. Kellen looking for the hook angle. He will be able to get it. And pop goes the LeBlanc. That is kill number 1 for aiming, as now they're barreling down looking for the rest of BNK DRX. They may have to settle for a Baron, because a 4 versus 5 is not what they're looking for. And without Closer, they lose so much of their damage. Everything is on Henna for trying to protect this game. A 3rd Baron now goes over to D+ Kia.
And you know, Closer didn't opt for the defensives. You're playing LeBlanc, a really safe champion. Might be regretting not having a Zhonya's now, unable to escape from the Nullsol. I assume didn't have the cooldown to create more of a distance.
And after that play, man, I understand why that commander wanted to join that ship to be with Nautilus.
Yeah.
Because he was the guy that needed to wear the suit to lock down LeBlanc in the lore. I think that's what's coming in the rest of the lore.
D+ fans need to throw a coin into the nearest body of
yes. Because look at this, he pressed the depth charge button and he gave it his all. Hit the hook.
Oh, I think as well because he went back to his distortion, but his ult was set to his sigil, so he couldn't use a second distortion to get away. And his flash wasn't up then, so pretty unfortunate. But wait, we saw the gold. Henna has 20,000 gold.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, Zeph is like the back.
Wait, did he
press
forget?
tab. What? Huh?
Has he forgotten? Surely he has enough. Has he been spending his
Yeah,
money
he
on, like,
might have been getting over and over like elixirs and stuff like that.
Maybe.
As Kellen possibly in trouble, but no. Puts up the shield. He's going to be okay. Kingen looking for an angle. Hook not going to land as Showmaker makes his way in. Yeah, he's been buying a lot of red elixirs, so can't quite afford the Zephyr. Confirmation here from G-Sun4 from Yundo. Thank you very much for that one.
Red elixir addiction is like from Closer. Sorry, from Henna.
It's okay.
And it is Elder 10. This is the big moment. And I don't think the plan has changed from kill aiming, I'm going to be honest.
Yep. Don't think it's changed from kill Closer as well, as Closer is looking to kill Lucid, who has to flash into the pit. Super Mega Death Rocket sails by. But Lucid really in trouble now. Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ult, not nearly as mobile as Viegos like to be in these fights. Henna can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here as they look to set up for the Elder.
And especially if this comes down to a smite fight, Lucid doesn't have his tools to close the distance.
Oh, Kellen looking for that flank angle. Closer dashing out of the way. Just being as tricky as possible. Lucid did have his mist. He's going to lose out on that for the moment. There is the crash into the wall, the impale onto two, but where's the follow-up? Where are the answers here as execute? Gets the Magnus on it, aiming is gonna be executed! Quite literally, but now Showmaker doing so much DPS, they take down Closer, and Henna, it is your time, he's at full health, and Lucid gets the dragon, and Kingen will find Henna! D plus Kia, they didn't even need aiming, and they will ace BNK DRX. And they will win game one.
Showmaker has had such a quiet game, but he pops off in the final fight. Aiming goes down, but his team are there.
Look at that Showmaker face in the player cam. My God, we really need to see the player cams and the voice comms at the end of this one. Because D plus Kia against all odds are able to turn it. The just kill aiming was a success.
And it wasn't enough.
And it was not enough. They'll take down the Nexus there to shock Teemo face as they'll take a walk back. Definitely a lot of things to look at here from a D plus perspective, but a little bit more from the BNK perspective. They had it almost in the bag. Wasn't quite enough, but hats off to aiming. I mean, he played exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a good game. And again, they put everything onto him at the end. Didn't have enough follow-through for the fight. And I think, honestly, Lucid's Viego, so much value in those team fights. It felt like the resets from the Jinx were going to be the overpowering factor, but really, the Viego stood out to me. And it really felt like when people started to drop from BNK DRX, D+ were the ones who just swooped in and were able to take the fight. I mean, I expected D+ to end up coming out ahead in this series, but that was such a close game throughout.
I mean, the early game wasn't close. It was all BNK. The solo kill from Closer into the 2v2 kill from Henna and Execute on the bottom side of the map. There are so many positives. You can see it here in the blue part of the graph. We've seen, graphs like that started for teams that just move it up and to the right, and it's just another day in the office.
Just some mistakes came through, some that were punished heavily by D+, and this one has to feel frustrating for BNK DRX. This definitely could have been a game they could have taken. Now back to the drawing board for game 2.
We'll see what they can do here as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and we'll head to game number 2. See you there.
다시 르블랑 뚫쳐 르블랑 뚫쳐 이거 야 이거 렐 돌 야 이거 바로
야 여기 안에 들어가자.
야렐 조심 야 이거 렐 이거
라인 먼저 바이 들어가. 야 들어가자.
암라 야 제리 봐줘야 돼 제리 야나 지금 방로 야 파이 준에 있어 봐줘 야 르블랑 잡았어
나와.
야 장로 선택 야 장로 야 이거 지금 되냐? 가자
와 나이스.
야 이거 잡아야 돼 지금 잡아
이거 잡아.
해줘 잡아줘
와 나이스.
나이스
아 이걸 이기네.
나이스 제리 터졌는데 이겼네
야 왜 안 들어가냐고. 들어가.
It did happen. Now Jiu is alone underneath the turret. He's in a bit of trouble. But really nice flash, and now Henna gonna have to flash away himself. Alongside the cleanse, but it's Jin. If he lands a hit, this could be huge. But Henna. Oh, the fourth shot is gonna crit him down. Let's see where this equalizer is going to land. Let's see what Sponge can actually find. A cease and desist comes in. They do manage to layer the equalizer over the top, and Delight with the counter engage is decent. As Peanut locks down 2 already. Teddy's burning. He's going to go down as well. That is going to be the engage on to execute. He's able to crash down out of it, but the chains of corruption do not find the mark. And now Clear just trying to stand in front of his team to keep them alive. My God, these harpoons are doing so much work as now Canyon. Yeah, he's relatively low. It is going to be a decent impale to come through yet again. And they do manage to get rid of the Corky, but look at this. It's a quadra kill already. Clear's got a huge health bar, but I think it's another Penta in game number 1 of the summer season for FaZe. Committing to this one. Dragon Slayer done for Jovi as he makes his way back into the fight. Being incredibly tanky. Curtain Call has been utilized. Lahan's not going to be able to tank too many of these. Finally, he does go down. And there is a huge impale from Keen. FaZe now able to free him once again. He'll pick up a double as the Arcane Shift flashes and gets himself forward. It's one last one. Thanks to that beautiful red buff. He's going to take yet another kill. And now Gen G are going to press even further forward. Oh no, he just got out of the death chamber. And they're looking to put him back. There's the Mystic Shot snipe. But the turn coming in, TP now for the side of Kwangdong. Dudu is very tanky, and Doive in a ton of trouble, just CC'd 100-0, no hope. Up against the wall, and Andil, if he had Flash Gun, that would have been so big. It's still going to be big here. Double kill for Bulldog, looking for a Penta maybe. The Leaper, he just wants to go in, he just wants to win the game. He's going to be taken out, and it's a 3-kill Penta again!
If you ever make a misstep, as
yeah, speaking of which, I mean, they're just gonna flash on him here, and they have so much CC. Zika just flashes away though, but aiming, getting on in there, the double knockup from the side of Showmaker, and now DK, they finally get that pesky Tristana again. And DK are running away with this first one. Now we got the Impale coming in, as Viper does have Showmaker on him as well. Gets knocked into the wall. He doesn't get the knocked up into the air, and this is just so sad for the Kalista in this game.
Perfectly, it could have been calculated as more action.
This is here, and Impale is on point, and you're not getting out of this one. Casting, the knockup comes in, and with no flash available, the timing on the gank is perfect.
D+ took the scenic route to go 1-0 up against BNK Fear X. It's been a great day of the LCK, and we get to even more after game number 1. Digon here in the space alongside Chronicler and Huni. Guys, we have a lot to break down after that one, so let's take a quick look at the draft and get into it.
Main thing I want to highlight here is that Jinx came back. I think that Jinx is a pick that in the right situations can definitely work, has a lot of range, which can be good here. And then Aiming gets Zeri. The reason why we highlighted Zeri has been on a massive win streak, insanely strong, and I'd argue it's Aiming's best champion, so him getting it is a really big deal.
And a lot of the setup from the DK and the Viego was the main carry.
All right, well, let's take a look at these highlights because this was a long game that went back and forth, starting off with VRX finding some success, and this is the moment where D+ gets to fight back.
This is where Huni lost it, because all they needed to do was send over Execute to keep Lucy out of the pit.
He already did it. He already did his job. And it's like, they just jumped too many people. They sent too many people off the wall there. Like, this is a way too big throw from BNK. Like, this is like,
winning.
I just don't get, like, they were stomping. BNK were stomping. Like, stomping the game. Like, I was, like, surprised. And it's like, the Baron play, it was, like, so accurate because, like, they kill the enemy champion there, and then they turned right away to the Baron, and they had a right idea. But it was really sad to watch.
Yeah, very difficult if you're a BNK fan because you had solo kill in the mid lane by Closer. Things are looking good, but once D+ took control, then these fights got absolutely outrageous.
These fights got super messy, and I think it's here where we see the value of the Viego pick specifically, as well as the fact that with a triple carry composition, it's so hard for BNK Fear X to actually shut down every single target. And we're seeing it in these longer fights where even if they get a really good catch, right, they're able to find multiple people here. You need to deal with aiming, because if you don't deal with aiming, you're not winning the fight. Even though he gets ulted, he's still able to stay alive. The rest of the team does a good job of creating space. And even though they end up getting him in the end, it's just too late. And I think Hannah, you know, he is excited. It makes sense. Just barely doesn't get the kills.
The fact that they got Camtech Soul and also like 3-man's counter ulti doesn't really matter because like they're so unsynced. Like they didn't wait for their teammate to cool the ability to cool down, or like where they can flash, where they can actually kill it. Actually the killer instinct was like just not there. The locking of the communication or like locking of just the focus in the moment in the fight wasn't there.
Well, with taking that Chemtech Soul, that meant Elder Dragon was on the cards, and generally when you see an Elder Dragon, that's going to end the game, and this was, again, a crazy end to it.
This is where Showmaker, who had just been silently waiting, biding his time this whole game, actually popped off. Because aiming goes into the middle of the pit, immediately gets engaged upon, and in theory, that alone should be enough, but Showmaker's ult are absolutely pivotal, and Lucid, who we haven't discussed as much, had basically a perfect Viego game, right? Like, he died once, he had like the one hiccup around Baron where he missed the Q. Outside of that, these resets, the amount of value his team got out of them was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, aiming almost throw the game there, but Showmaker for sure secured the game right there. I mean, it was already a favor to DK no matter what, because they were like 6,000 gold ahead. Like, the aiming was like full item with the 6 item as well. Like, everything was there. So, it kind of makes sense.
It really feels like DK have truly absorbed the spirit of KT, where every single game is a roller coaster. No game is a clean win, no easy victory. They have to fight 45 minutes for it every single time.
Yeah, and for BNK, again, they did great getting themselves to that position. But in the end, D+ take themselves a victory in game number 1. Lots of different votes you can go for here. Let's see who gets the POG in game 1. It is the man in the jungle, Lucid, with his 4th POG of the season.
It's a Lucid. But like everyone just like actually make a, I would say like some mistake, right? Like Showmaker was having hard time in the mid lane earlier. Aiming was playing like most of the time and it's like playing pretty well, but Lucid was like actually there. It was like really important, the responsibility that he actually had from the team needed is like just not dying, and actually he had to pop off. He had to leave like even though the team fight is over until actually dawn. But I think he did most of the part he did almost like play a perfect game.
One of the big things for me with Lucid is that in spring you saw him trying to overforce the way that he got away with often in challengers, and then not being able, like getting caught out, ended up going down. So him getting such a better grasp of what he can get away with in a game on this Viego was really impressive. I went for aiming together with Jonas Strong. I think shouldn't come as a surprise to me. He felt very game warping in that every fight boiled down to, does he go down or not?
Yeah, you're the Lucid guy, man. What's going on here, Chronicler?
Well, I know I'm not an aiming fan, but I think that in this game, like when it becomes about a certain player, I think that they get an extra edge when it comes to the votes. And I know I'm gonna get roasted either way. Like either I'm gonna get roasted for being a Lucid fanboy, or I'm gonna get roasted, for voting for Zeri. So there's no winning there.
Well, it was a heck of a story for game number 1. Will it be ending in game 2, or will there be more? Let's send it on over to our lore masters to find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, hopefully we do get a little bit of lore time. But before that, I need to talk about Based Left Media, the showmaker vote. My God.
Left Media saw that final fight and said, yes.
And he saw the mental fortitude on display for the 2020 World Champion.
I've seen people have games like that and just AFK in solo queue.
Oh, 100%.
I've seen them run it down. I've seen them soft int. He held strong.
He did do a bit of that.
But that should be praised,
Yeah.
He did a little bit, but he came back and he clutched the final fight.
And that doesn't often happen. The rewriting of the ship is the thing that is really, really difficult.
You just can't help yourself, can you? Every time, the rewriting of the ship, sails at full mast, we get it.
He paid the tivy, and then he just kept on going, made sure that no one was going to bring down his vessel. Okay, here we go. Into Pick and Ban for game number 2. If you guys are confused, if you've just joined in, we've just been trying to talk about Nautilus lore for most of the day, but the game keeps getting in the way.
I feel like if you tune into an LCK cast and you understand what we're talking about, we haven't done our jobs well enough.
Or we're doing our jobs too well, making sure we keep catching people back up on what silliness that we've been discussing is. Okay. Once again, BNK FearX will be on the blue side. They will once again ban away Corki and Ashe, although last time it was Tristana that was the second ban.
They've realized that they can just pick Tristana being on blue side.
Crazy!
That's a good strategy. So hopefully they'll look towards that. Rumble, same ban again. Question is, what will they ban the Zeri here?
Ooh, that could be an option.
They could actually just do it, because I feel like they kind of first picked the vibe and be like, okay, we have the counter to Zeri. The true counter to Zeri is to ban Zeri.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good way to do
it.
And it's interesting, right? Because you don't really think of either of these junglers as Maokai guys. So that has been a pretty much permaban in a lot of these games, and isn't really to be the case this time around. And they will get rid of the Skana. Clear just not really happy with it, I guess. Even though he did have a decent game.
Is, with Tristana not banned, D+ is the Taliyah issue, right? D+ could just leave Taliyah open, and then they got one or the other. I think Taliyah is super strong right now, so that's a difficult choice to make. Like, do you want it? Are you okay giving over Taliyah if you get, like, Tristana yourselves? They're going to ban the center, so they are going to leave the Taliyah open, and Tristana's open, and it's going to end up being a trade-off. BNK FearX can only take one of them.
Yep.
And D+, I think, confident that, you could just go Vi Taliyah. That's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, I hear Lucid's actually had a bit of practice on the Vi as well in the past. Here that was a champion that he was relatively good at. May have been a little bit permanently banned against him. So it could be an option. We didn't see it find all that much success in the last game. And there are other tools left available. The Zeri, that priority that you were talking about, certainly still an option here. So do they now take Taliyah?
Yeah, they have to.
And
if they don't, then I think BNK FearX take a jungle.
Right. Oh, yeah, true. So Raptor can just play it in the jungle. He is going to go for the Maokai this time around. Maokai Tristana, of course, a favorite for a lot of our LCK teams.
Yeah, I guess you could take, like, Maokai. And then the problem is on this third pick, you could
Nautilus?
take the Nautilus here. But, maybe you'd want to take, I know a lot of people playing Kai'Sa into Zeri. You could also want to secure, a top lane pick, because I think there's a lot of options. I feel like the problem with BNK Fearax, they only have one pick here. Nautilus, I think, makes the most sense, just as a response to Zeri.
Yeah.
But it looks like they might be going for the Kais instead, and therein lies the issue, because now T+K can ban away that Nautilus, and they know they don't have the threat of the Vi. I mean, it could be the Maokai support. Don't think it's too likely, but...
And they can also hold on to the flex of this Taliyah if they want to. So they could lock away Nautilus themselves or go for the Vi. But either way, I feel like they do retain tempo in the draft to make the decisions themselves. So it will be the Vi that's considered for the moment.
The problem is like with Tristana and Kai'Sa playing specifically in a Zeri, like you want to be able to dive onto the Zeri. Like that's how the Kai'Sa functions in the matchup.
Yeah.
But how are you supposed to dive into a Zeri when there's a Vi Taliyah on the other team?
Well, with taking a lot of damage is how you do it.
Just through the rocks, you know?
Yeah.
I
guess you do it
block
with
the rocks with your face.
Twisted advance. That's probably the way that they get in there. I don't know how Raptor then gets out, but I can do the first part of the equation, and that's oftentimes you'll get a point for that. I think on the maths test, maybe. Nautilus is going to be banned away, so that's a little bit sad for us because the relevance to the conversation that we are dying to have is now gone. By conversation, I mean actually just reading. As there's a Twist of Fate going to be taken away from Kingen, an understandable ban because he is very good at the pick.
Yeah, I think the thing is, I feel like maybe BNK Fearax ban Cassante here, and then maybe Kingen just takes like Aatrox. And I really think BNK Fearax, sorry, DK should save support counter pick in this one, because especially with the Nautilus taken off the card, there's a lot of matchups you can get that are favorable.
Renekton taken away from Clear.
We'll see if they opt to ban the Cassante, or I mean, maybe even they ban like the Lulu if they're concerned about that, because you already have a lot of engage with the Vi, so maybe they could be a bit worried about that being a problem.
Yeah, I like the Lulu ban. Actually, as soon as you said Lulu, I was like, man, that kind of fits.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you can take the Alistar, because the thing is, you know that Kai'Sa pairs with an engage support, and Alistar works pretty well as a bodyguard into those. It feels like, obviously, they're putting a bit of prio on a Kingen. Personally, I mean, maybe as a support player myself, I'm like, hey, I'd like the support counter pick, but it makes sense. And now, I guess Clear would probably just blind Cassante. Yeah. And the thing is, the support pick, I think I would probably, honestly, go Rel instead of Leona. I think Execute's really good on Rel. I think Leona has a bit of a trickier time getting on top of Zeri, whereas with Flash, the Rel definitely can. We saw it last game, you know, so I think it'd probably just be the Rel for Execute.
Yeah, you can take a fair bit of damage, Zenith blading through rocks and things like that as well, which can be a little bit of a rough time. That can be worse. As far as into Taliyah is concerned, there are options you can take, and Rakan is one of those options, but down on the list.
I think that is very dangerous, especially because, you know, Alistar and Vi can lock you up.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, going for the Gnaw. Seen Zeus bring that one out. I believe into D+.
Yeah, I think this was game 2, right? And it was not very close at all. Kingen also was, in the past, one of our players that really did like to default back to a Gnaw, but did sort of fall out of the meta just a little bit. So, a pretty cohesive-looking draft on the side of D+Kia here. I think there are a lot of things on BNK that you can be happy about in a vacuum.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at what D+ has to lean back on, and I'm a little bit worried about how they're going to make these team fights actually work with all of these rocks on the ground. I think it's going to take a lot of finesse getting it worked.
Yeah, I think honestly, just playing a lot of these champions into Taliyah, like this Taliyah pick, if Showmaker, I mean, honestly, I say if Showmaker's like not really far behind, he was really far behind last game and he still made it work.
He's still got a vote from Left Media.
Yeah, exactly. If he's getting a vote from Left Media, that's the bar. If he does that, then Taliyah is going to be massively impactful this game. So many champions that she just shuts down. The Vi as well, a super powerful pick. You have the Zeri once more, and you have a top laner who's going to hold up well in the matchup against Cassante. I don't think the composition from BNK Fearax is terrible in isolation. I'm just concerned. I think I have concerns with Rakan, and I think they gave a bit too much power over to D+.
The Tristana is OP though. This is something that Valdez spelled out for us very clearly yesterday. And so we'll see whether they can lean on that into D+Kia looking for their first 2-0 here in the LCK. Let's jump into the ref for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, D+ fans in full voice here. BNK fans are on the other side of Lolpark for us, so it wasn't quite as deafening. But man, D+ fans definitely very, very loud. We'll see whether they get their wish as we are on to the Rift. There was something that I was going to say. And that, oh yes, because obviously D+ Kia has won 2-0 before, but just not in Summer.
Oh.
So I wanted to clarify that. It will not be their first 2-0. They've been around for a while.
Yeah, but it is fun to make grand statements like that.
It is.
Like, you know, the start of the split when you could be like, oh, Quantum Freaks has more wins than Gen G? And it only lasted like...
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
It didn't last very long.
It is very interesting, though, because before today started, they had the second highest win percentage in games, still, even after their loss against T1. So that's pretty impressive. Of course, 100% is probably going to be higher, then dips to about 67. So
100% is pretty high.
It is quite high. Gen G doing pretty well there.
I've heard a lot of people say you should give 110%. So maybe Gen G focus on trying to up that percentage a little bit.
I remember that from Bedazzled. One of my favorite quotes from the movie. As Clear, standing in the brush here, just wanting to avoid taking unlimited boomerangs from this Gnar that can be quite frustrating in the matchup, was probably one of the earliest of the answers to Cassante. It wasn't really an answer because Cassante at the time was extraordinarily broken, but it was something experimented a lot in with Challenger.
Yeah, and speaking of the recon pick, which obviously we were a bit put off by, I think part of the reason they went for it is the lane, you know, obviously Alistair
has been a good partner with Kai'Sa in the past.
A good partner with Kai'Sa. It does pretty well on the Alistair in the early levels. And even though obviously Alistair can combo the Rakan, I think the matchup's pretty fine for Rakan. I think our concern obviously was more team fights and interacting with Talia and Vi. So XQ having a good time so far.
Yep.
But I think he really needs to have a fantastic game. And we've seen him have fantastic games before when the odds are stacked against him. It's just been hit or miss sometimes. So hoping for a good one for the BNK FearX fans.
Yep, also hoping that Henna is able to actually have a bit more agency here. It felt like he was stuck on a champion that was in a really powerful spot, but unable to really leverage it. I think that you do have a lot more agency on Kai'Sa just in general to get amongst it. Whether that's for better or worse, we'll just have to see. As Closer taking a whole bunch of rocks here from Showmaker, but of course, Explosive Charge always evens out the trade. And we've seen Tristana be so incredibly powerful. We've also seen Closer have, you know, almost 1v9 performances, not able to get across the line, but has been very good.
I feel like you're describing last game.
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit of a rough one.
Yeah. It's happened more than just last game.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate part.
Just a great example. We have the tape.
It's
right
one of those trends that Jat used to talk about that are worrying.
Worrying trends.
Indeed.
They do worry me.
It's Kingin. About to hit Mega. And we'll be able to get some control here, only up a little bit, as we've got a bit of a back coming through, as Raptor has completed his full clear, gone towards the Rift Scuttler, taken that one down, and has mirrored exactly what Lucid has done as well. So really, it's all quiet on the Rift. Do you know what that means?
I think I do.
That means perhaps we can learn about what this captain is going to do with the brand new diving suit that he brought onto the boat. Just have to make sure that they can... Okay, never mind. It's got a Hepa Pulverize onto Henna. Kellen going to be knocked up, though, taking so much damage here. Now lit on fire. As aiming still at full health, though. They're not going to quite be able to finish off the kill, and they don't even get the flash out from Kellen just yet. Aiming still just trying to punish as now the dive comes in. That's going the wrong way, but he still takes a turret shot as Showmaker looks for the threaded volley. He finds the big rock. One more auto, and he'll return the favor.
Beautiful play from Showmaker, gets the solo kill after being on the receiving end in game one. And we were talking about the value of this Talia. I feel like he's gone above and beyond just getting the vote from left media.
Yeah.
I mean,
and sometimes that's the only nudge you need.
That was the motivation, you know. Showmaker walking back to his seat, he looked up, he saw it, and he went, thank you, did Fierce Media.
Yeah, that was a fist bump. Fist bump 100% as he made his way back into the Lolpark stage.
That was for him.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. And now back to lane. Let's have a look at this one more time. And I was a little bit worried, right? Because normally you seismic shove over the rocks to get the value. But he was in turret range after that.
Yeah, yeah. The turret hit just contributing so much. And Closer goes for like a short flash, so that you can try and.
I think he basically just said, "What were you doing?"
Yeah.
I got I had the yeah from you and then the yeah from G.
Yeah,
immediately afterwards.
I don't speak any Korean. I got the vibe.
Yeah, yeah. You don't need to. That's a universal one there.
Yeah.
But that's he was already a happy showmaker even after what was a difficult time in game number 1. And when Showmaker has an unshakable mental, he wins worlds. It's kind of how that goes. He's just one of these players that can really carry a vibe. So let's see whether they can carry it here in game number 2. Lucid in position. There are a whole bunch of kitty cats in this brush though. Am I going to have to be a little bit careful there as Execute in position, but Kellen has rotated over as well. Volley's being threaded, thrown around. Clear making his way down. King in with Mega. Doesn't find the wallop. And will run out of Mega Nabar. Now D+, now trying to regroup. As there is 2 more grubs left in that pit. B&K possibly able to start this one off with 3. Lucid moving in.
Nearly there, by the way. He's a lot closer.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming on through there. That is going to be the seismic shove. Raptor going to have to try and Twisted advance his way away, and he will be able to do so, but Kellen is going to find the head button now. Aiming gets in here in the nick of time. Kellen survives somehow! And on the other side of the fight, it's Showmaker getting his second. Oh dear! This is the opposite start of game number 1, and B&K finding themselves in a big deficit.
Yeah, super good read from Aiming there, making his way over to the play. Actually makes a difference. He gets a kill for himself, and honestly, I think maybe Kellen goes down if he's not there. Hits the level 6 as well, so pretty big advantage garnered for him. Just great timing on that one.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at this replay once again. Weaver's Wall coming in, Showmaker already level 7, and Execute and Kellen both level 4 in this fight.
Yeah, that's a Talia Vi combo. Very easy to do onto the Maokai. Does manage to get some distance away though. But here, you know, I think Closer just missed out on getting the kill, ulted a bit too early. And yeah, Aiming there to help clear up.
Is Aiming going to get robbed twice in a row? Is this just going to be the Kellen show in the end? Because if he continues to make these grand escapes,
I mean, Showmaker's
as the Matador Alistair.
Showmaker's got a pretty solid argument so far.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well too. That's actually a very good point. I see these narrow escapes, and I also see the redemption arc of Kellen, and the narrative kind of takes me. You know, one of these things that I'm sure Left Media would understand. He understands the more based of the votes.
He gets it.
He does. As Aiming just wants to go back and spend some money. And that's throwing out some Void Seekers. He's going to find the wall here as Kellen
really
just
did
protecting.
Void, by the way. It went into that abyss to the right.
Yeah, there is really an abyss there to the right. I wonder what's there. I wonder whether there's a lore section that I can read.
You should look it up.
Yeah. Maybe that's Mount Targon off to the right.
Yeah?
Then we can talk about Aurelian Soul and the
Man, imagine if they made it so
tried to harness his power.
Imagine if they made it so if you like moved your camera off the rift, you could just see like Piltover and Bilgewater and stuff in different areas.
Oh, would be really cool.
So maybe, you know, when you're really losing a game and it's only you alive and your team's all dead and they're taking the Nexus, you can just look off and be like, oh, look, there's Vi and Caitlyn.
Maybe that's what they should work on first for the MMO, is just the map. And the more they finish, the more you can just like pan off the screen.
Maybe that's what they've been working on this whole time, you know?
Yeah.
Putting the time in.
And you know, like, sometimes you die, you really need to go to the bathroom, and then you come back and your mouse is scrolled all the way somewhere. Yeah. Like, you could scroll all the way to Shurima.
Yeah.
And like, for some reason, you've disabled the spacebar. You have to scroll all the way back. I don't know where Shurima is in respect to where Summoner's Rift is floating, but look, there's some of these things that we don't necessarily understand.
I don't know where Shurima is in relation to like anything, or I don't know where anything is lore in Runeterra in relation to anything.
Well, there is actually a fun video. Some guy actually made the world in like Unreal Engine or something like that, and it's very cute. So you can watch that if you want to have a look at the geography. Speaking of which, Execute going to have a look at some geography here away from the rest of D+. Did try to engage onto him. Didn't need to do too much, as of course he is the Rakan.
Yeah.
You got to keep himself alive.
D+ not happy with anyone admiring the scenery. Don't agree to that, and they are going to look to pick up this dragon. No chance of contest from B&K FearX on this one.
Yep.
And I'm hoping this one is in the Chemtech.
Yeah, you are paying extra attention.
I am dialed in. It's Cloud now, so no Cloud.
Oh, no Cloud, so that's a bit sad.
No Cloud Souls today.
Yeah, I know. You got your Chemtech in. I haven't got my Cloud.
I hit the quota.
That means we're going to have to go to game number 6, and that means that BNK are going to have to turn this one around in a big way. 1.6k is the lead for D+. The problem that I have with the fact that D+ are off to such a good start is that their composition really doesn't suffer from too many pitfalls, right? Like, we talk about some comps as being really strong in the early game, finding mid-game spikes after hitting a few item spikes and things like that. But this one, I feel like it bridges pretty nicely.
Yeah. I think there's a decent job. I mean, I sort of raised concerns about how it's going to team fight, but ultimately the Tristana's just been so strong in the later stages. And if, you know, obviously close out that little mishap earlier, but hopefully can get farmed up.
Early mishaps we have seen can be turned into left media votes.
If the only League of Legends I'd ever watched was this series, I would assume that a gold lead early is a bad thing.
Yeah. What if you'd only watch this and T1 versus DK?
Yeah, if that was my entire sample, making a basis of, I'd be like, wow, winning early is really bad. So maybe BNK FearX are going for that angle. And if so, they're being challenged
severely. All right, there's going to be the ulti as Raptor trying to get out of there. Does manage to lock down one of the grubs here as Aiming looking to try and get away, and Execute not going to be able to do that whatsoever. Showmaker now just going to try and lock him down. Does get the flash out from Raptor, but I guess they got what they came for. That is 4 grubbies. They're able to lock down 2 of them, all that D+ can muster.
Yeah, not sure it's a weird trade for BNK FearX, I'll be honest. Oh, closer.
Well, Kellen's going to look for it. Does manage to interrupt the rocket jump. A very difficult task, as we know. Henna does the walk tactic to get out of the seismic shove, but he's just standing here a little bit too long. He's got the barrier, the big old rock as... Oh! Extendo beam doesn't quite extend far enough.
Yeah, you can see that Henna trying to set up for an angle to ult in and kill Showmaker. Not really possible when Alistair is just there. But yeah, not a great play, I feel like, for BNK FearX, but D+ just so decisive in punishing.
And, I mean, I don't think any team's really going to think about trying to solo kill Showmaker anymore. Because he just seems like he's gotten power from it. Now 2-0-2 after finding a great fight around the Elder in the last game. And he's like, wow, this game has gotten a lot easier. I'm going to try not dying in the early game more often because this is working out great. They do have a lot of control here. We can see moving to that 2,000 gold mark. Already the Archangel's stacking up. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, and it just feels like D+ really have the eye on the ball in this one. Kingan's coming down close to Mega. They lead the engage with the Vi. They have the Weaver's Wall as well. It just feels like, and look at this TP that comes in from Closer. It just feels like in comparison, BNK FearX are like, oh, we're fighting? Whereas D+ are the ones actually saying that, yes, we are fighting, we're starting the fight. We've already killed, you know, one of your teammates.
Yep. And I think it's kind of beautiful, the fact that we're getting this comparison between D+ now and D+ in the past. And we're seeing Lucid on Vi in both of those eras. And I think now that the team has built up so much more of this synergy, very similar to what we saw from the D+ that was in Challenger playing behind Lucid so effectively, is that when he presses that go button, now D+ are ready to just go. And it's really nice to see. Hoping that that does continue. Of course, didn't quite work out against T1 in their previous series this week, but we also thought that maybe the D+ effect of lose a series and then that sort of bleeds into the next one and then the next one.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be happening here. They were able to hold on in game number 1.
It's looking good. It's looking good so far, and I also think today they came in with some pretty sharp drafts. I feel like that's one thing is that, you know, even T1 are a team sometimes they go through these struggle periods where, you know, their priorities a little bit messed up. D+ are really sharp at the moment, it feels like, on what they want, and they make it work. And also, honestly, this has been one of my bigger criticisms of Aiming, and not specifically him, but the team had this tendency to put him on champions that I don't think suited him. I think Aiming has very much a style that works extremely well for him, and it's not like immobile carries. I think he works best on things like Zeri, like
mobile hyper carries, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're on picks where, I mean, even last playoffs, Solution, like,
yeah,
he likes to play these mobile picks, and I think they work best for him. And I think D+ have realized that, and so they're no longer picking him things like Jinx, and they're going, hey, get him on Zeri because it works.
Well, now we're looking for a fight around Herald. Extendo Beam not quite going to catch Clear as he makes his way in. They will be able to grab some Banana Brush control as now the Brambles come out, or the Kitty Cats, I should say. Headbutt Pulp comes in as the Weaver's Wall splits up the fight. Clear can't quite get out of there, but he does avoid the seismic shot. Finds a huge cube and now aiming. Throws down the ulti. Closer has locked up the Vi though, and now the re-engage. Oh, the pulverize into the shove. Picture perfect from Kellen and Showmaker. And D+ fight back.
Yeah, really nice re-engage there from D+. The thing is, BNK FearX got the Herald. They didn't need to go for more there. They could have just backed away and been satisfied with the objective. They opted to look to see if they could find something extra, and they end up paying for it pretty heavily. They even took out Lucid before he could do before he could ult, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out, and it just... There is a lot of setup for this Talir. It's kind of ridiculous. Seeing the Vi go down, you think, oh, now it's going to be a little bit more difficult to do it, as aiming going to try and get out of the way of Clear, and does so by walking. Walking very powerful, as we know.
Yeah.
And that is how he's able to exit that situation, as now we're going to see this one more time.
Yeah, and it looks, you know, initially solid. We actually find the angle coming out from Clear. He gets a knockback onto Lucid after blocking out the seismic shove. But I think it's a little bit of an overcommit because they kill Lucid, but they've already burned so many of the big ultimates. Execute this Rakan is so squishy, and Kellen gets a beautiful combo to set up Showmaker.
And Closer was around the corner. I don't even think they saw him, as we've got a Mountain Soul this time around. Just a bit of an aside. Definitely nice there. But I think Closer was almost hit by accident as Execute gets headbutt pulverized.
But it's one of those things, you know, where it may not be intentional, but they instantly capitalized on it.
Absolutely, and the seismic shove was there as if they knew exactly what was going on. So maybe they just had full vision, and they did it on purpose. But it looked to me like it was just a buy one, get one free. And 1+1s, as we know in Pyeongchang here in Korea, is you do it every time, you know? If there's another soda you were thinking of buying, no, you're going to get the 1+1 version.
Oh man, you know, because sometimes I don't see on the sign that says 1+1, and when I go to the till, I'm just...
Oh, and he's like, go and get another one? You're like, okay. And speaking of getting another one, we have another team fight here as Lucid going to be able to take down one, throws out the ulti, and then dies pretty quickly. Kellen absorbing a lot here with his Unbreakable Will. And D+, not going to be able to save this turret, I don't think. DRX come on down, never you mind, as in goes Kellen once again. Seismic shove this time is going to land, and it's aiming that's able to lock down that first kill. The Killer Instinct is finally here though for Henna, as he's taken so many rocks to the dome. One too many there, says Showmaker, and he locks down the double kill. Kingen has now found Clear. This is a top lane matchup, Atlas. We can dial it down a little bit, and I will do so. Yep, and they are hitting, pressing buttons. What did you think of the team fight, Orcs?
Pretty great. Showmaker playing really well, and the value of this Talia just showing up again and again. I feel like this pick is just paying for itself. And the initial play ends up not being the most fantastic trade. You know, again, this is kind of one of the issues we've really said about the Rakan into this composition. But they trade it back, right, onto Lucid. Looks decent for BNK FearX. But here, they end up overcommitting a little bit. Kellen starts the fight, aiming with his ult up does so much, and Closer like flashes in so deep to make the play happen, and then Henna has to kind of ult to trade. But here, with the Unraveled Earth coming back up again, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, we got more fighting. There's another headbutt pulverized, this time onto Raptor. He's going to be the first one to go down in this fight. Showmaker in pretty good position. Lucid just interrupting everything. Kingen diving on top, but the K'Sante will not be stopped from... Never mind, Zeri's going to be able to do so. Henna now running away from Aiming, who is completely powered up. There's the double. Over the wall goes Execute, but you will not survive. It's the triple kill as we're diving into turrets before we've taken outers.
The cleanup so good there from D+. Look like this, they got an interrupt on an Execute with his W. You got to see that on the watch back, so...
It's a little bit replay purgatory, and I'm glad we get some of the setup here.
Yeah, so Raptor just managed to avoid the seismic shove, but I think, yeah, Execute goes for the W, it hits the Unraveled Earth, which is...
Oh, back in live, Henna is not live.
I hate to be that guy, but I can't, you know, we did say the Rakan terrible into the Talia, and we kind of saw an example why right there. And
I mean, we didn't need it to be proven.
No, but
we know.
We just had to really remind everyone.
XQ was like, all out, play it. As it turns out, it is just a patch of ground you're not allowed to go on.
Just in case you really needed to see why Rakan is not good when Talia's in, this is why.
Yep.
just in case you really...
Oh no, it's a big time blunder as well, because he also got sort of stuck on the wall.
Yeah, and then here, they do kill Showmaker.
It was the most W value from Clear as well, as he absorbed even the Gnar.
Yeah, Henna tries to commit for the kill on Elusive, doesn't have the ult, so can't really dual aiming, and aiming just creeps up the kills, as Azeri does.
Yeah. And this is the other kill that we got out of the replay that was from before, and Henna died.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
I'll hold that thought. We'll look at this Baron that's evolving in front of us.
Well, Kingen is going to find closer. Seismic Shove doesn't really do too much of anything, as Showmaker's now put the rocks on cooldown. A possible opportunity here for Execute to actually press a button. As Extendo Beams are flying in, there's the Weave as well. They're looking to close in on to Closer, no pun intended. I apologize for that one. And he's just going to get jumped on by the Mega Gnar. Now Henna is running for the hills, and D+ are just trying to catch him one after the other. Extendo Beam comes down. The ulti from aiming is there. Execute is just in no man's land. I guess it's his side of the map, but B&K are completely disjointed.
Yeah, they are just getting picked apart. I mean, game one, they obviously started with an advantage, but even when they lost control of the game, it still looked like they had hope. This game feels so hard. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
If Kellen steals this... Okay, he did.
He did. Still. Thumbs up. That was going to be insulting.
He allowed Raptor to have it.
Yeah, he did. That's a consolation blue buff. And that is, well, needed. Absolutely needed. Baron going to go down yet again here for D+ Kia. Yeah, have a look at this one more time. I mean,
doesn't have the jump, nothing he can do.
Kingen had the jump though.
Yeah, he definitely did. And then they chase down Henna. Aiming has a great angle over the wall here. Execute tries to come in to save, and then realizes, oh yeah, I'm playing Rakan into this composition. This is terrible.
Oh no. It sounds so sad, and then it's reality as well.
Yeah.
That's the worst part. As D+ now just trying to push, trying to grab themselves a better Baron power play than their first one in the last game, and already I think they've succeeded.
This kind of reminds me though, you remember last summer when KT had that massive win streak?
Oh yeah.
Game win streak? And they kept playing like the same champs, and aiming was on Kai'Sa. It's feeling like that with Zeri at the moment.
It is feeling a little bit like that. Let's see whether B&K can overcome it, as Closer has a great flank angle, but Showmaker buying some time here with the Zhonya's. He is able to flash his way out. Seismic Shove to protect him. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight, aiming is in a little bit of trouble. Throws down the ulti. Is now Henna trying to answer, but it does not work. Execute almost going to get killed by Kellen after Showmaker does so much heroism. And Raptor is hoping they forget that he's here. And they won't.
You're there.
Unfortunately, there is vision, and the sweeper doesn't last long enough. Execute's also dead. Kingen throws a drill at him, which is something you shouldn't do in real life, but you can in League of Legends. It's absolutely fine as aiming, chasing down the tree, and Raptor just wants to sleep. He's in his pajamas aiming. He's going to dab and head into the brush. They throw down the control ward, an expensive kill here, but it's going to be the 9th for aiming, and things that are expensive, not something that aiming really cares about. We know he loves to farm.
I really don't think you needed to use the control ward there.
I mean, we also don't think he needs to take minion waves from Showmaker and things like that when he has 6 items, but he still does.
Yeah, it's the way he does it. And then, anyway, so in the fight, they try and get Showmaker. The Zhonya's is great. The double knockback, fantastic, and basically Kellen's just playing bouncer here while Showmaker survives as long as he can. Ends up actually taking the Tristana kill himself, and we don't get time for replays.
No, we don't. In live, there is
Execute
a bit of stuff to talk about, but he walks it out.
Yep. Now we're going to go back to the replay. We're going to just keep going online. I don't know. We'll see. Execute is firmly out, but there's games to be played.
I think we need to get the space to make a graph of like the worst possible Rakan angles, because this is up there. There's no Poppy in the game, but this is pretty up there. As Lucid, speaking of Execute.
You know, I feel like, honestly, because Poppy's W is quite short.
Ah, true. Well, we're going to trade some positions here as Henna, the killer instinct, we were asking for it, some more proactive play, and sadly we got it.
That certainly was a decision you can make.
Oh,
but
no.
yeah, like at least Poppy's W, like, you know, it is a brief the time it's up for. But Showmaker just slams the Unraveled Earth up and it's just there.
Yeah. Kellen, Unbreakable Will, going to be able to get him out of there, it's clear. Travels over some rocks, but he's pretty tanky. He's not too worried about it. This turret going to fall down, and there's another headbutt pole. Kellen, you maestro of the engage. Never mind, it may not necessarily work out as aiming. Never mind, he's at full health. Clear, going to get taken down. The burst fire is now coming in as aiming skates over the little rock. They'll take down this inhibitor. Some sacrifice had to be made, and it was in the form of Kellen, but I'm not going to fault him for anything he has done this game. Looked super, super good on the Alistair, and that is redemption. I'm sure a lot of people remember another Alistair performance that may have happened at a certain World Championship.
Don't bring it up. Please don't bring it up.
It was not great, but he is certainly putting some hours because he is looking so good on it today.
It's been such a strong performance. I honestly think that's the toughest bit about this game is who's the POG vote?
It's Showmaker. I think it has to be, doesn't it?
That's what but I also think Kellen is a really strong argument.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to. You're definitely allowed to, you know, as I don't think it's going to go to Henna.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Fortunately, just getting punished here. Zeri against a wall. It's just not going to happen. But great positioning from Kellen to capitalize.
Yep, and the angle here gets on top of starting, survives a surprisingly long amount of time. But the AoE that comes out from this Brunan Zeri is just so much.
It looked like it was almost a B&K angle there. And then you notice that aiming's at full health.
Yeah.
So it's just not really the angle there. Pickaxe is going to turn into an Infinity Edge at some point in the future, perhaps, unless the game is just going to be over. 12, 1, and 7, though. I mean, there's 2 items, a dagger, and a book on Henna. Like, that's it.
Wow.
And aiming is about to, like, rid Boris of all of his wares.
He must have got a discount on those.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is some 1+1 territory that we're in right now as far as completed items on Azaria concerned. Great seismic shove once again from Showmaker is clear. Getting thrown around like a ragdoll. He's able to eat some of the CC, but I think the important stuff did manage to land as Kingan's pushing Raptor away, and even the Gnar is an absolute monster. First Nexus turret to go down here.
Oh, the Maokai flank.
All right, there we go. Through the brambles goes aiming.
Zeri's had a tank hit.
Yep. And back into the wilds goes the tree. May have actually got their wish, though. Bought them some time, some space.
Return to his people.
Yes. Into the fields. Okay, well, they might be able to get themselves towards a dragon. That's what's going to be spawning now, as Raptor is still relatively low. Kingan trying to get out of the way of Henna, who's going to get slowed down by the boomerang. There's some more knockups going to be connecting here onto Execute. Clear back to full health as the Weaver's Wall comes in. They're splitting up the fight once again. The Grand Entrance, so powerful, and another Pulverize just says absolutely not. Kingan is flashing on top of Henna as well. It's a quadra kill for aiming on the Zeri. I had a penny for the amount of times these Zeris have gotten multi-kills. I'd have lots of pennies this season. As Raptor, he might be the extended pentakill, and that's it. Aiming's gonna lock it down. I'm sorry for not screaming my lungs off, but it's been so many already this season.
And it's another for Zeri. It's always Zeri, but aiming, after a pretty monstrous performance on Zeri, will get the penta, and they will close out the series 2-0. Their first 2-0 of summer.
Yeah.
Pretty convincing one in this game too. Obviously game 1 a bit more of a struggle, but a well-deserved victory for D+.
Absolute bloodbath as well. 38 kills, and 31 of them were on D+ Kia in that game. The last time felt like it was a bit of back and forth, you know, it was a lot of jockeying. This one, bit of a shellacking, as it turns out in the end, but so many carry performances. I mean, hats off. Like, Lucid gets a deserved POG in game 1 and sits back and has a quiet one. Here in game number 2, Kellen making so many amazing plays. Showmaker with glorious performance from minute 1, being able to lock down that solo kill. And Lucid, yeah, gives the camera the L. That's to spell his name. He's not calling us losers.
Yeah, L for Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid. Showmaker, big grin on his face as well. I have to say, Showmaker has been through so many ups and downs over his career, but when he's on, my goodness, he is on.
Yep. Such a good game in that second one. Obviously, game 1, a little bit of a slow start, but had the bounce back. And I feel like that's kind of how this feels in general, because the loss to T1 was a bit of a painful one.
Yeah.
That game 1, they could have won, but this is the bounce back they needed, because I think, you know, they could have won that T1 matchup, and the rest of their season has looked good. This should be a promising season, and honestly, D+, they had a promising playoffs in spring as well, so I think fans can be optimistic. You know, hiccups will happen. No team is flawless, but D+ are looking like they are growing.
They certainly are. And I'm glad that they looked good in this series because we have our Week 1 prediction overreactions coming up. And we all filmed what our predictions for said Week 1 were going to be prior to this week. And I maybe look a little bit less silly now. It's a little bit of a spoiler, a little bit of a precursor perhaps. Still, it's not going to look great for me. But let's have a look at some highlights. Speaking of looking great, Kellen makes it out with 1 health. Perfect tanking there. This time doesn't make it out, but he sets up for everything here for D+. And it was a bloodbath. It was an exciting series. An exciting game number 2, definitely, especially if you're a D+ fan, because there were kills all over the place. The setups here for D+, just brilliant.
Yeah, and I feel like the comp made a lot of sense to them. I think that's something really as well to praise for D+, is that their drafts really sharp in both games today. And especially after that first series where DRX picked Nidalee.
I was going to say, like, are we just going to say any draft that doesn't have Nidalee in it is amazing drafting, just really picking for their strengths?
Yeah, I think no Nidalee, 7 out of 10 minimum, right? But also, the Taliyah bumps it up to an 8 out of 10, Taliyah Vi, 9 out of 10, and then you picked Zeri for aiming, 10 out of 10. No faults, you know, I think they nailed it.
And Vi and the Viego for Lucid as well. As far as priority picks are concerned, they're feeling pretty good for him at the same time. We'll listen in to D+ as they finish off the pentakill for aim. Aiming was already calling for it. Right as the first person dies, it's like, Penta?
Dude, he was calling for it in champ select. You know,
I think it was. Yeah.
Pentakill.
I think he said Penta and they locked in Zeri first. That's what happened.
Dude, Lucid just like... So
Showmaker is just singing.
You know, I have so much respect because I am that person who, if someone's gonna get a penna, I will try and steal it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, they were trying to yell at Lucid because he was trying to win the game instead of giving the penta to aiming. And also, none of them really reacted because they're so used to aiming, getting Zeri pentakills. Oh man. 37k damage on aiming, but Showmaker with a highly respectable 32.6. And Closer, unfortunately on this graph, making the Tristana look a little bit more balanced than she has looked in some of our other games. Have to say though, I think from draft to gameplay, D+ here in game number 2 were pretty much unrivaled.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just wondering who's gonna get POG, because I think it's a hard one.
I mean, Kellen, Showmaker, I'd flip a coin if it was me. I think their performances were absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I think Left Media. I'm just going to look at whatever Left Media
Left
chose.
Media's a new base vote.
It doesn't actually matter who wins. It's just about Left Media. I can even see it's on the teleprompter here, ladies and gentlemen. Who will Left Media vote? We don't know.
That's the question.
I think it's Kellen because I know that they're based. We're going to throw it back to the space. Speaking of based people, they're going to close out the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. Welcome back to the space. Degon alongside Chronicler and Hooney. We think Left Media is time traveler. He could be Doctor Strange, be Doctor Who. He had the right idea.
Some doctor who messes with time one way or another, okay?
It's a for sure Dr. Media guy. He saw the
Dr. Media?
Dr. Media. Yeah, I love that one. Dr. Dre as well. We could throw that one out. Dr. Media might be the winner here. You can help us out at home, chat, on what you think Left Media might be throwing out here. Yeah, let's take a look at this draft as D+ get off on the right foot here.
Man, what a redemption arc for Media. You know, going from being made fun of to being known for based calls. You love to see it. Looking at this draft, I think the Costas already went over for a little bit. You get Taliyah Vi, which is insane. You have a counter matchup in top, so you have a pushing lane there. Then you have Kellen, who obviously has had ups and downs on Alistar. His Alistar at Worlds was not it, but has such a great series. I think he has really slowly been building up his reputation again, and this series was no exception. And then you're just like, what the hell? We'll just first pick Zeri. Who cares? Who cares? It's aiming. Let's give him Zeri.
At this point, yeah, for sure. I mean, also to Showmaker, it was like really important job he actually had, because in the draft, like, he already had so many setup, like from the even support, they pick Alistar, and also the jungle with the Vi, they put actual resources around the mid from the draft. Even Gnar, like, they actually adding more CC with the mega setup, and I think, you know, I think it is like really not. It's not really easy the laning against Tristana, but it was even better. It was a really nice to see the Showmaker actually bouncing back after the game one.
That's right. It started with the solo kill by Showmaker in the mid lane on closer, paying it back from game number one. And then with that lead, led to this fight up here at Herald where they started to fall behind.
If you're a DK fan, these are not the parts of the games you're going to replay, you know, where you're going to be like, oh, look at my boys crushing them. But this is where the game was won. The last, like, 10 minutes of this game were basically just a victory leap, or victory lap, rather. Right here, yes, they're able to take down Lucid, but Lucid with this Vi really doesn't matter nearly as much as a Viego does, as long as the rest of his team gets to just output their damage. And if you don't kill the backline, you're not winning the fights. And this was, it seems minor, but this was kind of all DK needed to start snowballing the game.
Yeah, I think the start of from the DK wasn't like, actually, it wasn't really fantastic. Like, Alistar just the combos on the Kazante, and it actually being ends up losing just one dying at the first. But I think they really used really well the fact that BNK kind of actually stepped up. They punished it so well the enemy mistake, and it was kind of clean.
Yeah, and in game one, it felt like BNK were able to get in and out. But here, the next highlight that we have for you, D+ really shut the door pre-20 minutes up on the top side of the map yet again around the blue buff.
It really is, I think, as is often the case with BNK, once they start losing, they go hard, right? Like they're a team where often, for example, Brian would criticize for not doing enough once they're losing. BNK is basically the opposite. They will keep walking into the jungle, and they will keep taking fights, and they'll keep taking fights, and they will keep taking fights. Unfortunately, once you start falling behind in gold, the fights look like this.
Yeah, I mean, BNK is for sure the team that when they have a hole, they're trying to make a, you know, they're trying to make a definitely the bigger hole.
Punch it! Yeah. When you punch the hole, it'll go away. It doesn't go away. It gets bigger.
Yeah, you either plug the hole or make it wider, and so that didn't quite work out there for BNK. Let's take a look at who gets the POG. We had multiple votes. It could go anyway. Yes! The base vote in the mid lane at Showman.
Left
not
media
dropped.
Guy. Left media guy.
Oh, you know he's voting.
Yeah.
You know. He knew.
If I don't see his... Yeah, he actually didn't vote over mid. I don't know what to say, man.
It was like, oh, in the next game, Showmaker is going to get a solo bolo and take over the game from that point on. So we've already, apparently, right, Left Media got it right last time. I can't wait to see what they go this time.
Chat has weighed in. They said Dr. Media sounds evil.
Well, it can be responsible, you know.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, they did it!
But right media guy!
Yeah.
No!
Why media is...
All right. So, wait. So right media is evil Dr. Media, and left media is good Dr. Media.
But what, like, how come media is so balanced? Like, if someone is there, the other guys...
It's the law of equivalent exchange, okay?
Universe.
Have you watched Full Metal Alchemist tuning?
I don't know, man. Universe is balanced, guys.
Yeah, also, shout-outs to Ox there. He threw out a sneaky
Kellen had a wonderful game. Again, I want to go back to at Worlds, where Kellen was by far the weakest point of this roster, had an absolutely painful Alistar game. So seeing him come back and really kind of refine his confidence on the pick, I think is a really big deal for DK.
Yeah, again, multiple times where his headbutt pulverize led to a Showmaker shove on Talia. Looked great. BNK, we'll get to BNK in a little bit. We have the interview ready right now with translation by Deer.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Lucid and Showmaker on the side of D+ Kia, who secured their third victory by defeating BNK Fear. Congratulations! What a clean 2-0 victory. How do you feel, Lucid?
전 경기를 되게 뭔가 2대0으로 너무 아쉽게 져가지고 이번 경기는 꼭 2대0으로 깔끔히 이겨야겠다 생각했었는데
It left a lot to be desired with the loss. It was a 2-0 loss, and now we're able to pick ourselves back with a 2-0 victory instead, so it feels great. And Showmaker, yeah, I personally didn't do too hot in the last match, and be able to grab this 2-0 victory makes me very happy. This is your 4th POG, and you're in the sole position of first place in the standings, Lucid. Did you know? Oh, I just found out. There is something even more impressive, which is you got 4 POGs with all unique champions with Nidalee, Poppy, Vi, and Viego. So what's the secret to being this good? I'm sure I probably played well, but it's just that the drafts were really good, and all of my teammates being able to sort of make me look good is also part of it. What do you think, Showmaker? He's giving you good credit. Yeah, it's great. And in game 1, D plus Kia took Viego as the R5 pick, and after seeing the blind pick Vi, can you walk us through how you completed the draft? When the opponent picked Vi, I felt like if we play something like Vi or Poppy or Viego, I knew that that's just something that can bully the opponent out. So I think that's just a part of like a mind games during drafting. And at the second half of game 1, you guys got your dragon stolen, but in this replay, got a big win in the team fight, which was a game decider. So can you walk us through how you found this angle? I saw the front line trying to sort of cluster together, and it was pretty dangerous, but we were able to play out the team fight pretty well, and that's why we won. So would you say that this is more like a instinctive based on how your reflexes are? Yeah, I think it's really based on how I end up responding rather than trying to think this through. So how do you keep calm in this place? I personally don't think I'm very composed or anything like that, but I am playing around a lot more calmer players around me, so maybe that's why. It looks like he was asking for help. Showmaker, what do you think? To be honest, Lucid doesn't really put in a lot of thought. He's really mechanically talented. He actually just plays instinctively. And even in team fights, I feel like we definitely go through millions of different thoughts. So we had a Showmaker versus Closer matchup. What was the most important factor in today's mid matchup? For mid matchups, I think that's really the core of the game. So being able to not lose control over the mid lane is probably the most important, but in game 1, we definitely collapsed pretty hard, but we're able to pick ourselves up. So you guys also traded solo kills right here. You got your revenge from game 1 here, and your ability combo was pretty impeccable here. And then after that solo kill, you looked so... Your reaction seemed so confused. So why were you so flustered? I just didn't think that he was gonna come in, and I had biscuits, so that's why I was a little confused. And Closer in game 1, he actually had such a cool solo kill moment, and then when I got the solo kill here, it was just so a little bit unexpected. In game 2, Showmaker, your kill participation was quite high, and you really lived up to your Showmaker, Playmaker role. So what's the key point in playing Talia against Tristana? In the early game, it's actually harder to win as Talia, but I just had to make sure that I CS well and be able to hit my skill shots. Lucid, for aiming's Penta, we noticed that the team was putting in collaborative effort, and we actually heard aiming say, "Lucid trying to take my Penta away again. Did you want to steal it?" Rather than trying to steal it, I just really wanted to end the match and be done and go home. And since the rest of the team really wants to give aiming his pentakill, I was just trying to go along with it. So with today's victory, I'm sure your fans are very proud of you. Any shout out to the fans? Lucid? Our last match was quite terrible, so I felt really bad about that, but I'm able to pick ourselves up again, and I hope that we can continue this momentum. Thank you so much for all your support. And Showmaker. For this week, this is how we get to end strong. I hope that we can continue our winning streak from now on. Thank you. And that's the end of the interview from Lucid and Showmaker of D+ Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. That was a lot from those guys, both from a gameplay perspective, their teammates as well. You know, as much as the POGs for those guys, the real winner here is Aiming as he continues to stat pad and lead the way towards the Uri Bank gold bar.
Oh, he is stacking up those bars, baby. Aiming definitely doing well in that regard. Want to highlight my favorite part about DK is that their game score isn't that good because they keep... This is like, again, their first 2-0. They've had so many 2-1s.
Yeah.
As a tomorrow, if you're a Bro fan, look away. This one might be tough.
Yep.
Although they did beat them last summer in the final round of final round of regular season somehow 2-0. Remember that?
The Cope is starting, Giga Chads. Again, Genji, Bro, tomorrow. And then KT still looking for their first win, might go 0-4 against Hanwha Life. That's all tomorrow. It's been a fantastic day of LCK, and we got one more left tomorrow. See you then.